Chapter 3806. One of the three battlefields, Magic Smoke Valley. At the deepest level, the sky and the earth are full of hazy black mists. These black mists are highly toxic. If the ruler of the ordinary stays a little longer in this black mist-filled void, it is likely that his divine power will be completely eroded and evaporated off. This is already the forbidden area of the ruler. Those who dare to come here are generally strong men who can resist the erosion of the black mist. For example, a black bald old man who is roaming in the black mist. This bald old man in black is dominated by Wuyin. In this star field, he can also be regarded as a relatively famous master. Of course, he is just an elementary master, and his strength can only be considered average. The black mist in the deepest part of the Magic Smoke Valley is really horrible. Although I am the master, I can only barely resist the erosion of this mist, and I cannot stay in this black mist for too long. Otherwise, under the erosion of the mist at all times, I may be unable to resist it. But fortunately, although I have only spent less than 100 years in this black mist, it still gives me a peak treasure, which is not a worthwhile trip. Wuyin Master smiled. Peak Universe Arcana, even just the most common attack arcana, is still enough to make him the primary master. In the past 100 years, it has been very good to be able to obtain such a treasure. You have to know that even in the thousands of years before the Red Cloud Realm was opened, all kinds of arcanas were born. Although he was also fighting inside, he only got one peak arcana and a few top arcanas. In the Red Cloud world, although he was born, there are many treasures, but various competitions are also very fierce. Although he is the master, there are a lot of stronger masters in the Red Cloud Realm, but the area covered by the Black Mist is different because there are few masters in this area. In the past century, he was the master. No one has ever met, and no one can compete with him. Before he noticed the birth of Arcana in the Black Mist, he immediately rushed over and easily got the peak Arcana. Of course, although there are not many people fighting with him in this Black Mist, the hidden crisis is very huge. If he is inadvertent, he may fall. So he has been careful in the past 100 years. Like now, he finds that he has become more and more strenuous when resisting the Black Mist. So he already has the intention to leave the Black Mist area first, wait for some time to recuperate, and then re-enter. The range covered by this Black Mist is not too big, and the various routes in this range, I have kept in mind before. This road to go out only needs to be careful. There should be no danger. Wuyin the master murmured, and he had slowly moved away from the Black Mist. He was not fast along the way, and did not encounter any danger. However, just as he passed by a dark red forest, his heart tightened instantly. It is a darkened demon realm. Legend has it that even the top dominated the dark dodged realm that was dead for a lifetime, and the top dominated the following, and it is undoubtedly necessary to enter it. This dim demon realm is one of the most dangerous Jedi in Devil's Smoke Valley. If you accidentally break into it with my strength, I don't know how to die. I have to be careful, but don't be careful break in. Knowing that the dark red dense forest is where the dim dark realm is, the Wuyin master who has a certain understanding of the dark realm is more cautious when he plunders, and dare not approach the dark red dense forest at all. Suddenly, Wuyin's look suddenly changed. Someone? He had noticed a figure in the void not far ahead. The figure was covered by the gray mist. Although he could not see the appearance, there was no doubt that he dared to come to the deepest part of the Magic Smoke Valley and wander into the black mist-diffused range, and it must be the true strongman. However, as the figure approached, the moment his soul's power could detect the other's breath, he froze. This breath is just the master of the rules? Wuyin's master was extremely surprised, but as the appearance of the other party gradually appeared in his sight, the Wuyin master was relieved. The Lord of the Blood Sword. It turned out to be him. Wuyin Lord nodded secretly. In this star field, among the many rulers, there are only a few rulers who dare to come and roam in this black mist range, and Jian Wushuang is undoubtedly one of them. It is said that when the Lord of the Blood Sword was in the Red Cloud Realm, he fought with the Evil Lord. Even the Evil Lord confessed that he had the top dominating power, although he was only the ruler, but on strength, much better than me. Wu Ying dominated, secretly booing. Although he knows that Jian Wushuang is very powerful, he is not afraid. After all, there is no resentment between him and Jian Wushuang, and there is no holiday with Xingong. With Jian Wushuang's current strength and status, it should not be shot against him for no reason. Sure enough, the sword unparalleled arrived, and after seeing Wu Ying dominated, he just smiled. Wu Ying dominated? Are you here? Yes, I heard the name of the Lord of the Blood Sword. I had never seen it before. I didn't expect to see it in the black mist now. The master of Wu Ying smiled, but with a touch of compliment. The Lord of the Blood Sword. Did you come to this black mist to find opportunities? Wu Ying Lord asked casually. That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Then you have to be careful. This black mist is full of unknown dangers. The black mist that surrounds it all the time is just one of them. There are many crises lurking. In addition, this black mist, there is also a special place among them, the dim demon realm where the dark red forest is located. But the dim demon realm is an amazing place, and you should not approach the Lord of the Blood Sword easily. Oh? Jian Wushuang frowned. Wu Ying is master, thank you. After saying that, Jian Wushuang has already swept away towards that dark red forest. You're welcome. The Lord Wu Ying smiled, and wanted to continue talking to Jian Wushuang, but he had already seen Jian Wushuang leaving, and the direction in which Jian Wushuang moved forward was the dark red forest. The Lord of the Blood Sword, there is the dark demon realm. Wu Ying Lord shouted. I know. Jian Wushuang stepped, but I'm going there. Having said that, the sword has no double heads and does not return, so it plunges directly into the dark red forest. Chapter 3807. Did he break into the darkened realm? The master of Wu Ying stared with wide eyes and a look of astonishment. He had just reminded Jian Wushuang to ask him to stay away from the dark red forest. But blinking, Jian Wushuang broke into it directly. He should have known where the darkened realm was, and he should also know the danger contained in the darkened realm, but he still broke in. The Lord of the Blood Sword, so brave. Lord Wu Ying shook his head and sighed. The dim demon domain is absolutely taboo for ordinary masters, and no one dares to break into it. Like the master of Wu Ying, he just passed by around the dim dark realm, and was extremely cautious, for fear he would walk in accidentally. The sword unparalleled, knowing the treacherous dark domain, but dare to break in directly. This courage is extraordinary. No, the Lord of the Blood Swords has entered the darkened demon realm. I want to let my friends know immediately about this news. The Lord of Wu Ying immediately took out a number of orders to send a message. Although this Wu Ying dominates is a lone strong man, there is no power behind him, but he still has some friends who dominate the hierarchy. He informed his friends of the news that Jian Wushuang broke into the darkened demon realm, and his friends continued to spread. Just like this, 10, 100, and not long after, many of the top powerhouses in this star field almost knew this. The Lord of the Blood Swords even went to the dark demon realm? It's really bold. Beihai Palace, the Tianpeng who reached the top level, was amazed at the news. Even in the dim demon realm, he was so scared that he dare not break into it. But sword unparalleled, but broke in. When he came to me under the guidance of mysterious God, he was extremely immature. At that time, it was only by some design methods that he deceived the Huangquan Excalibur from my hands, but he did not expect it to pass. For more than 20,000 years, he has been able to match the top masters, and he dared to break into the darkened demon realm that I dare not even break into. Tianpeng cannot help but sigh. After the Yangtze River pushed forward, although Jian Wushuang is extremely young in his eyes, even just a junior, but judging from the strength he has shown, he has even paid attention to it. Now Jian Wushuang went into the darkened demon realm. Such actions made him extremely shocked. The darkened demon realm is extremely dangerous. Even the top master enters it. It is a 9-death life. It would be good if the Blood Sword Master died inside, but if he finally came out of the dark demon realm, it would be really terrible. I'm afraid I can't afford him at Beihai Palace. The dim blood-colored magic palace. Yunyu dominated the seat on the throne at the top, holding a glass of blood-colored wine in his hand, gently swaying. Dark demon realm. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, when my strength was at the bottleneck and could hardly be improved. I also considered whether to go to the darkened demon realm. I hesitated for thousands of years without really making up my mind. It wasn't until I was lucky enough to get that chance that my strength broke through. That's when I gave up the idea of going to the darkened realm. Even the old guy who has lived for hundreds of millions of years and has not known how many winds and rains, he must consider hesitating for so long before entering the darkened demon realm, and still cannot make a decision. But the Lord of the Blood Sword is just a rule lord, as short as the years of cultivation, so young, so decisive to go to the darkened realm. Jiu dominated secretly admired. In the bottom of his heart, he also compares himself with Jin Wushuang, and even changes his position to think that if he is Jin Wushuang, he is so young, and he is only the master of the rules, but has the fighting power of the top masters, with such terrible talents and potential, then he will never take such a risk to venture into the darkened realm. Amazing little guy. I can't keep up with him because of the boldness and courage. I hope he can come out alive from the darkened realm, and preferably within this 1,000 years. Jiu dominated with a slight smile. The millennium. Is the millennium, because the Master Yu has made a decision? After the millennium, he will leave this star field and go to those wider star fields. After all, although he still only incorporates the 5 rules, he is still the master of the first rank. But if he can pass the test of the foot of the Tianfeng mountain, his combat power must have reached the extreme of the master of the second rank. The combat power in this star domain has long been invincible, not counting sword and warriors. Now that it is invincible, and the Red Cloud realm has been opened not long ago, it will take hundreds of millions of years to open the next time, and he will naturally not wait any longer. Although there are still a lot of opportunities in the 3 major battlefields, he did not intend to continue. He will travel to more vast places to meet more powerful people. This is not just him. In this star field, as long as it has the second-level combat power, it will choose to leave after there is nothing to worry about in this star field. Jin Wushuang entered the darkened realm, and this news really caused a great shock in this starry realm. No one had thought that it was just the master level of the rules, the Blood Sword Master who possessed incredible talent and potential, and at this time, he would go to the darkened demon lands. Indeed, in the eyes of many people, Jin Wushuang's name is worked to death. After all, even in the darkened domain, even the top master broke into it. It was a life of 9 deaths. Although Jin Wushuang possessed the power of the top master, he was only a rule master. A ruler broke into it, and most of the strongest in this star field thought that Jin Wushuang could come out alive. Therefore, this star field is already circulating. Jin Wushuang, the brightest genius in history, is about to fall. The dark red forest was so cold that even the air was filled with a cold chill. Jin Wushuang walked alone in the void above this dark red forest. According to the information collected by Xinshin, there are 2 known dangers in this dim demon realm. The first type is the mist that diffuses into every corner of the dim demon realm. Sword Warrior surrounds the surrounding void, and this void is filled with a lot of pale red mist visible to the naked eye. These light red mists are just like the black mist in the area covered by the black mist outside the dim demon realm. The black mist contains poisonous substances, which can easily kill the ruler of the rule. Even the primary master, although it can barely resist the erosion of the mist, has to choose to leave the cultivation for a long time. Chapter 3808. Like the master of Wuyin, he was so long in the black mist that he was about to leave. And the black mist is completely incomparable with this red mist in the darkened demon realm. It is also a highly toxic mist. The red mist in the dim magic domain, even the thinnest light red mist, has an erosion effect that is dozens of times that of the external black mist. Such a highly toxic, ordinary primary master can't carry it at all, and even the higher master must have a strong body protection treasure to be able to operate normally in the darkened realm. Moreover, this is only a light red mist. In this dim demon realm, there are deep red mists and pure mists. These 2 kinds of mists are not regularly scattered in the dim demon domain, and some are hidden in the light red mist. For example, it looks like there is a pale red mist in front of the naked eye, but when you pass through it, you may encounter deep red or even mist on the way. The crimson mist and mist were more terrifying than the light red mist. In particular, the mist, according to the information collected by the mysterious Shinto people, said that the mist, even if the top master is caught in it, the power will be completely eroded and evaporated without taking a few breaths. Once there was a top master who was lucky enough to walk out of the dim demon realm and accidentally fell into a mist. Within 3 breaths, his divine power was eroded by 70%. Fortunately, the mist range was not too big. He escaped in time. Otherwise, the top master would certainly not survive. If I speak of the divine body alone, I've cultivated the highest priority of the supreme immortal mystic body. The divine body is comparable to the elementary arcana. These deities are far more arrogant than the top-level masters. The armor body has more divine power than the vastness of the master. The pale red mist alone will not affect me at all, but if it falls into the crimson mist range, I must be careful. As for the mist, even the top masters can't support a few breaths. I may take longer than the average top masters, but in the end it must be irresistible. Jian Wushuang muttered softly. Jian Wushuang knows the danger of this dim demon realm, and naturally dare not be arrogant. He would naturally be extra careful about the mist of one of the 2 major dangers known in this dim demon realm. As for the second known danger of the darkened realm, there are some dark red monsters scattered in the darkened realm. The dark red monster was spoken by the top master who came out of the dim demon realm. No one knows the name of the dark red monster. However, the dark red monster is extremely scary and extremely hateful to outsiders. Once in the dark domain, once the dark red monster is encountered and found by the other party, the dark red monster will directly attack the crazy monster. Both to be killed. The 3 top masters who came out of the dim demon realm at the beginning, 2 of them have left information about the dim demon realm, and all mention that the dark red monsters, the weakest, have high masters, even close to the top dominant combat power, and slightly stronger, that is the top dominating level. In addition, the most important thing is that the dark red monsters in the dim demon domain are not just 1 head and 2 heads, but many. No one knows the specific number, but one of the top masters who came out alive said that he encountered 8 dark red monsters at one time. 6 of them were of average strength, but 2 were extremely powerful. Horrible, all have top protection and combat power. 8 dark red monsters shot at the same time. This top master only has the role of escaping. Dark red monsters live in this dim demon domain all year round. Although their strength is extremely terrible, their wisdom seems very low. Devil Flames, you have been so far in the universe for so many years. You know what this dark red monster is? Jian Wushuang asked Road. Master, the universe is too huge. It is too vast, and there are hundreds of millions of different kinds of life and various ethnic groups. Although I have spent a long time in the universe, I also went to the universe to deepen it. I have seen it everywhere, but the various life groups in the universe, what I know and can recognize, I am afraid that it is less than 10%, and the dark red monster with low wisdom mentioned by the owner is not really I've seen it. I can't recognize it. Perhaps I won't recognize it until I actually see a dark red monster, Moyan said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, not surprised. The universe is huge, and there are definitely many kinds of life groups. It is quite normal that the magic flame has never seen such a dark red monster and cannot directly recognize it. The information gathered by Mysterious God mentions the 2 known crises in the dim demon realm, but we know too little about the dim demon realm in this star domain. There may be other dangers in this dim realm, it's just that I don't know yet. But the 2 kinds of dangers now known are enough for me to treat them with dignity. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. I am wandering in this dim demon realm. I really have to be careful and be careful. After all, there is only one life. If I lose my life here, the world is too early. My parents, my family and friends are all done. And Schwanger, her soul is still asleep, and I haven't really reunited with her yet. I can't just die like that. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang began to investigate the surrounding environment carefully. The power of his soul has already swept out. However, the limits of his soul's power in this dim demon domain are extremely great. Like in the Red Cloud realm, the power of the soul is also limited, but no matter how he can find out the range of 100,000 miles around. But now in this dim demon domain, what he can detect is only a few thousand miles away. Yes, just thousands of miles. For an ordinary master, thousands of miles are instantly crossed. There is only such a narrow range of soul perception, which also limits his movements in the dim demon realm. Although I have the strongest terrestrial magic triple magic light mirror, one of the triple magic light mirrors has a powerful impact on the realm, which can instantly cover the realm of the surrounding area within 1,000,000 miles. While covering the power of the soul on a heavy magic light, then you can detect movements within 1,000,000 miles. But after all, I just arrived in the dim magic domain, and am very new to everything here. If I rush to use the triple magic light mirror, and the area hit 1,000,000 miles away, that movement would be too great. Who knows what will cause it? Sword Muzu groaned. Emperor Jyotian dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 3809. The triple magic light mirror is too dynamic, and Jin Wushuang will not easily cast it. Therefore, he can only rely on the soul perception range of thousands of miles, carefully rushing in this dim demon realm. After half an hour. Okay. Suddenly Jian stopped in the void. His gaze was looking at a direction from the periphery, and he could feel that, beyond 3,000 miles in this direction, that extremely violent and fierce atmosphere. Dark red monster, have you finally found one? The soul power of Jian Wushuang has completely locked the fierce breath, and at the same time he can see the true appearance of the dark red monster. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, his body is dark red, but his body is relatively thin. This dark red monster also has 2 eyes on its face, 1 nose and 1 mouth, but all twisted together. It looks extremely embarrassing. The arm is extremely long, just like a sword, but it also faintly exudes a dark red cold luster, which is obviously very sharp. Both hands are like swords? Jian Wushuang frowned. He had discovered the existence of the dark red monster, but the latter did not seem to find him. Magic flame, can you deny that this monster is here? Jian Wushuang asked. I don't recognize it. Moyan shook his head. This monster gives me a very strange feeling. I'm sure I have never seen such a monster. But if you can't recognize it from the outside, you can only fight with it and see what is special about this monster and what means it has. Jian Wushuangdo. Master, are you going to fight this monster? Demon Flame was surprised. Of course, the 2 major dangers known in this dim demon realm are the surrounding red fog and this dark red monster. As long as I am careful with the red fog, it can't pose any threat to me, but this dark red monster is different. After a pause, Jian Wushuang continued, in the dark domain, there are a lot of dark red monsters. I just happened to meet one, but I really took the opportunity to double up with this dark red monster. The bottom of it is so that in the next time, I am roaming in the darkened demon realm. Even if I encounter more dark red monsters at one time, at least I can have a bottom in my heart. Instead of knowing nothing, I do and know if I should flee or war. Mo Yin nodded. Indeed, just a dark red monster does not pose any threat to Jian Wushuang. However, playing with this dark red monster, I have a general understanding of this monster. It is a good opportunity. Magic Flame, you'll have to take a closer look later and try to identify the monster. Jian Wushuangdo. I try my best. Demon Flamezheng focused his head. With no movement of the sword was swept away towards the position of the dark red monster. 3,000 miles away, at the speed of Jian Wushuang, in a blink of an eye, but Jian Wushuang did not step forward immediately, but slowly approached. This dark red monster has very low intelligence. It is not only unable to perform soul exploration like a human cultivator, but also seems to be weak in perception. Before I was 3,000 miles away, it was understandable, but I'm only 200 miles away from it, and it hasn't discovered my existence yet? Jian Wushuang was surprised. You know, he didn't use any mysterious means to hide his breath or body shape. He just approached the other side normally. If you were a human cultivator, you would have already noticed that even some strange beasts and fierce beasts, who are slightly more sensitive, can already sense the coming of the crisis. But now this dark red monster stared at Jian Wushuang has not changed his reaction at all. Obviously, it hasn't found the arrival of the sword unparalleled. Jian Wushuang continued to approach. 180 miles, 150 miles, until the sword Wushuang was only 100 miles away from this dark red monster. Roar! With a growl, the dark red monster finally had a gap. Its body stood up, and the cold, dark golden eye pupil looked directly in the direction where Jian Wushuang was. Not until now. Jian Wushuang grinned, but the speed was skyrocketing. I saw the weird streamer passing through the void in an instant, and the Bailey range directly crossed. The sword Wushuang already appeared in front of the dark red monster, and at the same time the Huangquan Excalibur appeared in his hands. The elephant! Jian Wushuang slashed out with an arrogant sword. This sword, light with endless violent breath, cut through the void and made those light red mists around the chaos. The speed of Jian Wushuang is too fast. Although the dark red monster found the existence of Jian Wushuang, it still has to be slow to respond. Seeing the outrageous sword light cut, the dark red monster raised its two arms at the same time. These two sword-like arms crossed together and stood in front of him. Clang! With a crisp sound, the dark red monster's body sank fiercely, and then the whole person was split and flew out, eventually hitting a huge rock, shattering the huge rock, and its body stopped. Huh! Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. My sword, although I didn't do my best, I can now have a very high understanding of the origin of Kendo. This sword's power has definitely reached the top dominating level, but it can be split here. Dark red monster's arm, but can only leave a white mark on the monster's arm? The monster's two arms are so hard? You know, sword Wushuang is the sword skill of Huangquan Excalibur. The strongest magic weapon is cast, and the power of performing swordsmanship is the top dominating level. If this level of swordsmanship is replaced by a human practitioner, even if it is a higher master with a peak to the treasure armor, it is estimated that had to be hit hard. But this dark red monster does not have any arcana warframe. It relies solely on its two arms to resist that sword power as much as possible, and the two arms are not sword the light cuts off directly, but just leaves a white mark. This kind of arm, I am afraid that the hardness is higher than the ordinary elementary universe treasure. It is estimated that it can be comparable to the advanced universe treasure. I became the most important of the supreme immortal mystery, and the body is comparable to the elementary universe treasure. The two arms of this dark red monster are even stronger than my body. Jian Wushuang marveled. But I do indeed know, it only two arms are as hard as the high cosmic treasure, or is it that the entire body is so overbearing? Swords flickered in the eyes of Jian Wu. Although the dark red monster was split and flew out, it looked extremely embarrassed, but it was actually not damaged in any way. After it stood firmly in shape, the dark golden eye pupil was locked on Jian Wushuang's body. The horrible fierce breath suddenly rose up. Chapter 38:10. Outside, outside, those dead. Intermittent roars emanated from the dark red monster's mouth. Although the sound was not very clear, Jian Wushuang still heard it clearly. This dark red monster, can you speak? Jian Wushuang frowned. The main reason why he took the initiative to find this dark red monster is to want to know more about this dark red monster. As he has now learned, this dark red monster has extremely rigid two arms, which is comparable to the high cosmic treasure. In addition, this dark red monster will also speak simply. Boom! The dark red monster turned into a red streamer and burst into force. Jian Wushuang only felt a strong sigh of oppression coming towards him. This suffocation is really strong. Jian Wushuang sighed softly. The dark red monster stretched out with two arms, just like the two sharp swords. Huh, huh. With the two arms of the dark red monster thrown away, the air was immediately cut away, and the two cold-blooded knives of the forest were already cut off. These two knife lights, not only the mighty power is extremely arrogant, but also contains a strong meaning of destruction. Even the knife light itself is quite mysterious. Blade. This dark red monster is obviously very low in intelligence, but it also uses a sword, and this sword is quite subtle. Jian Wushuang was shocked. However, although the sword method of the dark red monster is still subtle, it is nothing at all before the sword has no double sides. The sword has a flicker of the figure and a flash, and it is easily worn through the gap between the two sword lights. However, his figure has approached the dark red monster. I saw Jin Wushuang sending Huang Quan's Excalibur in front of him. There was a flower bud in full bloom, and the chest of the dark red monster exploded directly, and a bowl-sized blood hole appeared. The white bones in the body can be clearly seen along the blood hole. Fortunately, the monster's two arms are very hard, but the rest of the body has not reached that level. Jin Wushuang said lightly. He just had this sword and did not enhance it to power, which is equivalent to the sword that had been split on the arm of the dark red monster before. But the previous sword just left a white mark on the arm of the dark red monster. But now the sword stabbed on the chest of the dark red monster, but it broke the defense of the body of the dark red monster and hurt it. Obviously, this dark red monster is not as hard as the whole universe with the arm as high as the universe. The sword is unparalleled, and other parts of the body of this dark red monster are barely comparable to the elementary universe. But this monster's strength is indeed very strong, and it is very close to the top dominator. In addition, its knife method is still not intolerable. The combat power is indeed very strong among the high masters, and it may be a single head and two ends nothing, but if there are 6 or 7 heads together, it can indeed pose a threat to the average top master. Jin Wushuang secretly said. Jin Wushuang has been studying this dark red monster. But the dark red monster had already been angry, especially Jin Wushuang's sword just opened its chest, which made his anger soar to the extreme. The dark red monster has very low wisdom. It does not know how to distinguish the strength of its opponents, or even the jungle rule of weak meat and strong food. Born in this dim demon realm, the dark red monster only knows one thing. As long as it is an outsider, then it must be killed regardless of what it is. Kill, kill. With a low roar, the dark red monster rushed again. Jin Wushuang also shot to entangle with him, but he has found that the blood hole in the chest of this dark red monster has been completely repaired without any trace left. The strength of this dark red monster is still at its peak. Is it immortal? No, this monster doesn't have any divine power at all. It just uses the suffocating power of the body. It is completely different from the practitioners who dominate the level. According to the truth, it should not have an immortal body, but its injury just now is indeed thorough. It's restored. Jin Wushuang only shot very casually and completely suppressed this dark red monster, but he did not directly kill the killer, but deliberately retained his strength and tangled with this dark red monster. He wanted to know more about this dark red monster. Dozens of breaths passed quickly. This monster is really stupid. Its strength is obviously inferior to me. No matter how crazy it will still be easily crushed by me. From the beginning to the present, it doesn't have the slightest desire to escape. Obviously, I still want to kill me crazy. Jin Wushuang shook his head with a smile, but his heart was groaning. I know all about this monster's power, speed, and means, and now the only thing I don't understand is the body composition, and it's not clear whether it really has an immortal body, so there is no need to entangle it again. There was a sharp flash in Jin Wu's eyes. Wow, I saw a phantom flashing, and at the same time a dazzling sword was lit. The entire skull of the dark red monster had flew away, and then Jin Wushuang blew a sigh of relief, and a sword smashed the skull directly. Are you dead? Jin Wushuang stared at the body of the dark red monster in front of him. Obviously the head has been lost, but the body of this dark red monster still moves freely, and its two arms are still madly swinging towards the sword. Not dead? The sword has no double-sided color, and after avoiding the light of the dark red monster, he saw that the dark red monster's flying head had grown back. Jin Wushuang shot again. First smashed the dark red monster's head, then another sword hole penetrates the dark golden monster's heart, and finally exerts a huge divine attack to smash the entire body of the dark red monster. As a result, this dark red monster is still beautiful and dead, already alive and well, and full of combat power. What happened? Jin Wushuang frowned. This monster is extremely hard. Although my attack can hurt it, it is difficult to annihilate it directly on a large scale. It is obviously not immortal. Why can its injury be repaired in an instant, and even the broken head and heart can be recovered immediately? He obviously has the power to absolutely crush this dark red monster, but now he can't completely kill the latter. No, there must be a weakness in this dark red monster, but I haven't found it yet. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the magic flame staying inside the blood-colored gourd has been watching the outside world, like Jian Wushuang has been watching the dark red monster. After seeing the dark red monster's head and heart crush repaired instantly, the magic flame immediately thought of a group. Chapter 38:11. Abdomen Master. Attack his abdomen. The flame of demon flame sounded in Jian Wushuang's heart. Belly. Jian Wushuang looked. Yes, it's best to be able to pierce it directly with a sword, Moyan said. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, and his strange shape flickered, easily walking around the dark red monster, and then a hazy sword shadow lit up. Obviously, there is only one sword shadow, but at first glance, the sword shadow looks like numerous dense lines, which makes people unable to distinguish. The dark red monster tentatively waved its two sword-like arms to resist, but it only blocked a small part of the thin line. The most important thing was that it did not block the sword shadow of the sword, unparalleled hidden in those thin lines. I saw the dim shadow of the sword, with a sharp, directly stabbed in the belly of the dark red monster. The terrible power penetrated the dark red monster's abdomen on the spot. Snapped. A crisp, shattered glass sounded, and the dark red monster still carried monstrous anger and madness, but its voice had dissipated, and the two sword-like arms dropped. Died. Jian Wushuang looked at the body of this dark red monster stupidly. The dark red monster's head was chopped off and smashed, and the monster's heart was also smashed directly, but the monster was not dead, but was repaired immediately. But now he penetrated the dark red monster's abdomen with a sword, but it died. Obviously, the weakness of this dark red monster is in the abdomen. Sure enough, it really is. Mo Yan's voice sounded with excitement. Magic flame, do you recognize it? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, this dark red monster should be an extremely rare ghost in the vast universe. Demon Flame said. Scarlet Wraith? Jian Wushuang frowned. The ghost is a group, but it is completely different from most of the ethnic groups in the universe. Moyan said, most of the ethnic groups in the universe were originally bred by the universe by themselves, and after a long period of reproduction, a growing ethnic group. But the ghost is different. This group is not born of the universe, but is born of the life of another group. Another ethnic group conceived? What does it mean? Jian Wushuang wondered. Master, in fact, this ghost is from an extremely terrible group in the universe, the Undead Ghost Group. Moyan said, the Undead Ghost Group is definitely the top group among the many groups in the vast universe. This group is extremely powerful. If you just talk about talent, it is stronger than the special life gods you mentioned to the host before. What? Jian Wushuang was startled. Stronger than Wu God? Wushan, that is a very special life, is the darling of the rules of the heavens and the earth. Even if you do not cultivate, as long as you slowly grow to reach the peak, it is the ultimate level of mastering the 9 rules. This special life has been making Jian Wushuang feel incredible. But this group of undead ghosts, but on the talent, is even stronger than Wu Wushan? Wushan, although it's good, but it grows to its peak, and it is the ultimate level to dominate, but the undead wraith, to the peak, can reach the supreme level, and purely on the number, the undead wraith family is better than Wu Wu. There are many, and most importantly, the undead ghost can be called undead for a reason. The first reason is that any undead ghost has a terrifying vitality, and his life-saving ability is the crown of the universe. There is such a saying in the universe that the undead ghost at the peak of the world, no one can be enemies. The reason that no one can be said is not that no one is better than theirs, but because their life-saving ability is so strong that no one can die. Of course, this sentence is actually an exaggeration. The undead ghosts at the peak, although most Supremes are helpless, even the top-level Supremes cannot be killed, but there are countless powerful people in the vast universe. At the top, the invincible cosmic hegemon in the Supreme can still kill the undead ghost. The sword is unparalleled. Undead Wraith, maybe its life-saving ability is terrible, It is the crown of the universe, but it is not really invincible to the world. After all, even the master of the Red Cloud Realm, the ancestor of the Red Cloud Realm who has reached the top level, can be killed. Even the Ling Yun star created by Ling Yun Supreme and other supreme invincible level universe overlords will fall. Think about the vastness of the universe with terrible. Immortal Wraith has strong life-saving ability, but it is not really invincible. Besides that, there is a second reason. The magic flame continued. The number of undead ghosts in the universe has always been only 99. This is eternal, even for some reasons. A dead undead is dead, and the universe immediately breeds a new undead demon. That is, the undead demon will never be extinct. As long as the cycle of the universe is still there, the immortal demon will always exist. And it has always been only 99, never exceeding, nor less than 99. Jian Wushuang heard it and was shocked inside. He finally understood how terrible this group was, and why this group was called immortal. It really is undead. Not only is life-saving ability against the sky, the most important thing is the special status of this group in the universe. Even if one is killed, the universe will immediately give birth to one. Such a group is indeed eternal, and no one in the universe can destroy this group. Of course, the universe is fair. Although the immortal ghosts are tyrannical and immortal, this group also has some disadvantages. Moyen continued, first of all, their growth period is too long. It is known that an undead ghost must go through hundreds of chaotic periods from birth to the peak. Hundreds of chaos times? Jian Wushuang stunned. A tertiary astral world, from incubation to destruction, is a period of chaos. Hundreds of chaos times? How many years? This is a bit too long. All undead ghosts, are they? Can it reach its peak in advance? Jian Wushuang asked. No, even if you are amazingly talented and domineering, but to reach the supremacy, you must wait until the peak period, and to reach the peak period, you must spend hundreds of years of chaos. But the hundreds of chaos periods are too long. Many undead ghosts can't survive that day. They were killed during the growth period. Only a very small number of undead ghosts can survive the peak period. Become supreme, truly can run rampant in the universe. Even the top supreme can't help it. 3 heads M. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 38:12. In addition to the long growth period, the undead ghost has another disadvantage. When Moyen said this, the words suddenly turned again. In fact, this cannot be said to be a disadvantage, but an advantage. How to say? Jian Wushuang surprised. This is the case. The undead ghost is unique in the universe. It is a group that many practitioners are amazed at. In the vast universe, less than 10 can be called the peak group. Any one group is huge on the basis of the number of people. The only group of undead ghosts has only a fixed number of 99, but it is still the peak. This group is totally favored by the universe. Because of this, they are basically treasures all over their bodies. Moyen said, the whole body is treasure? Jian Wushuang stunned. Yes, the whole body is a treasure. The magic flame smiled. The bodies, blood, and even hair of the undead ghosts, as long as everything in them has high value in the universe, they will take the undead ghosts. For the gods, even a dead undead corpse that has fallen for many years, as long as it is kept intact, it is comparable to all the supremes. Of course, the most precious thing about the undead ghosts is the source of their vitality, that is, their life core. That is the treasure that is enough to attract the madness of the vast universe. Life core? Jian Wushuang looked. Can cause countless supremes to go crazy. The value of this life core can be imagined. It is precisely because the undead ghosts are treasures all over the world, and their bodies and life cores are too precious. Therefore, as long as the practitioners in the universe see the undead ghosts, they will try to kill them. It is their shortcomings, said Mo Yinyan. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled dumbly. The whole body is treasure, but it becomes a disadvantage. In fact, the husband is not guilty and guilty of guilt. The undead ghost is full of treasure, let alone the master. even the Supreme will be crazy about it, which naturally leads to the undead ghost in the universe's living environment is not very seconds. This group would be long gone without the death of an undead ghost. Devil Flame, you have been talking about the undead ghost, but what is the direct relationship between the undead ghost and the ghost in front of me? Jin Wushuang asked. The relationship between the two has grown. Mo Yin laughed. Master, I just said that the undead ghosts have a terrible vitality. Let me not talk about how they were when they were alive. Even if they had you are dead, and even after you die, the blood they leave will evolve into new life. This is the origin of the ghost in front of you. What did you say? Jin Wushuang was startled. You mean, the dark red monster that I am beheading is actually the blood of an undead ghost? Yes. Demon Flame nodded. If I'm not mistaken, there should have been an undead ghost who once fell here, and its blood has spawned a large number of ghosts. It is only in this dim demon domain. There will be so many dark red monsters. Is that so? Jin Wushuang knew and followed him again. I had fought with this dark red monster before, and it's okay to smash its skull and heart. This vitality is really terrible. It is indeed the blood of the undead ghost. It came, but after I pierced its abdomen, it died? Of course, the core of the undead ghosts is their life nucleus. As long as the life nucleus is not broken, no matter how serious the injury is, these ghosts are transformed by the blood of the undead ghosts, and they have also inherited them. Some of the characteristics of the undead ghosts are also the core of their life, which is in their abdomen. Just now, the owner's sword penetrated this ghost's abdomen, crushing the life core of his abdomen, and he died naturally. Moyin said. So it is? Jin Wushuang fully understood. No wonder just heard a sound of broken glass when breaking through the belly of this dark red monster. The sound should come from the broken heart. Master, there is an undead ghost here, and the blood of this undead ghost can spawn a bleeding-colored ghost. This undead ghost is likely to reach its peak, that is, the highest level. It is also the ultimate dominating level. If such a dead undead corpse stays here, it is definitely a huge treasure, and if you can get it, then you will be sent. The body of the undead ghost? Jin Wushuang's eyes also brightened. He just heard the demon flame said, the body of the undead ghost is comparable to all the ordinary supreme net worth. And the undead ghost is a treasure all over. Even if it is ordinary hair, it is bound to be priceless for him, who is just the master of the rule. Of course, the most important thing is the life nucleus. Demon Flame, if you really have undead ghosts in this dim demon realm, will there be any left of this undead ghost's life core? Jin Wushuang asked. A complete life nucleus is definitely impossible. If this immortal ghost core is complete, it will not die. But since he is dead, it is obvious that the life nucleus has been broken. However, although you can't get a complete life nucleus, you may have a chance to get some life nucleus fragments. Shards. Jin Wushuang frowned. Just fragments? Even if it is only a small piece of debris, as long as it can be retained, it also contains great opportunities. If you can get a small piece of the master, with this fragment, you may directly understand a piece of the law of the universe. Magic Flame Road. What? Jin Wushuang jumped inside. As long as you get a small piece of life and nuclear fragments, it is possible to directly understand a trace of the law of the universe? The law of the universe. This time he came to the darkened demon realm and ventured. Didn't he fall into the bottleneck because of his strength and couldn't find a way to understand the law of the universe? And this life nuclear fragment can help him understand the laws of the universe? Opportunity. A once-in-lifetime opportunity. Master, don't be too happy too soon. The sound of the magic flame sounded again. The nucleus of the undead ghost can really help you understand the laws of the universe, but I can see that this battlefield has existed for a long time. In such a long time, the cosmic power contained in the undead wraith's life nuclear debris will gradually pass away. As long as the cosmic power has completely passed away, the life nuclear debris will collapse and dissipate. I don't know if there are any life debris left here for so long. Emperor Jyotian dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 38:13. Jin Wushuang frowned. The fate of the nuclear fate is extremely precious, and it is definitely a rare opportunity for him. However, if no frag nuclear flake has been left in this dim demon domain, he will cry without tears. I hope that there are life nuclear fragments in this dim demon domain. Don't need too much. A 2 or 3 pieces should be enough. Jin Wushuang secretly said. In the darkened realm, Jin Wushuang continued to glide forward. His speed is still very slow, and the power of his soul has always covered the range of thousands of miles around. Although it is only a few thousand miles, it is still enough for him to discover the locations of those dark red monsters in advance, and those dark red monsters are transformed by the blood of the undead ghost. The wisdom is extremely low, and they do not know the soul detection at all. As long as the Swordsman Wushuang did not approach them within 100 miles, they could not find the existence of Jin Wushuang. Because of this, Jin Wushuang can easily avoid these dark red monsters on the way. In a flash, 3 days passed. Although 3 days have passed, because Jin Wushuang's speed has been very slow, he has not traveled too far in these 3 days. 3 days of continuous deepening. Should I reach the depths of this dim demon realm now? Jin Wushuang secretly thought. Of course, he doesn't know how big this dim demodulation is, and no one knows this astronomical domain. So he can't be sure whether he has reached the depths of the dim demodulation. He is only based on his own guess. After all, with him deeper, he has seen more and more dark red monsters along the way. And these monsters are no longer there alone, but at least several of them are gathered together. There are even more than a dozen heads, dozens of heads coming together. These dark red monsters, with a single sword and 2 swords without a pair of swords, are not at all in mind. But if there are dozens or dozens of them, even if he has some headaches. Fortunately, he deliberately avoided these dark red monsters along the way. At this time, well, are there monsters again? Jin Wushuang's soul power has sensed the existence of a full range of ferocious breath. The 8 breaths are truly 8 dark red monsters, and one of the 8 dark red monsters is significantly larger than the other 7 heads, and the fierce breath emitted from the body is also more horizontal. It's so strong. It's much stronger than the ordinary dark red monsters. No surprise, this should be the kind of monster that can compete with the top dominating power? Jin Wushuang looked. In the information he obtained before, he mentioned that there are 2 types of dark red monsters. One is the most common and most common. It can be comparable to a high-level master and barely approaches the top master. And strong, that is the top dominates combat power. Apparently, the monster with a larger volume that he saw now belongs to a relatively strong dark red monster. Only those monsters with average strength have a large number. I may have a headache, and this monster that is comparable to the top masters, it is better not to provoke it easily. Jin Wushuang smiled lightly and planned to pass around. Suddenly, not good. The sword's 2-sided color changed in vain. He had sensed that when he was about to get around the 8-headed monster, the darkest red monster with the largest volume and the strongest among the 8-headed monster raised his head suddenly, an amazing fierceness. The sigh of breath suddenly rose up. Roar! A scream of horror echoed fiercely in this world, this scream, with endless killing intent, straight into the sky. Intruder! Die! Die! Kill! Kill him! After the roar rang, a less clear hissing sound followed. The 8 dark red monsters within the Swordsman's soul perception, led by the strongest dark red monster, have burst out at an extremely fast speed and rushed directly towards themselves. Discovered? Jin Wushuang looked a little ugly. It was his own care. When he saw the dark red monster with a larger volume, he knew that this monster was more powerful and comparable to the top master. He also thought that this monster might be slightly stronger than ordinary monsters, but stronger. Not too many. Therefore, when he was detouring, the distance was slightly closer, and it was estimated that it was about 1,000 miles away. But the stronger dark red monster, across 1,000 miles, realized his existence. So there is now this scene. 8 heads of dark red monsters are comparable to top masters, and 7 heads are close to top masters. Although this lineup alone cannot threaten me, Since these monsters have discovered my existence, I will flee here unless they erupt, or he will always follow me, and other monsters will be notified along the way to kill me. But once I broke out too fast, it would produce a lot of movement, and then it would attract other monsters. The sword had no double-face capacity. If it is on the periphery of the dim demonic domain, this dark red monster is not common, and it is found that he directly flees and flees. But now I am afraid that it is close to the depths of the dim demonic field. There are many dark red monsters here, and the branches are dense. In this case, he erupts too quickly, passing under the eyelids of these monsters. I am afraid there will be more monsters. There is no way but to fight them and to kill them at the fastest speed. There was a hint of killing in Jianwu's eyes. This is the best solution. Perhaps during the battle, the might will attract the monsters around him, but as long as he is fast enough, he can leave first. Kill. With a low drink, Huang Quan's divine sword appeared in the hands of Jianwu Shuang, and a pair of huge black wings spread out behind him. Shuangguang Phantom Body Act, directly deployed. Sword Wushuang is like a fish in the water and easily travels through the void. The 8 dark red monsters were already killing them at the fastest speed, but before they could kill Jian Wushuang was the first to meet them. OM. The dim shadow of the sword lights up. This sword shadow is dreamlike and intoxicating, like a huge sword net covering the 8 dark red monsters in front of it at the same time. Too fast and weird. Except for the 8 strongest dark red monsters, the other 7 heads couldn't even see how Jian Wushuang came out with the sword. Laugh, 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 laugh. The sound of the 7 swords rushing into the body sounded. The 7 dark red monsters with the same strength were also extremely insane. In front of Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship, they looked like paper. The body of the 7-headed monster started from the abdomen was cut in half directly. Emperor Jiotian dear, click in and give a good comment. Chapter 38:14. The abdomen was cut open, and the body was cut into 2 parts. The most important thing was that the life nucleus of the 7 monsters were all broken. With a broken life core, no matter how strong the 7-headed monster is, it can only be killed immediately. As for the monster with the strongest strength, which can be comparable to the top-dominated monster, he waved his arm to resist the sword of the sword unparalleled, but his shape was also directly sunk. The sword has no twin body shape, and Shuangguang Phantom's close-up moves directly follow, appearing like a ghost on the side of the last monster. The long sword in his hand is directly stabbed, and there is a horrible spiral of strength, and the space seems to be strangled by the sword light. That monster's figure was in the sinking stage, and it was too late to resist the sword Wushuang. The monster's belly exploded, flesh flew, and the life nucleus hidden in the abdomen was strangled by terrible power, and it also collapsed at this moment. Instantly, this dark red monster comparable to the top master also died on the spot. In terms of strength, these monsters are indeed very strong, especially the large one, which can withstand the sword I just had. It is definitely the top dominating combat power. Unfortunately, although there is no combat power in the air, there is no immortality. As long as I know the weaknesses, it is really easy to kill them with my strength. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. In an instant, he killed 7 heads close to the top master, and a dark red monster comparable to the top master. Sword Wushuang was very calm in his heart, not proud. After all, these monsters are only transformed by the blood of undead ghosts, with low wisdom, empty combat power, but no immortality, which is far worse than human cultivation. With Jian Wushuang's current strength, it is easy to defeat a top master. But to really kill a top master, such as killing Tianping Master, it is very difficult. First of all, Tianping's lord has an immortal body. To kill him, he must annihilate his entire body of power. Second, Tianping's lord himself has body protection secrets, and there is also a treasure armor. All these means combined, even if the sword is unrivaled, at best, it can only cause some damage to the Tianping Master, and it will take a long time to kill it. This also has to ensure that Tianping do not flee. However, even if this dark red monster has the top dominating combat power, It does not even have an undead body, nor does it cultivate any secret skills, nor has the treasure protection. It is purely relying on its own body. Yes, his body is hard, nor can I ignore the sword attack of Jian Wushuang, not to mention the magic sword used by Jian Wushuang, or the strongest Huangquan magic sword. I really want to kill. I kill 10 dark red monsters. It is much easier than killing a human top master. Jian Wushuang sighed. Followed by a wave of the 8 dark red monsters, the corpses were all included in the Qinkuan ring. The bodies of these monsters are so hard, especially their 2 arms, which are comparable to the high cosmic treasure, and their corpses naturally have some special uses. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang left immediately, and just like he thought, he burst into great power when he started, and the roar of the monsters before him really attracted the arrival of many monsters in the surrounding area. Unfortunately, Sword Wushuang's hands were too fast. The 8-headed monster was beheaded instantly. So when other monsters rushed here, Jian Wushuang had already left, and those monsters also emptied. However, with this encounter, Jian Wushuang rushed into this darkened realm and became more cautious, especially for those monsters that are larger and more powerful and comparable to the top masters. After all, that kind of monster can detect his existence thousands of miles away. And now that he is in the dim demonic realm, the range covered by the power of the soul is only thousands of miles. In the perception range, the advantage is not as great as before. In particular, the deeper and deeper the monster that Jian Wushuang calls it elite for the time being, the more and more difficult it becomes. 10 days passed quickly. Jian Wushuang's current position is getting closer and closer to the depths of this dim demonic realm. Here, Jian Wushuang found that he could now say that every step he took had to be cautious and cautious. No way. It's really that the monsters around them are too dense. There are monsters gathered every few thousand miles, and they are gathered by dozens of dozens, among which there are elite-level monsters exist. He is rushing here. As long as he makes a few noises and is noticed by those monsters, I am afraid that there will be a lot of monsters slaying around him in an instant. I finally understand why so many top masters broke into this dim demon realm before, but there were only 3 who really went out alive. Jian Wushuang couldn't help sighing. He can imagine what happened to the top masters. When the top masters first entered the darkened realm, they would not encounter any danger, so they would continue to break through, and the 8 Chengdus broke into the depths. Gradually, the top masters will deal with this dark red monster. With the ability of soul perception, the top masters can calmly deal with those dark red monsters at the beginning. After all, they can be easily avoided, but as they continue to go deeper, there are more and more dark red monsters, and their actions also it's getting harder. At this time, if these top masters choose to leave in this way, they can survive, but these top masters come to the dim magic domain to get the chance, and leave without any chance. Most top masters will certainly not choose this way. So they will continue to drive until they reach the depths of this dim demon realm, such as Jian Wushuang's current position. When it comes to this, Jian Wushuang has rushed to the point of difficulty, and those top masters who are just general level are even more difficult to act. Slightly accidentally found by those monsters, there will be a large number of monsters besieged to kill them, cannot escape. The 3 masters who went out alive from the darkened realm at first were either powerful enough to survive and leave in such an environment, or they didn't really come to this depth at all. They didn't meet me now. Danger. Jian Wushuang muttered. Dangerous, yes, he is indeed very dangerous now. After all, there are all kinds of dark red monsters around him. In the thousands of miles of his consciousness, there are 3 such monster teams. Each team has dozens of monsters. 100 heads. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 38:15. When you come to the depths of this dim demon realm, you must not cause any slight movement. With a little movement, there will be a lot of monsters besieged. Those ordinary top masters will not escape if they escape. With a slight smile, as for my words, fortunately, there is a magic flame that you told me. After confronting the 8-headed monster before, Jian Wushuang knew that he had to go deep into the darkened demon realm. In addition to the arrogant strength and life-saving means, The concealment means was also very important. After all, you can only hide well, so that those monsters can't find you, then you are naturally safe. Therefore, in the period of deep into the depths, they have been looking for hidden secret cultivation. He has been in this star field for so long. Even the master has beheaded and killed, and he has obtained a variety of resources, including some unique secrets. Like the mystery of concealing the body shape, he has it, but the level is not high, and it can only be regarded as a general level in this star field. This general level of mystery is hard to hide from those monsters at the elite level. Fortunately, Jianwu has a magic flame in his hands. This magic flame was the master of the ultimate level during his lifetime. Not only was he overpowered, but he also spent time in school in the vast universe. His knowledge was extraordinary. The mystery of the hidden body shape naturally understands this magic flame. Under the request of Jian Wushuang, the magic flame taught Jian Wushuang a secret mystery. The level of this mystery is not too high in the vast universe, but it is much stronger than those hidden mysteries in this star field. And this mystery is relatively easy to practice. Just in a few days, Jian Wushuang has mastered it. After mastering this hidden secret operation, Jian Wushuang immediately tried it and found out that with this secret technique, even those monsters at the elite level can no longer sense his arrival in advance. It went into the depths of this dimly demon domain relatively smoothly, and so far there has not been much noise. I can sense the existence of those monsters around me, but those monsters can't find me. Even though there are many monsters around me, I can still deal with them calmly. Jian Wushuang chuckled. He was wandering alone in the depths of this dim demon realm. After a long time, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly moved, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Monster, many monsters. Jian Wushuang can sense thousands of miles directly in front of him, and there are a large number of dark red monsters gathered. A fierce and arrogant breath came into the sky. Jian Wushuang consciously swiped past, and already saw hundreds of such monsters, and this was because his soul power covered the area just near there. As he slowly approached that area, those sensed the more monsters there are. Too much, too much. Here, there must be thousands of monsters. Jian Wushuang looked surprised. Along the way, there were many monsters he encountered, but the most were only dozens of monsters gathered. But now there are thousands of monsters gathered in front of him. Among the thousands of monsters, most of them are ordinary monsters, but there are still dozens of elite monsters. So many monsters gather. Is there anything special about that area? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and even though he was performing the hidden technique, he approached the area carefully. Before long, he appeared in the void around the thousands of monsters. And here, even without the power of the soul, with the naked eye sword unmatched, you can see a large number of dark red monsters gathered on the ground in front, and in the center of this land, there is a stone with an extremely strange shape. On the blood-colored stone, there were still a few white light spots floating quietly. Those white light spots are extremely dazzling, and the breath emitted is also extremely unique. That's... Jian Wushuang's eyes were completely locked on those white light spots. Life shard, yes, that's life shard. The demon flame in the scarlet gourd was also excited. Master, you're really lucky. This dim demon realm is left by the undead ghost shard, and not only one, but several and more. Jian Wushuang's eyes also flashed a thick surprise. The white light spots suspended above the blood stone. The dazzling white light seemed to contain a special magic power, which could not help his mind quiet. And the densely crowded monsters staying around the bloodstone looked at these white light spots with enthusiasm. Obviously, those white light spots were of great significance to them. Not only one piece of life nuclear fragment. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands tightly. There are as many as 4 pieces floating on the bloodstone in front of his eyes, and this is the only area in the dim magic domain in this area. Elsewhere, I am afraid there are other life nuclear fragments. However, although this nuclear fragment is in front of me, it is not as easy as I want to get it. Swordless eyes narrowed slightly. The bloodstone is at the very center of many monsters. He wants to step on the bloodstone and take away all the life core fragments. He must pass through these monsters. Even if he gets the life core fragments, he still has to. It's not difficult to escape these crazy monsters. Moreover, Jin Wushuang also found that the life core fragments on the bloodstone are not all suspended together, but scattered in different positions of the bloodstone. Even if he rushes on the bloodstone for the first time, if he wants to collect the life core fragments, only it can be collected one by one, and it is not possible to collect all 4 life nuclear fragments at one time. www. Novel. It is a bit troublesome. Jin Wushuang frowned. He didn't choose to do it the first time, but thought about it. He was wondering how he could get life nuclear fragments from the siege of these monsters, and it was better to get all 4 life nuclear fragments at one time. Master, these ghosts are all transformed by the blood of the undead ghost, and the wisdom is very low. The life core fragments left by that undead ghost should be similar to the relics. Existence is precisely because of this, they will pay great attention to it. The main thing is that if you take a shot, it will definitely cause these ghosts to be mad. Demon Flame said, I know this, am thinking now, how can I easily get the life nuclear fragments, or how to reduce the risks by doing it? Jian Wushuangdo, reducing risk? It's almost impossible. Mo Yin shook his head. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 38:16. I can see that the reason why these ghosts are gathered here is to protect the life nuclear fragments. This is their mission. The Master, if you want to get the life nuclear fragments, you can only forcefully break through them. This way in the past. Missouri Yinroad said, Can you only break through? Jin Wushuang frowned. If you go straight, the risks are not small. You know, there are thousands of monsters gathered in front of you. There are dozens of elites, which is equivalent to dozens of top masters. It is definitely not easy to grab the 4 life core fragments from under the eyes of this many monsters and escape. Anyway, you have to try it. Jin Wushuang decided. Immediately, he approached the bloodstone cautiously. The occult technique taught to him by the demon flames is really good. He has now come to the periphery of the monsters, but none of them found the sword unmatched. Jin Wushuang is still slowly approaching. His idea is clear. First, of course, he must get as close as possible before the monsters do not find him, so that when he takes the shot, he can reach the bloodstone as fast as possible, so he only come closer. It's very close. Sword Wushuang is very close to where the monsters are gathered, and they are less than a mile away. Suddenly, among the thousands of monsters, dozens of elite monsters with the strongest strength all raise their heads at the same time, apparently already aware of it. Rush! Jin Wushuang didn't hesitate. The moment he saw the dozens of elite monsters looking up, he immediately burst out his fastest speed. I saw a pair of huge black wings spreading out behind him, and the mysterious phantom body burst out to the extreme. The breath on his body soared into the sky, and the whole person was directly inserted into the monster group like a sharp sword. At the same time, there was a big noise. A lot of dark and cold light swept wildly. These dark and cold rays of light are a lot of magic light. Triple magic light mirror, field suppression. In the Shuangguang realm that combines Shuangguang and Tianyi, this terrifying area covers thousands of miles around, suppressing thousands of monsters in this area. Roar! 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 The roar of trembling sounds one after another. These roars carried an unprecedented madness and anger. Thousands of monsters in this area have been awakened. I saw countless violent breaths, and almost locked Jin Wushuang at the same time, followed by a large number of dark red monsters attacked wildly. However, Jin Wushuang's speed is too fast. He originally tried to get as close as possible, shot immediately after being found, and shot out the fastest speed, plus the triple magic light mirror combined with the field suppression effect of the Shuangguang realm on those monsters, making those monsters have a high speed. The amplitude is weakened, so that when these monsters reacted and rushed to fight, Jin Wushuang had broken into the monster group and was very close to the bloodstone. Life shards are just ahead. Jin Wu's eyes flashed with unprecedented firmness. He could feel the mighty intent in all directions. The monsters that came to him from the rear and from both sides are now ignored by him, but are directly in front of them, and there are many monsters blocking them. No way, this is after all the monster group. Although he rushed in for the first time, there must be a monster in the front to block it. However, for these barriers, for Jian Wushuang, the frontal defeat is enough. Kill. Huang Quan's divine sword appeared in the hands of Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Jian Wushuang didn't dare to hide anything. He almost burst out of his strongest power almost immediately. I saw a sound of dragon chanting, and the 30% of the dragon's power with the endless dragon armor had also blessed him. Intruder, die. Those monsters blocking in front of Jian Wushuang all waved their two arms, and those two arms like swords slashed down, and in a short time there was a lot of dense light, like a long river rushing towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang burst out of the Shuangguang phantom method to the extreme, and saw a strange stream of phantom flashes, and his figure easily passed through the gap between these knife lights, and then the dazzling sword light lit up. Get away! A growl and a huge sword came down like a 9-day waterfall. Jian Guang is cold and carrying terrifying power, covering almost more than a dozen monsters at the same time. These monsters all gathered their arms to resist, but as a result, more than 10 figures were actually split out at the same time, including 2 monsters that reached the elite level. Jian Wushuang's body was not obstructed in any way, it was a rush, and at the same time the cold sword light was on. An elite-level monster still had scarlet eyes and kept the look of madness and anger, but its body had been chopped into 2 sections by Jian Guang, and his life core was broken on the spot. Elite-level monsters, comparable to the top masters of the practitioners, can be cut and killed in an instant when the sword unparalleled explodes. Speaking slowly, in fact, from the sword Wushuang suddenly broke into the monster group, and then the brutal offensive repels dozens of monsters in front, and the elite monster is beheaded. In this short moment, the monsters that came from the back of Jian Wushuang and the 2 sides have not yet had time to approach him. But Jian Wushuang has defeated all the obstacles in front of him, and his figure has already stepped on the bloodstone. As soon as he stepped on the bloodstone, Jian Wushuang's eyes immediately locked the piece of life nuclear fragment closest to him. With a wave of his hand without hesitation, Jian Wushuang directly received this piece of life nuclear shard in Qianyan's ring. The first nucleus fragment is at hand. Jian Wushuang was pleasantly surprised, but when he looked up to collect the second nucleus fragment, his face suddenly changed. Not good. Jian Wushuang looked at him in front of him. There were already hundreds of monsters standing there, and from both sides and behind him, there were a lot of monsters attacking him crazy, and he was very close. In this situation, he has no time to collect the second life nuclear fragment. Escape. Jian Wushuang made an instant decision and immediately turned around to escape from this place. But rushing in is easy, but trying to escape the monster group is extremely difficult. After all, in any direction around him, there are no fewer than 100 monsters blocking it. Jian Wushuang instantly locked the direction in which he broke in, and a chill filled the sky instantly. Emperor Jiutian dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 38:17. Hundreds of monsters? Jian Wu's eyes were cold. So what? The one who blocks me. A sharp howling sound emanated from Jian Wushuang's mouth, and his eyes glowed with dazzling light. Endless divine power swept wildly. At this moment, in addition to the 2 cards of Demon Flame and Dragon Extermination, he has already shown his strongest combat power. Buzzing. A strange voice suddenly sounded. It's as if Xiao's voice is simple and low. A gorgeous sword shadow diffused out. The sword shadow was hazy, but turned into a cloud of mist. There are hundreds of monsters in front of the sword without double sides, and most of them are covered by this mist. These low wisdom only know that the monsters desperate to kill the sword unparalleled did not notice the extraordinariness of this mist. But just a moment, the dazzling light shone in the mist. Heaven and earth seem to have an extra sun out of nothing, but this sun is extremely cold. Huh! The sound like a wheat cut rang in succession, and a monster was ruthlessly cut off by the dazzling light, and the life core of the abdomen was also broken. Just this moment, The hundreds of monsters blocking the front of the swordless double face, the half covered by the fog, including 6 monsters that have reached the elite level. Silently, their bodies all fell down. With just one sword, more than 60 ordinary monsters, plus 6 elite monsters, all died. The power of this sword is truly amazing. Cultivation for thousands of years in the second day of the Red Cloud realm has completely brought my understanding of Kendo to a whole new level. My perception of the origin of the Kendo universe is even comparable to the master of the third series. During these 10,000 years, I created the strongest sword skill Hazy. Under the explosion of my strongest power, even if you who has reached the second level has been faced, I am afraid it will have to be severely damaged, and these are not even immortal. And extremely stupid monsters. Under my sword, it is impossible to survive. Jin Wu's eyes were cold, and he was not surprised by the results of the sword he had just created. Red Cloud Realm practiced for the second time in the heavens. His promotion in Kendo and swordplay was too great. The strongest sword art created is obscurity. The underlying Kendo universe is extremely deep. It's really easy to kill these lowly intelligent monsters. However, while Jian Wushuang used the strongest sword skill Hazy to slay these monsters in front of them, those monsters who came from all directions to surround them had never been idle, but shot one by one, despite a certain distance. However, there are still a lot of swords and swords. The sword lights that came from all directions attacked each, and every knife light was extremely sharp, and the power was extremely excellent. The point is that these knives cover too wide a range, and they can be found in all directions. Guard the earth. Come out. Jian Wushuang directly casts his strongest body sword skill. Buzzing. A large number of swords, meanwhile, with a large amount of earthy yellow energy, it instantly rises, forming a heavy earthy yellow earth sword area. Almost in a blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang gathered the 32 major sword areas in front of him. It should be noted that when Jian Wushuang ran on the peak of the Tianfeng Peak in the Red Cloud Realm and faced the siege of the Snow White Ape-Man, the Three-Eyed Demon Woman, and the Stone Man, the Earth Sword area he cast was only 13. The 13th, body protection ability is also extremely tyrannical. Generally, the top master can't break. But now, 10,000 years later, he casts the Guardianship of the Earth, and the instantaneous condensed Earth Sword area is full of 32. From 13 to 32, the improvement in the middle is really too big, and the protection of the Earth is stronger than stronger. On the power of body protection, the 32-layer Earth-guarded sword area is definitely 10 times stronger than the previous 13-layer Earth sword domain. 32 major sword areas covered the entire body of the sword, and those sword lights attacked from all directions hit the earth like raindrops. But after a round of attacks, the 32 major sword areas were only defeated by 16, and they were just half defeated. So weak? Jian Wushuang couldn't help but be surprised, but he soon understood. Although there are a lot of monsters attacking him around, and there are many sword lights that hit the Earth Guardian sword at this moment, first of all, these sword lights are displayed by those monsters from a long distance. The power will naturally weaken during the grazing. Secondly, these monsters are scattered to attack each other. Their attacks are all single and not concentrated, so the impact on the Earth Guardian sword domain is not too great. This level of attack does not threaten Jian Wushuang at all. Hurry up! Jian Wushuang did not want to stay longer. In front of him, more than 70 monsters were beheaded in one fell swoop. A gap had appeared in the monster group in front of him, and his speed burst immediately to the extreme. With the Shuangguang Phantom method, it was almost instantaneous from this gap. Rushed out. Come out. Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened, but it was too late to be surprised, and he found that the crowd of monsters behind him had killed him like a wasp. Along the way, these monsters also screamed one after another. These screams were so loud that they were clearly calling on their companions. It looks like I'm staring at me completely and swearing to kill me. Jian Wushuang frowned, but he was also mentally prepared. He knew very well that if he started, he would surely be besieged by these monsters. And not only the thousands of monsters guarding the shards of life nuclear debris, but also a large number of monsters scattered in the depths of this dim demonic realm will hear the news. What he has to do now is to escape in the hands of these monsters. There are too many monsters, and when I heard the call for help, it is estimated that a large number of monsters gathered in the dim demonic realm will rush towards me. In a short time, I don't know how many monsters will gather here. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. I don't care so much. Anyway, there is such a big movement, and I don't care if it gets bigger. The magic power of Jian Wushuang rolled over, that was originally combined with the mysterious realm, but it only diffused the magic light field in the surrounding area of thousands of miles. Under the control of Jian Wushuang, the power suddenly increased, and the coverage range was also at a terrible speed. Expand. Thousands of miles from the beginning, in the blink of an eye, actually directly permeated millions of miles. Suddenly, the deep void of the entire dim demon realm was covered by dark magic light, and completely fell into the magic light realm. And a lot of dark red monsters in this million-mile range were naturally shocked. Chapter 38:18. So many monsters? Jian Wushuang, while energetically evoking the field of magic light, also covered the power of his soul over those streams of light, which can clearly sense the scene in this range of millions of miles. But at this point, he completely choked. He hadn't exposed the magic light field before, but only used his own soul to investigate, and he could only sense a range of thousands of miles at a time. Thousands of miles and millions of miles, the gap is too big, and there are too many monsters within a million miles. There are countless violent breaths, at least tens of thousands. Breaking intruder. Kill him. Roar, roar. And many monsters within a million miles have been awakened by the magic light field of Sword unparalleled. I saw a large number of monsters, with dozens of heads gathered together, and hundreds more heads gathered together. From all aspects, they came violently. Jian Wushuang is already in the center of these monsters. If so many monsters come together, even if I am 10 times stronger, I won't be able to stop them. Jian Wushuang's eyes widened. The lowest strength can be comparable to the monster dominated by the higher, tens of thousands? Sweeping this star field is no longer a problem. Jian Wushuang's strength is strong, but in the face of so many monsters, there is no room for competition. Escape. I have to escape the sight of these monsters. At least I can't let these monsters surround me, or I will really die. The sword has no double-faced dignity. With the help of the magic light field, he can easily sense the position of many monsters within a million miles, and then he is the first to burst out his fastest speed. In terms of speed, with the help of Shuangguang Yuntianyi, his speed is a lot faster than that of the top master. These monsters in the dim magic domain are not good at speed, even if they are elite-level monsters. It is also far behind him in speed. He fled at the fastest speed the first time. At least the thousands of monsters chased and killed behind him could not catch up. What he has to do now is to find a way to avoid those monsters who are siege. 3,000 miles away in the front direction, there are about 40 monsters, elite level with 2 ends, and quickly avoid. There are more than 300 monsters in this direction. Hurry up. You can't go here, bypass first. Jian Wushuang relies on being able to sense the position of those monsters, constantly changing the direction and position within a range of hundreds of miles, and avoiding a team of monsters coming from the siege. But after a moment of effort, Jian Wushuang's brow frowned again. No, I can't go on like this anymore. The sword was cold on both sides. Although I can sense their position in advance and avoid these monsters as much as possible, the magic light field I cast is too dazzling. Although these monsters are stupid, they can still sense the existence of this field. Since they have a field, they know that I am still in this area, and then they desperately come towards the center of the field without retreating. In this way, when the surrounding encirclement slowly shrinks, I want to avoid it. Can't be avoided. In the magic light field, although he can sense the positions of those monsters in advance, so as to avoid those monsters. But the same magic light realm also made him a light in this dim magic realm, and also exposed his position. Those monsters can know that he is still in this area according to the realm, and it must be in the realm. At the very center, he will continue to siege him. Maybe at 1:30 he can still entangle with these monsters, but after a long time, there are more and more monsters gathered around him, and the circle is getting closer and tighter, then he can't avoid it. To this day, the only way to get rid of the immediate dilemma is to find an area with no monsters or fewer monsters within the million-mile range covered by the magic light field, and get there as quickly as possible, and then converge the field and hide the figure. Jin Wushuang secretly said. He said it was easy, but in fact he knew for himself that there were monsters in the area within a million miles or no monsters. Although there were several places, the monsters in that area played because the monsters originally gathered there were crazy came over to where they were. In other words, if you want to go to that place, you have to break through the obstacles of a lot of monsters in front of them. Those monsters, Jin Wushuang carefully calculated, almost cannot be avoided. Within a million miles that I can sense now, there are 4 areas where I can hide my body. I have to encounter a lot of monsters in any of these 4 areas. I can't avoid it. But by comparison, there are fewer monsters encountered along the road. Jin Wu's eyes looked like electricity. He relied on the magic light field to master everything within a million-mile radius, and naturally knew the number of monsters in those areas. There are a lot of monsters in all possible areas. 3 of them are densely packed. At least swords have to break through the obstacles of 5 to 6, and the number of monsters encountered by each one is quite large. In the last area, the number of monsters should be a lot less, but he has to get there, even if he tries to avoid as much as possible. At least he will encounter obstacles from triple monsters. Jin Wushuang studied it carefully. The 3 monsters, fortunately, only had about 100 heads, and less than 10 heads at the elite level, but they could not bring him too much trouble. After all, once his hazy sword came out, it could completely crush the hundreds of monsters. For the 3rd monster, although the number of gathered monsters is more important than the first, there are about 300 heads, but there are not many elites. Jin Wushuang also has the confidence to break through the obstacle of this heavy monster. On the contrary, it is the 2nd monster obstacle in the middle, and now it has gathered more than 700 monsters, of which the elite level is no less than 40. The obstacle of this heavy monster is more difficult than the 1st and 3rd. Much more. However, although it is difficult, it is too much compared with other areas. There are even thousands of monsters gathered in other areas. I have no choice but to break. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands tightly, his eyes flashed sharply, and the wings behind him suddenly stretched out, rushing towards the area blocked by the triple monster group. Along the way, he naturally avoided other monsters as much as possible, but the triple monster obstruction was inevitable. Soon, Jin Wushuang encountered the obstacle of the 1st monster. Emperor Jyotian dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 38:19. The first obstacle is the least monster among the 3 obstacles, and the easiest to break through. Looking at the hundreds of monsters swarming directly in front of him, the sword flickered in his eyes. Kill it. Intruder, it. Roar. The hundreds of monsters were crazy and violent. They didn't know how to cooperate. The hundreds of monsters swarmed over their swords, buzzing. The mist was rushing around, spreading rapidly. With the suppression effect of the magic light field, the hundreds of monsters covered most of them instantly. Immediately, the dazzling yet chilling light suddenly lit. The strongest swordplay. Almost instantly, half of the hundreds of monsters were cut directly by the dazzling Jingguang, and a large number of monster corpses fell down. This first monster obstruction, it collapsed in an instant. Although a small number of monsters rushed up, Jin Wushuang could solve it very easily. However, between the light and fire, Jin Wushuang has already broken through this heavy monster obstacle. However, Jin Wushuang did not have the slightest joy. After all, among the 3 obstacles, the first one is the easiest. Of course, it is easy for him to break through. But the 2nd monster obstacle that will be encountered next is his problem. This 2nd hindrance has now gathered almost 800 monsters. Even the elite comparable to the top dominator, there are about 50. So many monsters, I want to kill all of them is impossible. Speed broke through in the fastest time. Jin Wushuang licked his lips. In terms of strength, he is much stronger than these monsters. In terms of speed, these monsters are far from being comparable to him. Therefore, even if he faces a monster like 800 heads, he still has the possibility to break through. Soon, Jin Wushuang met the 800 obstacle monster with the second obstacle. 800 heads of monsters gathered together and covered the sky like a tide-like sword. As soon as they saw Jin Wushuang, those monsters had already shot, and across the distance a large number of sword lights greeted Jin Wushuang. The sword Wushuang has no fear at all. The guardian swordsmanship of the earth is in full play. There are 32 major sword areas, which can easily resist these swords. This is where these monsters are inferior to human cultivators. If Jin Wushuang is not facing these stupid monsters, but human beings dominate the sword, so many masters, Jin Wushuang would never dare to break through them. Because human beings dominate, even if they are unfamiliar with each other, they have similar strengths and can still carry out some simple cooperation. Even if there is no blessing from the magic array, it is a simple superposition of powers. Over 800 masters of superpowers can be superimposed. That power can be estimated to reach the level of the third level of domination. Even if the sword has the earth to protect this body, swordplay can't stop the power of the third level. But these monsters are far worse than human domination. They don't know how to cooperate at all. They don't even the simplest superposition of powers. They only attack stupidly. Although the number of this attack is large, the powers are not superimposed, and they constitute too much swordsman. Threat. Jin Wushuang carried the attacks of these monsters and broke into the monster group directly. Later, by the suppression of the realm, the speed of Jin Wushuang and the strange dark light phantom all burst out. I saw a strange shape flickering recklessly among the monsters, easily passing through a famous monster, and even if he encountered a sword blocking the road, he shot directly and easily killed the opponent. And those monsters, it is almost difficult to capture the shadow of Jin Wushuang, let alone their speed cannot keep up, and they cannot blindly make indiscriminate attacks. After all, they are also around the location of Jin Wushuang. Plenty of their companions. This led to Jin Wushuang in the monster circle and was hardly blocked. Just for a moment, Jin Wushuang rushed straight through this encirclement. It's a lot easier than I thought. Jin Wushuang smiled indifferently at the large number of monsters who were still crazy to chase after him. Triple obstacles. This second obstacle is the most difficult. Jin Wushuang thought that he would need to spin more hands and feet before he could break through. However, he didn't expect to break through. It was so easy. Although the number of these monsters is very large, they basically did not put much pressure on him. Stupid. Not only stupid, but even none of these monsters has a conductor. Jin Wushuang smiled. These 800 monsters are totally fighting for themselves, and they act according to their consciousness. If one of them had a stronger command, even if it was only the most basic command, he would not break through so easily. The second obstacle is so easy to come through. As for the final third obstacle, it is even easier. Jin Wushuang smiled slightly. It didn't take long for him to encounter the third obstacle. There were only 300 monsters standing in front of him this time, and he easily broke through. Since then, the 3 obstacles in front of him completely broke through, and the road ahead of him was unimpeded, and Jin Wushuang also easily came to the area he had previously selected, and then the field immediately converged, and his breath was immediately hidden. Stand up. Without the realm, Jin Wushuang can no longer sense monsters within a million miles of the area, but these same monsters have completely lost their sights. Next, a large number of monsters are still hunting around the area where Jin Wushuang is located, but Jin Wushuang has already found a place to hide. These monsters have no basic soul perception ability, just like blind people. Of course, they see and find it. To sword unparalleled. Behind a boulder, Jin Wushuang hid here. And at this moment he was sitting cross-legged with him, and in front of him, hovering the shard of life glowing nuclei. This life nuclear fragment curious feeling. Jin Wushuang just stared at the shard of life in front of him. Although he had obtained the nuclear fragment from that boulder before, he was fleeing all the way and had no time to investigate. Until now, he was able to observe the nuclear debris up close. This life nuclear fragment, when you take a closer look, is actually just a small, white piece of elite, but it is within this white piece that it exudes an extremely unique atmosphere. And Jin Wushuang has sensed the extremely rich cosmic law contained in this small white block for the first time. Obviously, he told the flame that this nuclear fragment of life could indeed help him to understand the laws of the universe. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 38:20. Magic Flame. What should I do now? Jin Wushuang asked. Master, you should be able to sense the special power contained in this life nuclear fragment. Moyan said. Well, Jin Wushuang nodded. This power contains very strong laws of the universe. Of course, that's the cosmic power, and it is also a symbol of the unique power of the undead ghost. As long as the immortal ghost grows to its peak, he can reach the supremacy because his core of life contains cosmic power. Depending on the power of the universe, he can easily understand the laws of the universe. Devil Flame smiled. But the undead ghost has long died, and the life core has been broken. Now the life core fragment you get should contain very little cosmic power, but it still has great usefulness for you, Master. You can directly choose to absorb the cosmic power of this life nuclear fragment. Direct absorption? Jin Wushuang stunned and said, That's the power of the universe. A ruler in our area is going to absorb the power of the universe. Isn't he looking for death? Although the master is assured, the cosmic power really has incredible power. Even the supreme level strong can't bear this kind of cosmic power. Perhaps those cosmic hegemons who are already invincible in the supremacy are eligible. Think about the power of the universe, and of course you can't withstand the power of the universe, but you wouldn't be able to bear it too. Magic Flame said. What do you mean? Jin Wushuang frowned. In fact, it's very simple. The universe cycles and has its own laws. It's impossible for the universe to master such incredible powers as cosmic power. So the master, you absorb the cosmic power in this nucleus. The result is cosmic power. Although it can be absorbed, it will immediately dissipate in your body. However, the process of dissipating cosmic power is completed in your body. Although most of the cosmic laws contained in it will also gradually dissipate, you can grasp so much in the process of passing. The law of the universe, have you ever understood the master? Mo Yin laughed. Jin Wushuang raised his brow, and he already understood the meaning of the magic flame. Yes, the cosmic power, the supreme power of the vast universe, is more sublime than the laws of the universe, and even the supreme strong cannot be involved. But what he wants to grasp is not the cosmic power, but the trace of the cosmic laws contained in the cosmic power. It's like an ordinary person who wants him to face up against an invincible army. It must be heaven and earth. But if he was just asked to deal with a very ordinary soldier in the army, he would have a great chance. That's the truth. Yes, what I want to comprehend is just a trace of the law of the universe. As for the power of the universe, it has nothing to do with me. Jin Wushuang smiled and let go. Master, try it first, Moyan said. Jin Wushuang nodded. He couldn't completely trust the flames. Although the magic flame said that it would not encounter any danger in absorbing this cosmic power, Jin Wushuang also felt some reason and was willing to try, but he was careful in the process of this attempt. As long as there was a slight error, will stop immediately. But obviously Jin Wushuang was thinking too much. His process of absorbing the power of the universe was smooth and did not encounter any danger. And after the cosmic power entered his body, just like the magic flame said, it began to dissipate immediately, and the dissipating process did not cause him any harm. This made Jin Wushuang slowly let go of his caution, and then he began to enlighten carefully. The universe is vast. The cosmic power of the universe is supreme. Even the laws of the universe are far from comparable. The undead ghost is also because of its uniqueness. It will have so many cosmic powers in its core. Jin Wushuang now only gets a small piece of life nuclear debris, and the cosmic power contained is only a trace. There are many laws of the universe. In the process of cosmic power dissipating and passing away, a large number of cosmic laws contained in cosmic power are also gradually dissipating. In this process, Jin Wushuang is extremely clear in feeling. This moment was the closest he had to the laws of the universe. Although the level has the coming of the law of the universe, that coming is only on his body, and the coming of the law of the universe, he just can sense the power of the law of the universe. But this time, the laws of the universe dissipated from his body, that is, dissipated, but actually it was disintegrated and transformed into something else. This process, so close to him, helped him too much. The law of the universe, is this the law of the universe? At this moment, Jin Wushuang directly saw the essence of the law of the universe and knew how the law of the universe was shaped. His understanding and knowledge of the laws of the universe are also getting higher and higher, and he is getting closer to understanding. Coming soon, you can understand immediately. With a hint of ecstasy in his heart, Jin Wushuang can feel his great progress in the laws of the universe. Suddenly, the shard of life nucleus, which was originally dazzling with light, shook slightly, the light dimmed immediately, and the smash broke completely. The cosmic power absorbed by the sword is also interrupted immediately. Without the power of the universe, there would be no dissipation of the laws of the universe. Jin Wushuang calmed down completely. Do not. Jin Wushuang opened his eyes fiercely and let out a growl, and his eyes were deeply unwilling. Jin Wushuang is extremely unwilling. He clearly felt that he could immediately comprehend the laws of the universe, and he could even say that half of his feet had entered the threshold of the laws of the universe. But as a result, at this most critical time, the cosmic power of the life nucleus fragments was exhausted. His comprehension stopped immediately. He got stuck there, infinitely close to understanding the laws of the universe, but in the end, he was still a little behind. Right, it's just a tiny bit, a very small distance. But without the decomposition and passing of the cosmic power, this trace is also a ditch of heaven and earth. How can this happen? Obviously, I will soon be enlightened. Obviously, there is only a slight difference. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands, roaring and screaming wildly, and his heart was furious. God seems to be joking with him. Obviously, he will soon understand the laws of the universe. Once he understands that it is a natural step to the sky, not only the surge in strength, but also completely pass the test of the second sky of the Red Cloud Realm, and he can also master Tianbei. However, at the last moment, it suddenly stopped. Chapter 38:21. Life nuclear fragments have completely shattered and dim, and this time the chance is indeed over. But Jin Wushuang's understanding of the cosmic circle is still a little bit worse. Maybe Jin Wushuang can take some time to understand this, but it is also possible that he will still be stuck on this step. What to do? Do you want me to a piece of life nuclear fragment? Jin Wushuang whispered. He robbed a piece of life and nuclear this time. Although the process was not too dangerous, it was quite difficult. This time he succeeded because the monsters didn't have much defense. After this time, he can be sure that the monsters will protect the nuclear debris much better than before. Plus, what he got before was the most recent and easiest life nuclear fragment on the Bloodstone, but the other 3 life nuclear fragments were not so easy to obtain. In this case, Jin Wushuang won a snatch. The risk is much greater than before. However, in this situation, he wants to understand a trace of the universe's laws as soon as possible, and only has the way to win the life nuclear fragments. Fight, even if the risk is great. I must fight too. What's more, this time I came to the Dark Demon Realm. This was for adventure, in order to find the feeling of life and death, and now there is such a great opportunity in front of me. How can I step back? The second block of life fragments, I must find ways to get them. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands tightly, and his heart was determined. However, although it was decided, Jin Wushuang did not act immediately. He just got the first life nuclear fragment and caused a huge movement in this dim demon domain, and alarmed a lot of monsters. Now that the darkened realm has not completely calmed down, the countless monsters are still frantically searching for his tracks, and at this time he is naturally unsuitable to continue adventure. You have to wait a little longer, and when this dim demon field gradually subsides, the monsters don't search for his position crazy before he can leave. Behind the boulder, Jin Wushuang hides his own breath and is cautiously lurking. During this period, there were also many monsters passing by around him, but none of them were found. This lurking lurked for a whole year. 1 year later, Jin Wushuang's soul perception found that there were almost no monster groups searching around within thousands of miles. Obviously, the previous storm was already quiet. The dim demon realm also restored the former calm. Jin Wushuang, who had been lurking for a full year, set off again. The previous escape has made Jin Wushuang far away from the bloodstone that has the life nuclear fragment. However, when Sword Wushuang had escaped before, he always remembered his escape route, so he could find the bloodstone. However, when he fled, he blasted his fastest speed all the way, and it took a short time to reach this area. But now he has to be careful, avoiding the monsters around him. The speed is much slower. It took him a few days to return to the surrounding area of the bloodstone. Came back here, but when Jin Wushuang saw the scene in front of him, Jin Wushuang froze. I saw in his soul perception that the 3 life nucleus fragments remaining on the bloodstone were indeed intactly suspended above the bloodstone, but there was an endless amount of darkness around the bloodstone. There are more red monsters in number than these dark red monsters. When Jin Wushuang came to the life nuclear fragments 1 year ago, there were only 1,000 monsters around the bloodstone. But now the dark red monsters around this bloodstone add up. I am afraid that there must be 6,000 or 7,000 heads. In terms of quality, the elite level monsters have gathered more than 200 heads. The most important thing is that among these 6,000 or 7,000 monsters, Jin Wushuang also felt 2 extremely violent and terrible breath. The 2 monsters. Jin Wushuang immediately locked the 2 monsters. It looks the same as a normal dark red monster, except that the size of these 2 monsters is obviously larger than the other monsters, and the eyes of these 2 monsters are faintly dark red and cold. It's stronger than that elite level monster. The sword has no double-sided color and is ugly. Trouble is big. It is really troublesome. Although he had previously guessed that with the previous robbery, these monsters were wary, and the protection of life nuclear debris was definitely more stringent, but Jin Wushuang thought that at most there were more monsters around. However, I didn't expect that there were 6,000 or 7,000 more heads. The most important thing is that there are 2 more terrible monsters inside. Those 2-headed monsters are obviously not comparable to the elite level monsters. You know, the elite level monsters can also compete with the top human beings, and now such stronger monsters are likely to reach the level of second-level domination. Jin Wushuang is sensing this. When the 2-headed monster, they also noticed a very dangerous breath from the 2-headed monster. Obviously, these 2 monsters can threaten him. If I do and show my whole cards, my normal strength will explode to the extreme. Relying on my understanding of the origin of Kendo, my combat power is also the second level to dominate the level, and even relying on swordsmanship, I should be able to overpower Yu to dominate the first. The primary master of the series, but the 2 larger monsters in the monster group now, I feel afraid that it is slightly stronger than the master of Yu. There are 2 monsters like this, and there are 6,000 or 7,000 other monsters around. I want to break in and take that life nuclear fragment. It's too difficult. Jin Wushuang frowned. Obviously, the difficulty of this robbery is definitely 10 times, or even dozens of times higher than that of the first nuclear fragment. I thought that the monsters in this dim demonic field were the strongest kind of monsters, but now it seems that this is not the case. The 2 larger monsters I see now should be called Zhang-level monster. Jin Wushuang has given the 2 larger monsters a title. General-level monsters. Fighting power is enough to rival the second-level domination. Fortunately, although these 2 monsters are more powerful, their perception ability is not much stronger than the elite monsters. I hid in this void and concealed the breath, and these 2 monsters could not find me. Jin Wushuang eyes slightly hesitantly. No hurry. They'll wait here first to see if the 2 general monsters will leave here. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 38-22. Jin Wushuang did not choose to start immediately. He knew very well that when he came to the life nuclear fragments, the 2 general monsters were not there. Not only wasn't he guarded around that bloodstone, not even in this area. Otherwise, why did he not see such a general monster when he was so active and surrounded by countless monsters? Obviously, these 2 monsters are from other areas of the dim demon realm, such as deeper. Since they are not in this area, they know that the life nuclear fragments were rushed over and deliberately rushed over. After this area gradually calms down, the two monsters will likely leave and return to their previous places local. If these two general monsters leave, it will be less difficult for the sword unparalleled to that nuclear fragment. So he has to wait first. However, what Jian Wushuang did not expect was that he had waited for 3 years in the surroundings, and neither of the two general monsters had any intention to leave. It's been 3 years, and there is no movement at all. It seems that the two general monsters are not planning to leave. The sword has no double-sided color, which is a bit ugly. The dim demon domain is calm on 3 sides, and the two general monsters have no intention to leave, which indicates that the two general monsters are expected to be here in the future. It can also prove that these monsters really attach great importance to life nuclear fragments. Maybe one day those two general monsters will leave, but who knows when they will go. Jian Wushuang can't wait. He didn't plan to wait any longer. No way, I can only fight. Jian Wu's eyes flashed with cold mang, and in his heart he had begun to plan. This robbery was much more difficult than last time. The last time he had confidence in his own strength, so he made a fortune without much thoughtful planning. But this time it was different. After a moment of effort, Jian Wushuang left. Like the last time, Jian Wushuang approached the bloodstone as much as possible at the beginning, but because the monsters around them have strengthened the vigilance and the existence of the two general monsters, Jian Wushuang didn't get much closer, so he found. Roar! The skyrocketing roar echoed fiercely in the sky. Silent for 4 years, the darkened demon domain shook again. To date, there are 6 or 7,000 monsters guarding the bloodstone, and when he hears this roar, he immediately responds. Shocking, swept up instantly. Intruders! It's him again. Dead, die, kill him. These monsters almost instantly locked Jian Wushuang, and at the same time they saw Jian Wushuang's body shape, which made them even more angry. Although their wisdom is not high, they are very revengeful. 4 years ago, the human practitioner suddenly rushed here, snatched one of their holy things, killed many of their companions, and left. These monsters were already so angry that they hated this human practitioner. Now, this human cultivator has returned, and it seems that his purpose is still the same as before, to their holy things. 2 consecutive shots to snatch, how can they make this human succeed? Countless monsters rose into the sky. This time it was clear that Jian Wushuang's speed was slower. He has not been able to set foot on the bloodstone, but there are already thousands of monsters blocking him in front of him. Among them, the 2 forwards are the most impressive, one of the first-level monsters. The 2 monsters did not stay together, but were separated from each other. When Jian Wushuang suddenly shot, both monsters reacted, but one of them was close to Jian Wushuang. Naturally, the first time it was in front, but the other side was on the other side, but it had already started to come. Human practitioners. The dark red pupils blocking the general monster in front of Jian Wushuang exudes a heartbreaking light. Is it you that snatched my holy relic? Are you still daring to a second time? The general monster's wisdom is obviously higher than other monsters, but not too high. Suffering. With a loud scream, this general-level monster and thousands of ordinary and elite monsters behind him slammed into the sword Wushuang like a tide. Not good. The sword has no slight change in color on both sides. He found that the general monster was much faster than the ordinary elite monster. Almost instantly, the general monster appeared in front of him, and its 2 sword-like arms had already been held high. Wow! 2 forest cold sword lights, carrying a terrifying chill, cut off directly across. Space was ruthlessly fought by these 2 swords. Regarding the exquisite power of the sword light power and even the skill of the sword, this level monster is far better than the elite monster. In the face of these 2 swords, Jian Wushuang didn't dare to entrust him, and at the first time, he was able to wave the Huangquan Excalibur. An equally outrageous Jianguang was cut out and collided with the 2 swords that came from the cross. Clang! The crisp impact sounded, and the light red mist that had permeated the void was dissipated by the mighty impact. Jian Wu's body shape shook slightly, and the whole person suddenly retreated a few steps away. The general monster, however, just leaned back slightly, followed by another big step and continued to kill the sword unparalleled. So strong. Jian Wu's eyes flashed with horror. Just that sword. He has already exploded his power to the extreme. Combined with swordsmanship, it is enough to easily crush ordinary top masters, and he can collide directly with this general monster, which is obviously at an absolute disadvantage. This head-level monster is purely powerful. At least it has reached the extreme of the second-level elementary master, and the blade method it uses is also very good. This general-level monster is much harder than those elite-level monsters. Hurry up. Jian Wushuang turned around and fled without hesitation after a momentary confrontation with the general monster. Xin Guangyu stretched his wings, and the speed of Jian Wushuang broke out. But the interesting thing is that although novel, Jian Wushuang seems to be fleeing, it doesn't give out his fastest speed instantly. It is to keep the speed to a certain degree, at least to let a large number of monsters in the rear feel that there is a chance to kill themselves. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang fled. These monsters, already crazy, were led directly by Jian Wushuang, led by those two monsters. At the same time, a roar of constant roaring sounded, and they were constantly calling on their surrounding companions. In the course of fleeing, Jian Wushuang turned his head to look at the void in the rear, and found that the 6,000 or 7,000 monsters that had been guarding around the Bloodstone had already chased most of them at this moment, especially the two monsters at the top. Let Jian Wushuang's eyes light up. Chapter 38-23. The first is more. Come and kill me. With a smile of evil charm, Jian Wushuang stretched out Xin Guangzhu Tianyi and fled forward. Behind him, more than 4,000 monsters, led by those two general monsters, chased him crazy. At the same time, the monsters along the way also roared and kept calling for nearby monsters to chase and block. At this moment, Sword Wusu escaped tens of thousands of miles, during which the monsters were still far behind him. Almost. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, and he immediately changed his direction, and those monsters also changed their direction. Then Jian Wushuang was another turning point on the way, and then went in the direction he had just fled away, that is, the Bloodstone where the 3 life nuclear fragments were located. It is equivalent to Jian Wushuang making a big circle on the way, and returning the same way. The difference is that he is now returning the same way, and the thousands of monsters are still following him. I took these monsters in such a large circle to bring them back to me, and now around the 3 life nuclear fragments, the guarded monsters estimate that there are at most 2,000 heads. Most the important thing is that there are no 2-level monsters. Only 2,000-level monsters are blocked, which is much easier than the previous 6,000 or 7,000 head monsters, and 2-level monsters. I have a chance to break in, but captured life nuclear fragments. Jian Wushuang had a cold smile on his face. Tiaohu Lishan is Jian Wushuang's plan this time. He used himself as a bait to attract most of the monsters that were guarding around the Bloodstone, and then took them in a large circle. Although they are back now, these monsters are behind Jian Wushuang, not blocking him. It's in front of me. This completely gave Jian Wushuang the chance to that nuclear fragment. Boost. Sword flashed in the eyes of Wumong, and the speed was no longer hidden, and the fastest speed broke out, rushing towards the Bloodstone. And a lot of monsters that followed him were able to keep up with Jian Wushuang in the beginning, but that was because Jian Wushuang was deliberately controlling his speed. But now Jian Wushuang's speed is full. It is difficult for them to keep up. The 2-level monsters barely managed to keep up, but the distance between the 2-level monsters and Sword Unparalleled was still slowly opening. Haha, these monsters are really stupid. I played with them, and I don't know. Jian Wushuang grinned, and after he broke out at full speed, he soon returned to the area where the Bloodstone was. The 3 life nuclear fragments are still intact and suspended above the Bloodstone. When Jian Wushuang approached this area again, because there was no convergence in speed, the more than 2,000 monsters still guarding around the Bloodstone were awakened. When Jian Wushuang arrived in that area, the naked eye could see the life nuclear fragments on the Bloodstone. The 2,000 monsters had already gathered together, and they had locked Jian Wushuang. The 2,000-plus monsters are directly in front of the sword without double-sided. There are more than 2,000 monsters, even though most of them are of the ordinary level and a small number of elite levels. But the numbers are there after all. If it was not for the fate of the nuclear fate, if Jian Wushuang saw so many monsters blocking his front, he would have no hesitation in choosing to turn around and leave. But now he has no choice. Rush! The sword stunner's eyes flashed with breathtaking breath. The Huangquan Excalibur exudes the cold light, and the sword surged into the sky. Buzzing. A lot of black magic light swept out. The triple magic light field, combined with the mysterious realm, has been exhibited. This area temporarily suppressed only a few thousand miles around it, including all the 2,000 monsters blocking him. Then Jian Wushuang's figure approached the monster group forward at an amazing speed. Those 2,000 heads of monsters were also astonishing, as if they were killing swords like a wasp. At first glance, it seemed as if an ant had penetrated into a horse honeycomb. But in fact, this ant has an incredible power of destruction. The average wasp cannot stop this ant at all. Wow! 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 I saw a multitude of sword lights, and overwhelmingly cut swords. These sword lights have been cut from all directions, and the number is strange. The sword is no matter how strong and strange, and it is impossible to escape from the overwhelming sword lights. He also lazily took the house, and directly performed the Sword of Earth Protection. 32 major sword areas issued a tough and powerful power, which resisted all the swords, but he only weakened more than 20. Then Jian Wushuang came into close contact with these monsters. His sword skills also burst into bursts. Buzzing. I saw the hazy mist rushing like a tide. The strongest swordplay, hazy. Facing the obstacles of more than 2,000 monsters, Jian Wushuang did not care about the consumption of divine power. Now, he must rush through the obstacles of these monsters at the fastest speed, rush to the bloodstone, and get the life nuclear fragments. That fate is his ultimate goal. As long as he can get the nuclear fragment, at any cost, he can accept it. The hazy mist swept through, killing dozens of monsters in an instant, and Jian Wushuang's Phoenix Phantom body also played to the extreme. The body is strange and unpredictable, and the dodges change time and time again. Most of those monsters who surrounded him, no one could capture him. While killing his enemies with swordsmanship, he approached the bloodstone as close as possible by his own means. These stupid monsters who do not know how to cooperate, despite their large number, are unable to stop Jian Wushuang from advancing at all. But the sword is unparalleled. After all, he is now fully exerting his field, body, and his strongest sword skills. In the face of so many monster siege, his power is too great even if he is perfect life, great divine power, but consumed like crazy, he dare not care. After all, there are still a lot of monsters coming in the back, especially the two monsters. The soul of the sword, unparalleled soul, has sensed their existence. These two monsters can reach the battlefield immediately. All die. Jian Wu's eyes were scarlet, and he had completely killed himself. He spared no effort and even disregarded the divine power consumption, frantically beheaded the monsters in front of him, and killed a path from the obstacles of the 2,000 monsters at the fastest speed. He did it. Although he had killed more than 2,000 heads with more than 3,000 heads, he had already passed through the obstacles of these monsters by his body and appeared on the bloodstone with a flash of his figure. Chapter 38-24. Second more. Life nuclear debris. At a glance, Jian Wushuang locked the 3 remaining life shards on the bloodstone. He did not hesitate to go forward and put the piece of life nuclear fragments closest to him into the ring of war, but he could not collect the remaining 2 pieces of life nuclear fragments, because the surrounding monsters have already besieged them. Not only the more than 2,000 monsters who blocked him this time, but also those he had been led away from before, including the 2 general monsters and the many monsters who were called to come. Now come to this area, and the monsters gathered around Jian Wushuang. There are already tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of monsters leaked the water around him. Jian Wushuang only felt that there were monsters everywhere. These monsters even blocked his sight, making him unable to approach the other 2 life nuclear fragments at all. I previously absorbed the cosmic power of a life nuclear shard, and there is only a trace to understand the laws of the universe. There is only one life nuclear shard in this trace, and the remaining 2 life nuclear shards are not available. It doesn't matter. Jian Wushuang didn't care about those 2 pieces of life core. His most important thing now is to escape from the siege of tens of thousands of monsters. It's desperate. Looking at the countless dark red monsters around him, Jian Wushuang was extremely heavy inside. The surrounding monsters were completely furious when they saw Jian Wushuang take away the second piece of life and nuclear, the life nucleus fragments, but their relics were previously snatched by the human in front of them, and now they have snatched the second one and still be their face. Can't tolerate. They cannot tolerate trample on this group by this human being. To kill, you must kill this human. No matter what the price is, even if they all die here, they will not allow the human in front of them to escape again. Kill him. Kill humans. Hey it. The roar of horrifying sounds rang out from all directions, from the ordinary and elite monsters in all directions. Those 2 general-level monsters also bear the brunt of it, killing them in front of Jian Wushuang. There was a flash of madness in Jian Wu's eyes. Kill it, boom! Jian Wu's body shuddered, and there was a fiery body in his body. The divine power that followed him was as if the dry wood encountered a fiery fire. Dragon extermination, magic power burns. Jian Wushuang has already used this card of his own, and the pain of divine power has made Jian Wushuang's expression look a little hesitant, and his eyes are even scarlet. But as the divine power burned, his strength also suddenly increased. Human, die. The 2-level monsters growled. One left and one right appeared first in front of Jian Wushuang. They are much larger than other monsters, and their 2 sword-like arms are longer and sharper. I saw it. The sound of the space being cut open. These 2 head-level monsters waved their arms at the same time, and the dazzling sword light came. But 2 different sword lights, with a breathtaking violent atmosphere, seemed to be able to break new ground. Get me out. Jian Wushuang only glanced coldly at the 2 general monsters, and Huang Quan swept a sharp sword in his hand. Shocking power, sweeping away with the rich origins of the Kendo universe. There is a faint ripple spreading out in the void, which is the sword swing that can be formed only after the sword power has reached a certain level. The 2 general monsters saw the sword wave fluctuating, and there was no fear at all. Because one of them had a monster that had played against Jian Wushuang before, it was also a frontal collision. In that collision, Jian Wushuang was at an absolute disadvantage. 1-to-1, this human is not their opponent, not to mention that now they are 2 against 1 at the same time. In their opinion, this human is dead. But in fact, when Jian Wushuang's horrible sword light with sword-like ripples hit their arms, both of the first-class monsters immediately noticed an unprecedented power coming from their arms, and this power was even worse. It is enough to chop their arms. Too strong. That sharp force, enough to cut off all the power, is simply outrageous. The 2 monsters glared at the pupils and screamed at Chi-Chi, and the huge body of the 2 was like 2 mountains. They flew upside down and hit ahead of Ordinary and Elite along the way. Monster. A random sword, directly destroying the Rotten, defeated the 2 major monsters' joined forces. This is the amazing strength possessed by Jian Wushuang after the exhibition of Zhanlong Mystery. When I cast the Mystery of Dragon Extermination, I am too powerful in power, and it is definitely no less than the 2nd-level higher master, and my understanding of Kendo is my 3rd-level sword. Both general monsters, mighty powers are only the 2nd-level primary dominating level. The sword is far worse than me, 2-to-1. Wanna fight me? Jian Wushuang flashed a slight disdain. If you do not use Dragon Extermination, these 2 general monsters are eligible to threaten him. However, once you have performed Dragon Extermination, this general monster can absolutely swept him. Kill it out. The 2 monsters were defeated, and the sword was double without any pause. When I saw the violent sword intentions rising up and down, Jian Wushuang seemed to be the core of a storm. The horrific swordstorm swept the entire battlefield. He successively waved the Huangquan Excalibur. With his current power, a sword at hand was stronger than the obscure swordsmanship that was fully exerted before. One sword was enough to easily kill dozens or even hundreds monster. I saw him wielding one sword at a time. Every sword was overwhelming. Countless monsters were swept across by swordsmanship, and they were instantly torn apart, and even the life nucleus was smashed on the spot. Jin Wushuang is now a killing machine, killing insanely. Kill all the monsters in front of him. Even the two strongest general monsters were smashed by Jin Wushuang. The tens of thousands of monsters didn't know how to cooperate with each other. Who among them can stop Jin Wushuang? The answer is no. Jin Wushuang completely killed the madness. It was a one-sided slaughter. These monsters are comparable to high-level masters and top-level masters, and they are as weak as ants in his hands. Except for the two general monsters, there is no monster on the battlefield that can block his sword. In a short period of time, thousands of monsters have already died under the mad killing of Jin Wushuang. However, the use of Dragon Mystery to burn the magical power and carry out such a crazy killing made the sword's magical power consumption much faster than before. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 38-25. Third more. After getting the life core fragment from the blood stone, I saw that I was completely surrounded by tens of thousands of monsters. Jin Wushuang had already cast the dragon demystification desperately, and from the time of the dragon demystification to the present, it took only a moment. However, in this moment of Kung Fu, his divine power has been fully consumed by 40%, plus the previous consumption. His remaining divine power is already less than 50%. But simply, such a crazy killing finally made Jin Wushuang open a gap from the siege of tens of thousands of monsters. This gap is small, and monsters coming from other directions can easily refill this gap, but Jin Wushuang still grasped this opportunity. Xin Guangyu Tianyi stretched wildly. Jin Wushuang evoked the power of Xin Guangyu Tianyi as much as possible, and then relied on the Shuangguang Phantom method to frantically shuttle among monster groups. In a blink of an eye, it has rushed directly to the extreme edge of the battlefield. Kill! The sword swept across, and suddenly there were countless small sword shadows bursting out. These small sword shadows are like a raindrop pouring on the monsters in front of them. Suddenly, the head of a monster was penetrated through the abdomen, and a large number of monster corpses fell simultaneously. Jinyu, swordsmanship created by Jin Wushuang. This sword power is not very strong. After all, it is too scattered and can only be used to kill some weak people. However, he who is performing the mystery of dragon extermination is now extremely powerful, fearing that he is already near the top level of the second level. In the face of this high level of combat power, these only have the first level high. The monster that dominates the top level is the weak. The sword rain came out, and those shadows like raindrops could easily kill a monster. Another group of monster corpses fell, and at this moment, there were fewer than 100 monsters standing in front of Jin Wushuang. The speed of the sword Wushuang burst to the extreme, killing and impacting at the fastest speed, and finally killed from the siege of tens of thousands of monsters. Come out, finally kill it. Sword warriors rejoice. He has been killed from the siege of tens of thousands of monsters, and although he will be blocked by a large number of monsters, he has a lot of room for competition. Escape! Escape at the fastest speed. Jin Wushuang did not dare to pause, and fled all the way forward. His speed was already extremely fast. After Shi Zhan's mysterious extinction, the speed was greatly increased again, which is far from being comparable to those monsters behind him. Even the two general monsters are faster than swords. Warriors are a long way off. Those monsters in the rear, Jin Wushuang can be easily thrown away. Just on the way that Jin Wushuang was besieged by these tens of thousands of monsters, a large number of monsters in the vicinity have been rushed over, and now Jin Wushuang is surrounded by a large number of monsters in all directions. Without hesitation, Jin Wushuang directly released the triple magic light realm to the maximum, directly covering the range of millions of miles. His soul power was covered by the magic light realm, and he immediately sensed the existence of many monsters within 1,000,000 miles. Oh my God! After seeing the scene within 1,000,000 miles of his surroundings, Jin Wushuang was a little dazed. Too much, too much. Perhaps it was because of the last that made these monsters vigilant. There are far more monsters gathered around the life nuclear debris than when they first snatched the life nuclear debris. Jian Wushuang only felt his own. Within the realm, there are monster breaths everywhere, and there are almost hundreds of them, thousands of them gathered together. At a glance, the number of monsters rushing from all directions within 1,000,000 miles is definitely over 100,000. 100,000 monsters. This figure is really terrifying. Don't look at him who just broke out from the siege of tens of thousands of monsters, but only he himself knew how great his energy consumption was in the short period of time. During that siege, he couldn't continue at all. It takes too long to kill them as quickly as possible. You can have the remaining divine power now, and if you fall into the siege of tens of thousands of monsters, then he will not be able to kill them again. Not to mention, the siege that came around was not only 10,000, but 100,000. As long as Jian Wushuang thinks that he is surrounded by monsters like 100,000 heads, he will numb his scalp. Escape. You must quickly find a way to escape. You must not be surrounded by these monsters. Jian Wushuang also had a hint of panic in his heart. As for dragon extermination, he stopped casting immediately after throwing away the tens of thousands of monsters. After all, this mystery consumes too much divine power. It has only been so effective just now. His divine power is less than 50%. If it continues to burn, I am afraid that his divine power will be exhausted soon, and no monsters are needed. He shot himself and died because the divine power was exhausted and the divine body lost its vitality. Jian Wushuang was fleeing while he was thinking quickly, and the power of his soul also clearly sees the number and location of all monsters within 1,000,000 miles. Too many. There are too many monsters besieging me this time. I can't break through obstacles like the last time. I find a place without monsters to hide. Even I feel that I can't break past this blockade. The sword is ugly without two sides. Yes, he found that although the monsters are low in intelligence, some basic common sense is still there, and the two monsters at the end are obviously more intelligent. The two general monsters know that they are surrounded by them. They can even find the position of the sword unparalleled through the realm. The most important thing is that there are too many monsters. So many monsters. These two general monsters, you can tell them to go down, let them form a huge enveloping net without leaving a gap, so that they have almost no possibility of escaping from their enclosing net. In the simplest form of encirclement, those monsters can still be done under the command of a general monster. I am now trapped in their siege. They just need to slowly approach me, wait for the siege ring to slowly shrink, and naturally I can be easily found. The best way for me now is to use the siege ring that has not been completely reduced before. I rushed out in the weakest place, but Jian Wushuang frowned deeply. He wants to rush out now, but he found that even in the weakest place in this huge encirclement, tens of thousands of monsters could be easily gathered in a short period of time. In other words, if he wants to rush out of this encirclement, at least he has to face the huge obstacle of gathering tens of thousands of monsters. Chapter 38:26. Fourth more. 10,000 heads of monsters still have to run forward? Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. Before he used the technique of dragon extermination and mass slaughter, he was finally killed from the siege of tens of thousands of monsters. But despite this, he spent a lot of divine power, so far less than 50% of his divine power. But you can break through the front and go through the middle of tens of thousands of monsters. This is twice as difficult as being trapped in the siege of tens of thousands of monsters. In his current state, it is almost impossible to break through the obstacles of tens of thousands of monsters. In other words, he can't break out of this siege now. He has nowhere to run. With more than 100,000 monsters, the huge encirclement formed by those two general-level monsters has completely lost the possibility of escape. These monsters only need to step forward step by step. In the end, I was able to gather around 100,000 monsters to kill me. Jian Wushuang, Taiching face. The siege of 100,000 monsters is undoubtedly a huge crisis for him now. However, the more critical the crisis, the more calm Wu Jianshuang appeared. To this day, I want to survive, and I want to escape from the siege of more than 100,000 monsters, and there is only one way. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed. There are countless possibilities in his mind, but in the end, There is really only one chance that he can escape the day of birth and let him survive. No way but to bet. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth, but his body stopped immediately and fell towards the ground below. Sword Wushuang fell on the top of a large tree and then sat down in a pan with a thought. The piece of life nucleus that had just fallen into his hand appeared before him. Life fragmentation. My only vitality is you. Jian Wushuang's eyes twinkled strangely. Now he is surrounded by more than 100,000 monsters, but with such a large circle, those monsters will not appear in front of him at once. This left him a hint of time. Of course, this time will not be too long. It is estimated that at most only a moment of effort. But in this moment of time, Jian Wushuang will not be disturbed. He can completely absorb the cosmic power in this second life nuclear fragment. Relying on the absorption of cosmic power, the trace of his previous difference in the laws of the universe can be completely made up, so that he can truly understand the laws of the universe. By then, he will have a chance to come back. Start. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to waste time. After taking out the life nuclear fragments, he began to absorb them directly. With the experience of the last absorption, this time the sword Wushuang absorbed the power of the universe to make it smoother. As soon as the cosmic power entered his body, it began to dissipate and pass away, along with the vast universe of laws. Jian Wushuang is quietly comprehending and realizing during the passage of the laws of the universe. At the previous enlightenment, his understanding of the nature of the laws of the universe was very clear. The difference was just a trace, and now he once again realized the state of the laws of the universe. Make up. Finally, the last small step, Jian Wushuang crossed. He finally realized the laws of the universe. The law of the universe, is this the law of the universe? Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, waved his hands slightly, and there was a strange power condensed in his hands. This power is the supreme power in the vast universe, but it is also the most pure power of the universe. This power is very powerful. Even though Jian Wushuang now only understands a little bit, he can still feel the infinite possibilities of this power. The law of the universe, generally only the supreme level of the strong are truly qualified to enlighten. Mastering, you need to reach a certain level, or need a certain talent to be able to realize some. As for the ruler, under normal circumstances, it is impossible to realize a trace of the law of the universe, and the law of the universe is also a force that the ruler cannot involve. But the universe is so big that there are always some super monsters. Such monsters, at the level of the master of the rules, can have a glimpse of the laws of the universe, and they are also known as super rare geniuses rarely seen in the billions of stars. Jian Wushuang has just reached this step. The cosmic power is completely absorbed by Jian Wushuang. That piece of life nuclear fragment also lost its original light and faded. But Jian Wushuang didn't care about the nuclear fragment. The law of the universe has been realized for a while, then it's time to try that trick. Jian Wushuang smiled, but closed his eyes again. Time flies. Jian Wushuang is completely silent in his own understanding and study. As for the surrounding danger, he seems to have completely forgotten the general. But whether he forgets it or not, it should come. After all, hundreds of thousands of dark red monsters, under the leadership of the two monsters, formed a huge encirclement, gradually narrowing the scope, and finally narrowing to less than 10 miles with the sword unparalleled. Here, these monsters have been able to clearly see the existence of sword unparalleled. Roar! Roar! Two shocking roars were emitted from the mouths of the two general monsters. The two-level monster silver eyes stared at Jian Wushuang with a strange light, and the expression was obviously proud. Obviously, they are because he captured Jian Wushuang this time, so that he couldn't be proud of them. Because in their view, since this human has not been able to break out of their encirclement, it is impossible to survive. You know, there are more than 100,000 monsters gathered around. With so many monsters here, even the masters who reach the third or even fourth rank among human practitioners will undoubtedly die. After all, the power of human cultivation is not endless. 100,000 monsters can consume each other to death. When more than 100,000 monsters appeared in the surroundings, Jian Wushuang's eyes slowly opened. Time is just right. Jian Wushuang is smiling, no longer as nervous and frightened as before. Even if there are more than 100,000 monsters around him, he no longer has the slightest fear in his heart. I saw him slowly get up, and at the same time did not forget to pat the dust on his clothes, and then he looked at the countless dark red monsters around him. Monsters, are you ready? Jin Wushuang said suddenly. His words caused many monsters present to stumble, not knowing what he was going to do. At this time, Sword Wushuang waved slowly. A golden light abruptly swept out. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 38:27. Fifth More. This golden light is truly one of the strongest treasures of Jian Wushuang. The map of Shanha society is the strongest suppressor of the treasure class, and it is also at the level of needlessness. Its power is extremely powerful, especially the Julong Tian formation. However, the longest time that this mountain and river club has fallen into the sword without hands, but he has not been able to truly show the true power of this treasure. But now it's different. Understanding a little bit of the law of the universe, I have truly mastered this map of the Shanha society. Jian Wushuang smiled. Now, let me see the true power of this treasure. After that, Jian Wushuang pointed a finger directly to the void above, and that golden light instantly melted into the void above. Banging, the earth trembled, and then an ancient and extreme breath slowly descended. The original dim sky above suddenly cracked, followed by a brand new world, slowly appeared in front of the world. This world is beautiful, just like a fairyland in the painting. In fact, this world is a scroll world. Pictures of Shanhesh, Kowloon, the Sky Law Formation, open, boom. Heaven and earth shuddered violently. Among the scroll world above, there are 9 giant continents in the scroll world, but at this moment, dazzling golden light burst out. Full of 9 dragon spirit golden lights, burst out from the middle of Kyushu, and shot at 9 different positions in the void below. In a blink of an eye, a huge golden dragon spirit array was already formed. This huge golden dragon spirit formation has covered a range of 1,000,000 miles, and naturally also covered the 100,000 monsters below. The Julong Tian formation is taking shape, but this is only the first step of the sword unparalleled. Wow! I saw a lot of black magic light swept away like waves. The magic light field combined with the Shuangguang realm was also expanded to cover the entire field, covering all the 100,000 monsters. However, although the magic light field is covered by those monsters, Jian Wushuang did not immediately exert field oppression. He is still using other means. Dragon mystery. Jian Wushuang meditated in his heart. Suddenly less than 50% of the divine power left in his body burned wildly again. The burning of divine power gave the sword Wushuang stronger power. Followed by sword Wushuang Limong flashed again. OM. The void shook slightly. A large amount of black air flow swept up suddenly, covering the vast void around in a blink of an eye. God! It went dark. Without the light, the whole world is in absolute darkness. Silence. The whole world is silent. Primitive universe. The law of the universe personally gave Jian Wushuang the strongest talented supernatural power, and also Jian Wushuang's strongest whole card for killing tricks. At this moment, it was directly cast out, and the burning of the magical power with the mystery of the dragon, coupled with the blessing of the primitive universe, suddenly made the sword unparalleled power reach a whole new level. This level, according to Jian Wushuang's estimation, should have reached the top of the second-level domination, the strongest realm formed by Julong Tian array, triple magic light combined with mystic realm, dragon extinction, and strongest card original universe. At this moment, the sword unparalleled is already showing all his whole cards. At the same time, at this moment, he has unprecedented strength. I have done my best to make the most of the power I can exert. This is my extreme. My extreme limit is no longer possible. The next move is bound to be the most terrifying killing move I can play. After this trick, my divine power will inevitably not be much left. In other words, if this trick doesn't die, I will die. There was an unprecedented madness in Jian Wu's eyes. The realm of magic light, absolutely strangling. Kowloon is dying, annihilation. Banging. There was a great earthquake in the world, and nearly 50% of the divine power left by Jian Wushuang was almost exhausted at this moment. However, under the crazy consumption of this divine power, the terrible power that erupted in the area of magic light covering the surrounding void was exuded. And among the golden dragon's spirit formations covering the surrounding void, there were also sounds of dragons mingling, and the dazzling golden light immediately fell. More than 100,000 monsters in this area are bathed in this golden light. Triple magic light mirror. The strongest power of triple power, strangling in the field. This strangulation kills all living beings in the area covered by the mighty domain power. This is an extremely horrible killing trick, but because it covers a very wide range and is the largest means of group attack, it can be easily killed only by performing strangulation in this area under the premise that the strength is far beyond the opponent. Other side. For example, a powerful master who can kill a group of rule masters in this field can be easily killed through direct strangulation in the field. Jujiu Tian Fa Jun, Jingguang Annihilation. This is the stronger means that Jian Wushuang can realize after he has realized a bit of the law of the universe. This heavy means is very similar to the triple strength field of strangling magic mirrors. They are all large-scale killing each other. The difference is that Zhilongxianshan formation is a huge suppression of annihilation. This annihilation ability requires a sword. Wushuang mastered a little cosmic law before he could cast it. How high is the threshold? In the field of triple magic mirrors, even if you do in team master the laws of the universe, you can cast them. Therefore, the golden annihilation of the Zhilong Tianfang formation is stronger than the realm of the triple magic light field, and it is much stronger. And under the amplitude of dragon mystery and the blessing of the primitive universe, whether it is the hang of the field of triple magic light or the golden annihilation of the Jiyu Tianfa array, the unprecedented power has exploded. Jian Wushuang came to the show alone. These two major means were suddenly combined together and complemented each other. As a result, a horrible strangling annihilation power broke out. This is the most terrifying trick that Jian Wushuang can play at this stage. Similarly, it is the only way for him to change the situation and escape from the sky. This trick is his ultimate killer. When he was surrounded by more than 100,000 monsters and he couldn't escape, he was already brewing this big killer. Until now, this big killer has finally come out. This move is bound to turn things around. If it cannot be reversed, he will inevitably die, without any possibility. But if the situation is reversed, all this will be clear. Everything. Look at God. Jian Wushuang actually showed a smile. Chapter 38-28. The first is more. Golden light annihilation. Field strangling. The combination of the two forms a horrifying annihilation force that directly swept away. The tens of thousands of monsters around Jian Wushuang were still angry, and at the moment they were still a little surprised. Obviously, they don't think this human can escape from them anymore. They can finally kill this human. These monsters are not in a hurry, even when they see Jian Wushuang using some means. They don't think that this human can make any waves. However, when that terrible annihilation force swept through, more than 100,000 monsters at this moment turned out angrily and screaming. This roar turned into a mourning even in a blink of an eye. Make these monsters completely without the imaginary terrorist force, sweeping over every monster present. This power is really too strong. This is when Jian Wushuang cast all his whole cards. The strongest power broke out, the golden light annihilation and the realm strangling. Zhilong Tianfu formation. Jingguang's annihilation is one of the most terrible killing moves of Zhilong Tianfang formation. The power is extremely powerful. In combination with the magic light field, your annihilation force swept through on a large scale. Even the top masters can't resist it. And these monsters present, except the two general monsters, most of the other monsters are just ordinary, a small number of elite, and these monsters have no immortality at all, facing this horrible annihilation force. And how can I resist? Disaster is here. For the many monsters present, this was a disaster, a block they could not resist. I saw a mournful sigh of wailing throughout the world. Under the terrible annihilation power of a monster, the body was crushed directly into powder, and even the life core of the abdomen was annihilated and crushed, almost in a blink of an eye. Among the more than 100,000 monsters, those who were just ordinary level monsters were all killed. As for those monsters at the elite level, they could barely support them for a while, but they were annihilated. Disaster. Nightmare. In this scene, I am afraid that in the future, it will become the dream demon in the heart of countless monsters in this dim demon domain. Silence. The whole world is silent. The hysterical roars and mourning sounds that had come out before that had ceased completely. And in this void, the countless dark red monsters that had originally gathered are now gone. The whole void, the whole world, empty. After 10 breaths, Jian Wushuang's original power of the original universe dissipated. The golden light of the sky also reconverged, and the burning of the divine power in Jian Wushuang's body has also stopped. Many methods have stopped, and Jian Wushuang raised his head, looking around the empty void around him, and his face could not help showing a cheerful smile. Won. I won. Yes, Jian Wushuang won the bet. He squeezed everything into the move he had just done. He used that trick to turn the situation around. Once he can't turn around, he will surely die. There is no possibility of struggling. But in the end, he won. More than 100,000 monsters died in this short period of time in the annihilation of Gold Light and the strangulation of the realm. Only the 2 monsters who reached the rank of the survivor survived on stronger strength. But these 2 general monsters alone can no longer pose a threat to Jian Wushuang. Ha ha ha. I knew that my sword Wushuang's life would not be so easy to lose. Jian Wushuang laughed loudly and laughed wildly. The opposite of Jian Wushuang Ring is the 2 monsters who survived. Roar! Roar! The dark red pupils of these 2-level monsters stare like lanterns, and the depths of those pupils are astonished and shocked like never before. Their hearts were shaking and trembling. More than 100,000 ghosts, they have tangled with more than 100,000 ghosts, just to kill the humans in front of them. But now, this human has used incredible means to kill more than 100,000 companions in one go. How can they accept this result? The companions you called are extinct, and you too, go with your companions. Jian Wushuang's indifferent laughter resounded. With his body moving, he had already killed the monsters at both ends. Although the show just showed a great drain on his divine power, now that the divine power in his body is almost exhausted, Jian Wushuang still has a heavy means, that is, the Emperor's demeanor once cultivated. The Imperial Avatar is a secret technique left by the Lord of the Blood North, which has helped him greatly. But with the sword becoming more and more powerful, especially after breaking through to reach the ruler, this secret technique has become a chicken rib. After all, the role of the Imperial Avatar is not to conquer the battle. It is only used to store divine power. Jian Wushuang previously refined an Empire Avatar, but that Empire Avatar was made from the body of the ruler's body, which can be pure. The amount of divine power is almost the same as that of the normal ruler. When Jian Wushuang is only a saint, this Imperial Avatar is of great use to him, but when he reaches the ruler of the rule, his divine power is vast, and the divine power that can be stored by a single Imperial Avatar comes to him. That is minimal. But now, under the premise that the sword unparalleled divine power is almost exhausted, the divine power provided by the Emperor's Avatar, which is comparable to the rule of the general rule, is of great use to sword unparalleled. At least this part of the power is enough to make him kill the 2 monsters in front of him. Dead. In the sword without eyes, the intention of killing condensed, and Huangquan's Excalibur immediately turned into 2 phantoms and ran out. The void was cut apart between these 2 terrible illusions. There was also the power of that cosmic law. It is this cosmic law that brings the power of these 2 phantoms to a whole new level. Too fast. With the law of the universe blessing 2 phantoms, the speed is so fast that the general monsters that are still in terror at the 2 ends can't resist at all. I saw these 2 phantoms passing by the bodies of the 2 monsters at the 2 ends. There was no room for struggling at the 2 ends, and the core of the life was directly broken to death. Looking at the corpses of the 2 general monsters at the foot, Jian Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. This general monster is powerful, and the combat power is definitely the best among the 2nd-level primary masters. I did not use the dragon to destroy it before. Mysticism against one of them is in a disadvantage, but now. I also did not perform dragon mystery, but with the blessing of the law of the universe, it is easy to kill them. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 38:29. Second more. The law of the universe is originally the supreme power of the vast universe, and it is the supreme power that is truly qualified to enlighten the mastered power. Like Demon Flame, he was an ultimate master at first, and his strength was absolutely the best among the masters. Even if he encountered other masters at the ultimate level, he was not afraid of it, but he encountered a glimpse at first. The rule of the universe ruled, and only one soul body escaped by chance. Realizing a trace of the law of the universe is so huge to dominate ascension, not to mention the ruler. Jin Wushuang now understands a piece of cosmic law. With this blessing of cosmic law, his strength is much improved than before. Even if you don't use dragon extermination, it is easy to kill such a monster. The laws of the universe have been comprehended, and the crisis has been lifted. I don't need to stay in this dim demonic field. Jin Wushuang smiled. He came to wander in the darkened demon realm. It was for the sake of life and death experience. So that he could make a breakthrough, it is best to be able to grasp a trace of the law of the universe. And just now, he has already passed by on the edge of life and death, and has re-experienced that unique feeling. The most important thing is the law of the universe. He has also realized a little. It can be said that his purpose of coming to this dim demon realm has been fully achieved. It is natural that there is no need to continue to rush. There is one more thing, that is this dim demon realm, which is indeed too dangerous. The countless monsters in all corners are scary. Don't watch Jin Wushuang kill more than 100,000 monsters in one breath. But Jin Wushuang knows clearly that these monsters he killed now are less than the entire dim 1/10 of the monster in the domain. And this dim demon realm is not just that simple on the surface. The sword has no intuition. There must be something else hidden in the dim demon realm. Like the two general monsters, Jin Wushuang did not encounter the first time when they seized the life nuclear fragments. It was discovered after the second seizure. The two general monsters are probably from deeper in the dim demonic realm. In other words, there is greater danger in the deeper. If I didn't realize a trace of the law of the universe, I might go a bit deeper, but now it is not necessary. Jin Wushuang smiled slightly. He really doesn't need to continue here anymore, but he can just leave. Of course, his divine power is almost exhausted now, and the first thing to do is to apply some divine power before leaving. Not only that, but there are two other life nuclear fragments on the previous bloodstone. Although he has now realized a trace of the law of the universe, he has no previous desire for those two pieces of life nuclear fragments, but if it can be obtained, it would be the best. Jin Wushuang found a place near this place and began to slowly recover the divine power. Jin Wushuang is the perfect life, and the divine power is too vast. Of course, it will take longer to recover. Jin Wushuang spent 4 months, and also absorbed a large amount of rejuvenating elixir and genius. The divine power in his body has also been restored. As soon as the divine power was restored, Jin Wushuang's combat power was at its peak again, and immediately he left for the Bloodstone. This is the third time that Jin Wushuang came near the Bloodstone. For the first time, there were only thousands of monsters guarding the Bloodstone, and the strongest were only elite-level monsters. Near the Bloodstone are tens of thousands of monsters to guard, and 2 extremely powerful generals. Now, Jin Wushuang came here for the third time, but stumbled to find that there were only 200 or 300 monsters guarding this Bloodstone. Apparently because of the previous strangulation of Jin Wushuang, too many monsters were killed at one time, and the monsters in this area were almost slaughtered. Now it is only 4 months later, and they arrived in this area from other places. There are not enough monsters. Although the number of monsters is much smaller than before, the remaining 2 life nuclear fragments are still intact and hovering above the Bloodstone. These monsters are really... Jin Wushuang couldn't help sighing. The monsters knew that they had gone to the life nuclear fragment, and they had already been 2 times in a row, but they still didn't know how to put away the 2 life nuclear fragments or hide them. If they were hiding, there would be no way for the sword to match. but it was clear that these monsters did not do so. Perhaps the shards of life are too sacred to these monsters, and these monsters dare not touch them easily. Jian Wushuang could only think like this. With less than 300 heads of monsters, it is naturally impossible to stop Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not need any plans this time, and rushed straight towards the bloodstone, killing all the monsters blocking him, easily stepping on the bloodstone, and leaving the remaining 2 on the bloodstone. The pieces of life nuclear debris were also included in Qianqin's ring, and then they left directly. Although those monsters were furious, they also tried to hunt down Jian Wushuang, but Jian Wushuang's current strength, even if besieged by more than 100,000 monsters, he relied on the strangulation power of the combination of Zhilongxianshan array and the magic light field. You can easily get out of the crisis. Not to mention that now this area can't gather so many monsters at all. Natural Sword Wushuang can easily get rid of these monsters. It was 2 pieces of life nuclear fragments in hand, and Jian Wushuang's heart was beautiful. These 2 life nuclear fragments are not small in size. They may contain more cosmic power than the previous 2. If I absorb the cosmic power of the 2 life nuclear fragments, I will have an understanding of the laws of the universe. Is it possible to improve a little? Jian Wushuang could not help thinking. Master, these 2 pieces of life nuclear fragments, I advise you not to absorb them. The sound of the magic flame suddenly sounded. Why? Jian Wushuang frowned. The cosmic power contained in the life nuclear fragments helped him a lot, even though he has now realized a little cosmic law, which can absorb the cosmic power of 2 life nuclear fragments. His perception of the cosmic law can be improved to a certain extent, which will greatly help his strength improvement. Master, now you directly absorb the cosmic power in these 2 pieces of life and nuclear fragments. This can indeed improve your perception of the laws of the universe, but the enhancement is also very limited. More than 99% of the cosmic power will be wasted in the process of your absorption, which is really extravagant. Magic Flame said. Luxury? Jian Wushuang stunned. He just wanted to improve his strength as much as possible, but there was no concept of luxury in his mind. Chapter 38:30. Third more. Magic Flame, do you say that it is a luxury for me to absorb these 2 pieces of life core? Yes. Mo Yin nodded. In the vast universe, it is extremely extravagant and wasteful to absorb the cosmic power by absorbing the power of the cosmos. The master has not understood the cosmic law before, so that's just luxury. But now I have learned a little bit of the law of the universe, and then such extravagance is a bit irrational. But besides absorbing the cosmic power of the period, what else can this nuclear fragment do? Jian Wushuang frowned. For the master and you now, there is really only the only purpose of forcibly absorbing the power of the universe, but for many practitioners in the vast universe, it is completely different. The magic flame is true. I told the master you before the immortal ghost is a treasure all over the body, and the most important thing is its life core, which is the mad battle for countless supreme masters. Although the master you now get is only life core debris, its value is still extraordinary. Do talk about the supreme, just talk about the master. In the vast universe, there are countless masters' desire for the laws of the universe. Unfortunately, I can really realize a trace of the laws of the universe at the level of the master. Little pity, even at the peak of me, did not really understand a trace of the law of the universe. And the nucleus of your life in the hands of your master will enable you, a ruler, to realize a trace of the laws of the universe, not to mention the master. I'm sure that any master who reaches the ultimate level can get a piece. Such a life nuclear fragment can easily comprehend a trace of the law of the universe. From this, you can imagine that if the life nuclear fragment is known to those who are the masters. Jian Wushuang felt a shock in his heart. Only half of the words of the magic flame, Jian Wushuang already understood. The life core of the undead ghost is of immense value, even if it is only a life core fragment. It is enough to make many supreme eyesight and enough to make countless ultimate levels dominate the madness. Such a treasure is really not very useful in his own strength. Even if it is forcibly absorbed, it is at least a little more advanced in the laws of the universe. It will not increase the strength too much, but if he goes to the depths of the universe in the future, these two pieces of life nuclear debris are very useful. At that time, he just needs to spread the news casually saying that he wants to sell the lifeless nuclear fragments of the undead ghost. He believes that there will be countless masters coming to him, and he will buy life nuclear fragments from him at all costs. It is better to rely on these two pieces of life and nuclear fragments for huge benefits, or simply to exchange a lot of wealth, than it is now forcibly to absorb the cosmic power of the period, and to be a little more advanced in the laws of the universe. You're right, these two life nuclear fragments are not very useful to me now, but they are more useful to others, and I don't need to forcefully absorb the two life nuclear fragments of the universe now. Wei Neng went to improve such a small part of his strength, but he took it first, waited for it later, and then took it out. Jian Wushuang smiled. After returning these two pieces of life and nuclear to Qinkuan Ring, Jian Wushuang set out and ran away from the darkened demon realm. After spending several days, Jian Wushuang finally came out of the darkened realm. Come out. After leaving the darkened realm, Jian Wushuang still couldn't help but look at the dark red forest with a cold and dark breath in the back, but sighed secretly in the bottom of his heart. In the forbidden area, there were only 3 top masters in the history of this star field before, and alive came out of this dim demon field, but starting today, there are 4. I, Jian Wushuang, came out. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. On this trip to the dark demon realm, his gains were very great, and he had fully met expectations. He himself was very content, and in the future, maybe one day he will come to this dim demon realm again to understand the real secrets in the deepest part of the dim demon realm, but it is certainly not recent. Xinshin, space-time, cut sky, heaven ancestor, I have come out of the dark domain. Jian Wushuang also sent a message to his 4 friends for the first time. The 4 knew he had gone to the darkened realm. As for his relatives and friends in the early gods, he only knew that he had come to the battlefield outside the early gods, but did not know how dangerous he went. After Jian Wushuang came out of the dim demon realm, he also fought with them. Say hello. Within the Star Palace, it was learned that Jian Wushuang came out alive from the darkened demon realm, and the 4 people, the Xinshin Taoist, the Lord of Time and Space, the Lord of the Heavens, and the Heavenly Ancestor were all very excited. Haha, come out, Tianho Xiaoyu. He really came out alive from the dim demon realm. It's great. Xin Shinto laughed, and the laughter was extremely happy. Well, just come out. I have been nervous before. I'm afraid he will be planted there. Shitian Alliance sighed lightly. Yeah, the dreaded demon realm, such a dangerous place. Even if the top master enters it, it is a 9-death life, and only 3 top masters in our star domain history came out alive from inside. So dangerous. Who cares? Fortunately, Tianho Xiaoyu has come out alive. From now on, there are 4 people who have come out of the dim demon realm, and Tianho Xiaoyu is just a master of rules. Full-faced smile. He is a great friend, Tianho. Tianzu said these words heavily. The 4 of them were frightened when they learned that Jian Wushuang was going to go to the darkened demon realm, and they tried a lot of times during the period to try to dispel the idea of Jian Wushuang, but they failed to stop Jian Wushuang. After the sword Wushuang really entered the darkened realm, the 4 of them have been worried, for fear that the sword Wushuang is planted in it after all. The importance of the sword Wushuang to them is too great for the whole of the early world. That was their only chance. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang came out alive now, and they were finally relieved. Xinshin, please ask him quickly. He can gain something in the dim demon realm? The main hall of space and time. I'm already asking. Mysterious Shinto smiled and soon got a reply. Tianho Xiaoyu said, this time he has gained something in the dim demon domain, and the harvest is not small. At least he has reached him expected, but he didn't say anything about it, and I didn't ask much. As long as he meets his own expectations, we don't care about the rest. The master of space and time laughed. Yes, since he has already come out of the dim demon realm, should he return to the Star Palace immediately? Chapter 38-31. Fourth more. I ask. The mysterious Shinto smiled and continued to inquire. But after asking, the mysterious Shinto man appeared strange. What's wrong? The other 3 immediately looked over. Tianho Xiaoyu said that he would not return directly to Xingong, but would go to the Red Cloud Realm first. Xinshin Humane. Red Cloud Realm? The several masters present looked at each other. These few of us, including the many powerful people in this star field, often wait for the Red Cloud Realm to open again. This sword is so good that we don't even have to wait for the Red Cloud Realm to open and just enter the Red Cloud Realm ourselves? The beast-cutting confession skeptical. How do you envy? If you have the ability to pass the test of Tianfeng Peak, maybe you can get the same treatment as Tianho Xiaoyu. Tianzu played with taste. Treading Tianfeng? The leader of the Cut Sky Alliance smiled bitterly. Well, Tianho Xiaoyu can directly enter the news of the Red Cloud Realm. Don't spread it. He is going to the Red Cloud Realm now. There should be important things to do. We don't need to ask more. That's it. Waved. Deep in Devil Smoke Valley, Jin Wushuang, coming out of the darkened demon realm, did not intend to return to the Xingong, but first went to the Red Cloud Realm. In the Red Cloud Realm, the test of the second heaven is there. He didn't understand a single rule of the universe before, so he couldn't break through the test again. But now he has this ability. As long as you can pass the second day test of the Red Cloud Realm, you can choose 3 of the many treasures in the Red Cloud Realm. You know, it was the ancestors of Red Cloud who stayed in the Red Cloud world personally. Anything is a treasure. Even in the vast universe, it is enough to cause a storm. Even the law treasures have some. Of course, the most important thing is that among the many treasures in the Red Cloud Realm, there is also a heart of the Astral Realm. That is the treasure that Jian Wushuang attaches the most importance to and needs most. His wife was so frosty that he needed that astral heart to be able to condense a new body and be able to truly reunite with him. This astral heart, he got it anyway. It was impossible to get it before, but now it has this strength, and Jian Wushuang can't wait. Jian Wushuang swept all the way from the depths of the magic smoke valley. Speed is very fast. Did not hide his body. Naturally on the way also encountered the master of some rules in the depths of the magic smoke valley. The master of these rules found the sword unparalleled and was shocked. Jian Wushuang entered the dim demon domain at first, but this was seen by somebody, and the news has spread throughout the star domain. At that time, many strong players in this star field were secretly discussing, and some people felt that Jian Wushuang was so brave and admired him. But some people say that he is stupid, too arrogant, and obviously has endless potential, but he has to choose to kill him in the darkened demon realm. There are also people who think that Jian Wushuang can no longer walk out of the dim demon realm and take pleasure in it. In short, this incident caused a great sensation in this star field, and almost 99 people thought that Jian Wushuang feared that it would be difficult to come out of the dim demon field alive. But now, Jian Wushuang stepped out of the dim demon realm. Come out? The Lord of the Blood Sword actually came out alive from the darkened realm? How is it possible? The dim demon domain. Even the top masters entered it are all dead. The Lord of the Blood Sword is just the rule master. Although the strength is comparable to the top masters, it should be the bottom master. Yes. How can he come out alive from the darkened realm? Not necessarily. Although the darkened realm is dangerous, but as far as I know, the top masters can still make breakthroughs, but they can't get any chances. After all, the secrets and chances of the darkened realm are deep. Department and deeper, it is much more dangerous. The Lord of the Blood Sword is likely to rely on his own strength comparable to the top master, and walked around at the outermost part of the darkened demon realm. Yes, it is very likely that, if he is the ruler of the rule, if he goes to the depths of the darkened demon realm, I will not believe that he can still come out alive. The news that Jian Wushuang came out alive from the darkened demon domain spread. Countless powerful people are discussing this matter, and they all have their own views. But Jian Wushuang didn't bother with it at all. He walked out of the depths of Moyango all the way, soon left Moyango, and then rushed towards Hongsher Mountain at the fastest speed. After arriving at the Red Stone Mountain, Jian Wushuang took out the token given by Lord Wu directly to me. With the guidance of the token, Jian Wushuang easily found the entrance to the Red Cloud Realm and entered it. In the Red Cloud Realm, Jian Wushuang just left here more than 20 years ago, but now Jian Wushuang is back here again. Jian Wushuang's first arrival is the first heaven of the Red Cloud Realm. Just arrived here. Little guy, come straight up from Taishanfeng, you can fly straight up, and it won't be hindered. The voice of Lord Wu has already sounded in Jian Wushuang's heart. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate and dared to rush to Tiantian Peak at the fastest speed, and then ignored the heavy restrictions on the Tiantian Peak and proceeded directly to the top of the Tiantian Peak. The Haze Master is already waiting there. Jian Wushuang, it's only been more than 20 years. You're here? Master Wu looked at Jian Wushuang strangely. Master Fog, the juniors came this time to test the second sky. Jian Wushuang said directly. Oh? Master Wu stared for a moment. I told you before, the test of the second day, you must understand a little cosmic law before you can break through. Do you already understand a little cosmic law now? This is over for more than 2 decades. It is impossible. Even from the perspective of Master Wu, he did not believe that in just 20 years, Jian Wushuang had realized a trace of the law of the universe. Is there a comprehension? I will know when I go there once? Jian Wushuang smiled. Very confident? It seems that I really understand. Master Wu smiled slightly, but followed by a wave. A space channel appeared out of thin air. Come with me. Jian Wushuang immediately followed Master Wu and entered the second sky of the Red Cloud Realm, that is, the island with many opportunities. The test of the second sky is in the towering palace in the middle of the island. You go. Master Wu pointed to the direction of the palace. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, his figure flickered, and soon came to the towering palace. The ancient atmosphere of the palace exudes a special atmosphere. Jian Wushuang did not stay in front of the palace and stepped directly into the palace. Chapter 38-32. Fifth More. Inside the palace, there is no cave. This is a huge and unspoiled ancient martial arts field. There is nothing over the martial arts field. When Jian Wushuang appeared on this ancient martial arts field, hey, a figure fell from the sky. The dark armors and boots also have dark trenches on their heads. The whole body is extremely huge and looks like a black hill. This man from the sky has a very stout body. Haha, it's been many years, and finally someone came to Lao Tzu. The sturdy man in the dark armor of the whole body made a low hissing sound, and the eyes like the dark gems had completely locked the sword unparalleled. Looking at the test on the first heavy step on Tianfeng, do I need to defeat the opponent in front of me? Jian Wushuang also stared at the sturdy man in front of him. Intuition told him that this sturdy man should be very strong. But he didn't care. First of all, the test of the Red Cloud world did not imply a crisis of life and death. Secondly, Master Wu has said that as long as he understands a bit of the law of the universe, he can pass through this retest, and then this retest cannot help him. Boy, for the first time in many years you have come to Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu will have fun with you, and will not try to beat you all the time next time. The sturdy man sneered. Then I advise you to come up with all your strength from the beginning, otherwise, you will not have this opportunity. Jian Wushuang chuckled. Ha ha, good boy, look at the sword. The sturdy man used a weapon and even a 3-meter-long sword. This sword was domineering and his attack was extremely simple and rude. Wow! With an outrageous slash, Jian Wushuang instantly felt the existence of a total of 6 kinds of heaven and earth rules from this sword, and these 6 kinds of heaven and earth rules were perfectly integrated. At the same time, the sword also contains the extremely rich origin of the knife path universe, which makes this knife slash down, and the layers of void produce a phantom. What a delicate sword! Jian Wushuang couldn't help but marvel. Although he is not good at knife path, Kendo has a lot in common with knife path, and his perception of the origin of Kendo universe is extremely high. Now he can see at a glance that the sturdy man's origin of the knife path universe contained in this sturdy man's swordsmanship is extremely rich. His perception of the origin of the knife path universe is at least not lower than his own perception of the origin of the sword world, and even stronger. Jian Wushuang also immediately shot. Huang Quan's Excalibur waved, also with a strong origin of Kendo universe. In the blink of an eye, the two collided in the void, creating a fierce spark. Ha! 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 The speed of Jian Wushuang broke out completely, moving close and close again and again, in an attempt to gain an advantage in the fierce battle with this sturdy man by relying on his body. But the sturdy man also issued a black streamer, as if all the black ghosts were confusing, and the speed was faster than Jian Wushuang, to a strange degree, even above Jian Wushuang's body. As for divine power, the two are completely equivalent. Clang, 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 clang. On the ancient martial arts field, Jian Wushuang fought fiercely with this sturdy man, and the battle was fierce. The sturdy man is faintly better than Jian Wushuang in both knife path understanding and swordsmanship, but this gap is very small. Jian Wushuang can still fight with his front. In a short time, it is also difficult for men to gain the upper hand. Haha, it's not bad. You can persist in the hands of Lao Tzu for so long, without even falling into the wind. Your talents are stronger than those of the disciples, and even a small number of inner disciples. I personally set the test of Lao Tzu, but it is a lot higher in difficulty. Depending on your current strength, you can't break through the level of Lao Tzu. The sturdy man laughed. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, and on the other empty palm, a similar 3-meter-long knife appeared. What? Jian Wushuang was startled. Just wielding a sword, the strength of this sturdy man's outburst is faintly suppressing him. Now this sturdy man has 2 big swords at the same time, and with this sturdy man's shot and waving 2 handles at the same time, the sword is unparalleled and he can see that he is using a double blade. The 2 large blades are in a rush to show them. In the face of a sturdy man who has just used a sword, Sword Wushuang can also compete head-on without falling into the wind. But now facing 2 large knives at the same time, Jian Wushuang can only passively resist. Once 1 or 2 go, Jian Wushuang fell completely into the downwind. Huh! With a dull sound, Jian Wu's stature suddenly exploded, widening the distance from the sturdy man. Haha, boy, you are not my opponent. You should leave first and come back next time. The sturdy man looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Jian Wushuang also laughed. No wonder Lord Fog said that only by grasping a bit of the laws of the universe can he break through the test of the second day. This guy is really terrible. Jian Wushuang admired. After entering this palace, he found that his divine power was limited. He could only exert the power of ordinary primary masters. Any other mysterious means of improving divine power could not be performed, and the sturdy man's divine power is also the primary dominating level, just like him. The divine power is quite the same. The competition is naturally the understanding of Tao, the skill of swordsmanship and knives. However, this sturdy man has a very high level of understanding of the knife path and the method of swordsmanship. He has already merged the 6 heaven and earth rules, and the swordsmanship contains the power of the fusion of the 6 rules. In almost every respect, he is stronger than himself. Especially when the 2 big swords came out, he was not an opponent at all. In this case, even if he had a great improvement in swordsmanship or sword art, he was afraid that he would not be able to really this sturdy man defeated. So there is only one possibility to defeat this sturdy man. Realize a trace of the law of the universe. Boy, why are you still not willing to give up? The sturdy man looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Give up? You think too much. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently and then shot again. The same shot, the same as this sturdy man close-killed. Even the swordsmanship is the same, but the difference is that this time when the sword unparalleled swordsmanship performed the sword, there is a special force contained in the sword. This special power is simply the trace of the cosmic law he has comprehended. With the integration of this cosmic law, the sword skill of Jian Wushuang is completely different. Chapter 38-33. Sixth more. You, the law of the universe? The sturdy man also instantly noticed the changes in Jian Wushuang's sword operation, and his pupils stared round. He is the master of the rules. Did he really realize a trace of the laws of the universe? The sturdy man's face was incredible. He is still in this red cloud realm, and I don't know how many years. He is very clear about the significance of this retest. A ruler who wants to pass his test must comprehend a rule of the universe. In order to receive the true disciples, Zhu deliberately increased the difficulty of the test. Since the red cloud burst, the sturdy man thought that no one would meet such requirements. But now, someone really arrived. Genius. A super genius is rare in billions of stars. I met one today. The sturdy man couldn't help but be excited. No choice but to be excited. The ruler can comprehend a bit of the law of the universe. Such a super genius is absolutely rare even in the vast universe. Anyone, even if placed in the deepest part of the universe, will be regarded as a treasure by those top powers, and countless top-level supremes are eager to receive such geniuses as disciples. Like the original Red Cloud ancestors, although there were many disciples and even true disciples under Hongyun's pulse, the Red Cloud ancestors were not very satisfied with these disciples, so they deliberately increased the second-day test of the Red Cloud realm. The difficulty is to collect such a disciple for careful training. But whoever thought that such a disciple had not yet been found? The ancestor of Hongyun himself was dead, and even the whole vein of Hongyun was directly destroyed, and the kingdom of God collapsed. The ancestor of Red Cloud is a top-level supreme, and he did not even have the opportunity to accept such a disciple. It is conceivable how dazzling and remarkable the super talent in this level is in the universe. There is no doubt that, as long as the genius does not fall midway, it must be a top existence in the future, and it must be a big man. Even if this sturdy man is in the strongest period, he will finally dominate the hierarchy. It will certainly be exciting and even honored to see such a super genius. As for the next test, the moment sword warriors applied the law of the universe, the sturdy man knew that he could not stop sword warriors. Because once the law of the universe is used, no matter whether it is powerful or subtle, the swordsmanship of swordsmanship is far from being able to compare. Even if you use two large swords at the same time, you can show as much strength as possible. Was crushed by the sword unparalleled. Sure enough, the final result was naturally that Jin Wushuang easily lifted to win. This second cloud test of the Red Cloud realm, Jin Wushuang broke through. Outside the palace, Master Wu stood there. He had received the news that Jin Wushuang had passed the test of the second day, but his eyes couldn't help getting wet. For many years, I've been in a red cloud. Finally, a super genius rarely seen in the billions of stars has finally appeared. And finally someone has truly met the requirements of the master, but his master has already. Oh, if this little guy was born early, dozens of chaos ages have come to this red cloud realm early and have been met by the host. How good it is. Master Wu felt a little emotion, but there was a trace of sadness in his heart. The gate of the palace opened, and Jin Wushuang, who had passed the test, came out slowly from the inside. Master Wu, fortunately shameless. Jin Wushuang came to Master Wu with a smile. Well, you are very good. Master Wu also nodded in appreciation. He had to appreciate it. Super geniuses rarely seen in billions of stars, and Jin Wushuang itself is a more rare perfect life. The combination of these two, Jin Wushuang's future potential is simply inestimable. If such a super genius is his master, Hongyun the ancestor is definitely going to fight mad like crazy. Of course, he can only praise the excellent swordsman. Come on, go with me to the third heaven. With a wave of his hand, Master Wu, another space channel immediately appeared in front of Jin Wushuang. The third heaven of the Red Cloud realm is above an ancient altar. This altar has a range of tens of thousands of miles, and the ground is empty and nothing else exists. Jin Wushuang and Lord Wu are on this altar, standing face to face. Little guy, you have passed the test of the double sky of the Red Cloud realm. From today on, you are a disciple of Red Cloud's inner disciples. Mist Wu said. Sword Warrior nodded slightly. His appearance remained unchanged. Of course, the identity of the disciples in Hongyun Imai might have been a little heavier if put in the past, but now, even if they say it, not many people know. Even if they know, many of them are the enemies of Hongyun Imai. Therefore, if you go to the depths of the universe in the future, it is better not to reveal this identity easily. Mist Humane. Jin Wushuang nodded again. Hongyun Ipu, the old ancestor of Hongyun once was the top and supreme, even opened up a great kingdom of God. At that time Hongyun Ipu can be said to be extremely strong, but at the same time, Hongyun Ipu will certainly have many enemies. Existence, whether it is to compete with it on the bright side, or because it is not strong enough, can only choose to hide in secret, the number is certainly a lot. Now that Red Cloud's pulse has been destroyed, If he takes the identity of the disciple inside Hongyun Pulse to go to the depths of the universe, I am afraid it will be easy to attract some strong men who have had hatred with Red Cloud's Pulse to come and kill him. According to the rules established by the host at the beginning, you can now choose 3 of the many treasures in the Red Cloud realm as your reward. After finishing speaking, Lord Wu, he waved his hands stunned, and instantly the surrounding void pieces of treasure emerged one after another. These treasures are of all kinds, and all exude an extremely unique atmosphere. Treasures are here. You can pick them yourself. If you don't understand, you can ask me. Master Wu. Jian Wushuang's eyes released a special light, looking around at the many treasures that appeared in front of him. These treasures are suspended there one by one, and any one of them makes Jian Wushuang extremely extraordinary, and all these treasures add up to hundreds. 104. Jian Wushuang already knows the exact number of these treasures. A total of 104 treasures were left by the ancestors of Hongyun, and any one of the 104 treasures was taken out to go. It is enough for many masters to be blinded and even crazy. Where's that astral heart? Jian Wushuang asked. Astral heart? With a look of Master Wu, he slightly beckoned. Among the 104 treasures, one of the milky white light floated towards him. Chapter 38-34. The first is more. This is the heart of the astral world? Looking at the milky light group in front, Jian Wushuang was extremely excited. The heart of the astral world is the essence of the endless years accumulated by one side of the astral world, and it is extremely versatile. And with this astral heart, you can create a new body. This body's innate advantages will be extremely huge, and the talent potential is excellent. Too much. Master Fog, this first treasure, I will choose this astral heart. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. 3 treasures. The first must be the heart of the astral world. With this astral heart, he can truly reunite with his wife. Well, Master Wu nodded slightly and was not surprised by Jian Wushuang's choice. This astral heart, you are used to restore the body of your wife, but the 2 remaining treasures, you better choose your own. Master Wu said. Of course. Jian Wushuang smiled, and even among the remaining 103 treasures, Xian began to carefully select them. There are 2 treasures that can be selected. First of all, Sword Wushuang must choose a rule treasure that is suitable for his own use, and it is best to have a magic sword suitable for himself. So Jian Wushuang first looked at those rules of treasure. Among the 103 treasures, the proportion of the rule of the treasure is quite large, almost half, and among these many rules of the treasure, the rule of the magic sword type treasure is only 2 handles. Jian Wushuang's eyes were locked directly on one of the exquisite swords. It was a black, exquisite sword exuding gloom. The black Excalibur gradually floated there. There was nothing strange in this look, but Jian Wushuang had a very high sense of the origin of the Kendo universe. When he saw this black Excalibur, his pupils narrowed sharply. Under the surface calmness, this black Excalibur hides an unprecedented coldness and darkness. The most important thing is that this black magic sword has an incredible power. This power seems to be able to tear everything in the heavens and the earth. At the moment when Jian Wushuang stared at this black power sword, the power in the black power sword was as powerful as tear his soul in half. Heartbreaking and frightening. What a terrible Excalibur! Jian Wushuang was excited physically and mentally. Among the many Excaliburs he has seen, there is no doubt that this black Excalibur is the most terrifying. Even the strongest Huang Baoquan Excalibur in his hand, compared with this black Excalibur, is more star-studded than Hao Yue, without any comparability at all. Master Wu, what is the name of this magic sword? Jian Wushuang asked. Magic sword Wu Cry. Wu de Humane. There are countless various cosmic treasures in the Red Cloud realm, even the strongest cosmic treasures. Master Mist is too lazy to remember the name, but the 104 treasures left by the ancestor of Red Cloud himself, anyone they are always remembered clearly, not only their names, but also their level and purpose. Wu Wei. Jian Wushuang stunned. This name is so strange. It's weird, but the power isn't weak. Why? You want this magic sword? Master Wu looked over. Sword Wushuang looked around at the other rules of the treasure, and then nodded. The second treasure. I want this Wu crying magic sword. Although there is another divine sword among these laws and treasures, the sword is a long sword with a wide blade and should be focused on power. This sword is unparalleled. After all, the swords that Jian Wushuang has been using are extremely thin and extremely sharp. And that magic sword Wu Wei is an extremely sharp sword. Well, you have a good vision. Master Wu nodded with a smile. The rule of treasure is divided into 3 grades. Even if the rule of treasure is precious, only the masters of the 4th and 5th grades are generally eligible. The rule of Chinese goods is the treasure, which is usually used by the ultimate masters and a few weaker supremes. And the Wu weapon sword you have chosen is a top-class rule treasure, which is already the most supreme and used by the magic soldier. The rule of top grade is the most precious. Most of the supreme. Are they using this level of soldiers? Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly lighted. He did not expect that the magic sword he had chosen was not only a rule of treasure, but also a top-grade one, and the value was obviously higher than that of ordinary low and medium quality rules. Suddenly, most supreme use only this level of magic soldiers, but there are some extremely powerful, reaching the highest level of supreme, such as the level of the ancestor of Red Cloud. What level of rule is the most precious? Jian Wushuang could not help asking. Up to the level of the master, the strength of the world is terrific. The magical treasures they use have already surpassed the rule of treasures and reached a whole new level. Of course, that level is far away from you. Now you just want to. It's too early to give full play to the power of this Wu Cry sword. Jian Wushuang smiled dumbly. Indeed, the rule is precious, and it is generally necessary to understand a little bit of the cosmic law to be able to barely exert its power. This is just barely exerting a little power, but not all power. Just a rule of inferior quality is a treasure, and Jian Wushuang is afraid that he can barely master the show, let alone a rule of superior quality. You have already picked 2 treasures, and there is one last chance left. You will cherish it, said Master Wu. Well, the sword had no double focus. He also knew that this opportunity was rare. Of the remaining 102 treasures, any one of them is extremely valuable. Many of them are of great use to the sword, and he has only one last chance, so he must consider it carefully. The first consideration of Jian Wushuang is still the rule of treasure. After all, he now only got Wu Xing's attack on the magic soldier even after returning to the early world of the gods. Refining the town sky monument is only a repressive rule. Tianbei is extremely special. As for the treasures of the treasure, realm, and flying, he doesn't have any. If he can get a warframe type of treasure, it will be enough to increase his body protection ability. The domain or flying category can also enhance his strength. As for other types of treasures, they may be extremely precious, but there are not many who can really improve his strength. He now has a heavy burden on his body. The whole life and death of the gods in the early days were on him, so it is the most urgent task to strengthen his own strength. Chapter 38-35. Second more. Jian Wushuang carefully looked at the rules of the treasure, and at the same time he could get some basic information from these rules of treasure. The band of intoxicants, the rule of inferiority is extremely precious, and the ring can be formed to suppress the opponents. There are 5 different powers in the evil area. The first power, the power of evil, floods all areas of the field. After the practitioners fall into the field, they are not the first-ranking masters and cannot be resisted. They must die. The strength of the second series can be suppressed by 40%, and the speed of the third series is affected. Second-level power, the second-level dominator will die after falling into the field, and the third-level dominate. Third heavy power. When Jian Wushuang saw the message from the sinister ring, he could not help breathing down. Very scary. Is terrible. Once the realm is formed, the power of the evil fills all parts of the field. Within the scope of the field, any practitioner will be eroded by the power of the evil. The first power alone is enough to sweep all practitioners below the top master. In other words, if he got this insidious ring and showed the first power in the insidious ring field, It would be enough to easily kill more than half of the 100,000 monsters who had besieged him in the dim demonic realm directly. If he cooperated again, if the Shuangguang realm and Jilong Tian array are performing with stronger power, I'm afraid that the second-level Elementra level masters will not be able to survive in this sinister realm. This is just the first power. It is worthy of the rule of treasure, although it is only substandard. Jian Wushuang hissed, and then looked at the other rule of treasure. Crazy Battle Gear, the rule of Chinese goods Arcana Battle Gear, is divided into 4 powers. The first powerful power can evoke 1,000 times the power of the basic master. Second-level power can provoke 10,000 times the power of the base. Third heavy power. Jian Wushuang looked at the message from the rule of treasure, dazzled, and at the same time his heart was secretly shocked. The rule of treasure is indeed far from the average universe treasure can be compared. Even if it is the strongest level of the universe treasure, even if it is the best of them, it will take dozens of pieces before it can be exchanged for a rule of the lowest quality. The reason for this is indeed too much difference in power. There are dozens of rules in front of this dense treasure, and any one of them has earth-shattering power. But Jian Wushuang looked at the rules of the treasure, but his brows were already frowned. Although these laws are extremely powerful and valuable, the key is that my current strength is too weak, and I just realized a trace of the laws of the universe. With my current strength, I am afraid that most of the laws are precious. I can urge the first power, and some have lower thresholds, and can barely urge the second power, but the first power and the second power do not help me much. Jian Wushuang secretly said, "It's simple. These strongest treasures in his hand now, after he mastered a little cosmic law, most of them have already been able to exert their powers. Like Yujin Dragon Armor, he can already urge the third power. The blessing of 60% of the dragon's power is a huge boost to his strength. And if it is replaced with the Mad Monster Armor of the highest treasure level of the rule of Chinese goods, he estimates that he can only barely give out the first power and exert 1,000 times the power of basic domination. Although it is 1,000 times the power of domination, but only on the basis of the divine power, it is estimated that 1,000 times has reached the power of the second-level higher master. Although for him, the power has also been greatly improved, but this improvement does not really surprise Jian Wushuang. Most of the other rules are the same. In other words, Wu Weapon Sword, as an attacking magic weapon, can increase the attack power of sword unparalleled, which is really useful to him. I only have one last chance. The treasures to be selected must be really useful to me, so that my strength soars, or treasures that can help me in the early world of God to better against the magic cloud star. And these other rules are precious. Maybe when I go to the universe battlefield in the future, my strength will gradually improve, and it will be more helpful to me, but at this stage, it is of limited usefulness to me." Jian Wushuang frowned, and continued to look at other rules of treasure. One piece of the rule, the precious treasure, floated from the front of Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang was not too satisfied. But at this moment, a mini tower with 3 different colors, black, white, and purple, suddenly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked at the 3-color tower, and at the same time got the information of the tower. The triple path, the rule of inferior goods, is precious. Simple information. There is only the name of this precious treasure, the hierarchy, the others, but nothing, and it does not even indicate what type of rule is precious treasure. This makes Jian Wushuang strange. "Master Wu, what is going on in this 3-color tower?" Jian Wushuang asked. 3-colored tower? Master Wu looked at the 3-colored tower, but followed with a smile. "That's the triple path, and it's a special rule." "Special? What a special law?" Jian Wushuang asked. "If you want to say the type of the triple path, it should be regarded as the rule of the domain class. After all, this triple path contains the triple field, and the power is pretty good, at least better than the triple you took away when you left. The magic light mirror is much stronger, but it is far worse than other domain laws." Master Wu smiled. "It's far worse than the other areas of the class rule arcana?" Jian Wushuang stumbled. Although the power of the domain is indeed more valuable than other domain laws, but the real role of the triple path is not the domain, but the triple world contained in the triple path. This triple world is the world of cultivation. "What do you mean?" Jian Wushuang got interested. The triple cultivation world, as the name suggests, is used to help practitioners cultivate. Master Wu began to explain. The first one is the world of cultivation. That is, the tower exudes a black world, which contains a variety of laws of heaven and earth, including some unique cultivation environments, mainly aimed at saint-level practitioners, and some who reach the top of the saint. When a cultivator enters this first world, he can use these special cultivation environments to gradually understand a rule of heaven and earth in order to meet the requirements of those who break through the rules. End of this chapter. Chapter 38-36. Third more. That is to say, this first Taoist realm can help the undead saint to break through and become the ruler of the rule. Jian Wushuang's expression moved. Of course it can, and the effect is very great. Under normal circumstances, 10 saints who have reached the top level, after entering the first realm, spend some time trying to cultivate enlightenment. There should be 7 or 8, directly. Those who have broken through to the ruler, and the rest who have not broken through. If there is no way to break through to become the ruler in the first-class world, then unless he encounters great opportunities in the future, he is afraid that he will never want to break through again. Mist is humane. Jian Wushuang's eyes were fully lit. 10 undead saints, after entering the first realm, have 7 or even 8 who can directly break through and become the rulers. This effect was naturally useless to him, but it was too useful for many practitioners in the early world of the gods. You know, how many immortal saints in the early world of God? There are many at the top level of saints. Like when the blood world was opened, in order to win the possibility of breaking the rule of the rule, many sages suddenly entered, more than 100,000 top sages. This is under the premise that all parties have agreed to limit the number of people. If there is no limit, there will be more saints pouring into the bloodstream. And the cultivation environment in this first-way world may not be as good as the opportunity in the blood world, but it is probably not too bad. The difference is that the blood wave world can only allow 10 people to get that chance at a time, and at most, only 10 people can break through and become the rule master. However, this first-way world has no such restriction. As long as it is to enter, the top saints in the first realm can try to break through in the cultivation environment of the first realm. In other words, he completely relied on this first Tao realm to create a large number of rulers in the early divine realm. In the early days, there will be a battle between divine realm and magic cloud star sooner or later. Although the main force participating in the battle will definitely be the master at that time. If there are only hundreds or thousands of rulers, there must be no impact on the battle situation. Or even the master of hundreds of thousands of rules, the impact on the war situation will be greater. By the way, this triple world has 3 worlds. The first world is for the undead saint. What about the second world? Jian Wushuanglian asked. The second world, of course, is aimed at the ruler. Master Wu smiled. The second world of Tao also contains a lot of rules of heaven and earth, and is extremely rich and profound. It is enough to make it easier for the ruler to master the other. The rules of heaven and earth, as well as the process of the fusion of heaven and earth rules, can be said that the second Taoist realm can allow a weakest rule master to cultivate step by step to the top of the rule master. Even if luck well, you can practice all the way to the level of domination. Of course, if the ruler breaks through the ruler, then the probability cannot be as high as that of the first way. Under normal circumstances, 100 rulers who have reached the top level of the rule practice in the second way. Over time, there can be 2 or 3 who can break through and become the masters. Lord Wu said the wind was light and light, but Jian Wushuang heard it, but his head was a little cyanotic. 100 top-level rulers can wash their faces in the second-level path for a period of time. Can 2 or 3 break through and become the masters? Is this probability not high? You know, in this star field, the number of rule masters is endless, and the number of rule masters who reach the top level are endless. Can they dominate? All the masters in the entire star domain add up to less than 100. Like the early gods, there are no more than 5 alive masters. How hard can it be to become the master? In this star field, the masters of countless rules want to break through and become masters. However, they are not so capable and have no chance. After all, it is almost impossible for the masters of most rules to integrate the 4 rules. And there are places where 2 or 3 of them can break through. This is definitely a huge opportunity for many top rulers. Jin Wushuang can imagine that if he spreads this news, I am afraid that the entire astral field will be shaken, and the masters of countless rules will enter the second realm of madness, and it will be fine for them to pay a great price, because that the probability of breaking through the is too high, and it is worth their desperation. The first Dao realm is aimed at the undead saint, the second Dao realm is aimed at the ruler, then the third Dao realm, isn't it? Jin Wushuang couldn't help looking at the great humanity. You guessed it, the third Dao realm is aimed at the master. Of course, the master in the universe can also be regarded as a person. These three Dao realms are only the treasures of the rule of inferiority. Dominating the practice is helpful, but at most it is also useful for the first-ranking dominator. At the second-ranking dominating level, it is very difficult to continue to improve the strength by the triple path. Wu Tai Humane. It's enough to help the first-level master. Jin Wushuang was extremely excited. The first level dominates. 99% of the stars are dominated by the first rank. Like the mysterious gods who are in the same camp with him, they are only dominated by the first rank, even in the first rank. Reaching the top level, this third Dao sector has a great effect on these few. The triple path realm may not be of much use to me, but it will be of much use to the whole early divine realm. If I bring this triple world back to Taichu Divine Realm, and then let the many immortal saints and rulers of Taichu Divine unconditionally enter and practice in it, then in a short period of time, my high-level combat power of Taichu Divinity with a 10-fold and a 100-fold increase. As long as I have enough time in the early Divine Realm, by then I will be able to create a large number of masters and rulers of countless rules. Even if the army of the Demon Star is killed, I can fight it positively with the combat power of the world. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands tightly, and his eyes also shone with a strong light. Indeed, this triple realm is an incredible opportunity for countless practitioners in the early divine realm. In the early days, the realm of the gods can also rely on the triple path of the realm to increase its power in a short period of time. And Jin Wushuang's efforts to improve his strength so hard are to help Taichu Divine Realm get out of crisis. The help of the triple Taoism to Taichu Divine Realm is even greater than his help to Taichu Divine Realm. Master Fog, I've decided. For the last treasure, I will choose these triple paths. Jin Wushuang hardly need to consider. End of this chapter. Chapter 38-37. Fourth more. Don't regret it? Master Wu looked at Jin Wushuang. In fact, in his opinion, this opportunity is so rare, Jin Wushuang should choose some treasures that will greatly help him in the future. But the three treasures that swords warriors have chosen, that is, the Wu Weeping Sword is used by himself, and the other two are obviously prepared for others. Do not regret it. Jin Wushuang, but Zheng Jianjian head. Okay, I respect your choice. Master Wu smiled slightly, followed by a wave. Except for the three treasures selected by Jin Wushuang. All other treasures disappeared in front of Jin Wushuang. 3 treasures are here. You take care of it yourself, Master Wu said. Jin Wushuang looked at the 3 treasures floating in front of his eyes. The milky white light group, the black Excalibur exudes gloom, and the last 3-colored tower, rejoicing inside. He ignored the black Excalibur and the 3-colored tower first, but looked directly at the milky light group. Master Fog, how can I use this astral heart? Jin Wushuang asked. Aren't you going to restore the deity for your wife? Is your wife's soul body? Here. Jin Wushuang waved his hand and took out the billion-year-old agarwood. His wife's frosty soul body was attached to the agarwood of the stars and moons. Oh! The Mr. glanced at Xingyue agarwood. With his ability, he could naturally feel the soul in Xingyue agarwood, but he shook his head and smiled. Your star field is so remote. Sure enough, there is nothing good. To save a soul body, all these garbage things are used. Trash? Jin Wushuang stunned. Xingyue agarwood, but it is still billion-year-old. Shouldn't it be bad? Little guy, at first glance you are the one who has seen many worlds, and yes, in this remote star field, how many good things can you see? The billion-year-old Xingyue agarwood is estimated to be your only one. You have something you can use to save your soul body. Master Wu smiled. But what I want to tell you is that this billion-year-old Xingyue Agarwood can indeed save your wife's soul body, but as time goes by, the quality of this Xingyue Agarwood will become lower and lower, and the effect will naturally increase. It's getting worse, and if I read correctly, your wife's soul is attached to this billion-year-old star moon and Agarwood for tens of thousands of years. For such a long time, the effect of this astral moon and Agarwood has been reduced from the billion-year level to the 10 million-year level. Your soul body is attached to this level of moon and Agarwood, more or less, was slightly damaged. What? Jian Wushuang was startled. Has his wife's soul body been damaged a little? How could this be? Little guy, I heard you say before, do you plan to ask Bingxin Liu to shape your wife's body? Master Wu smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. If he didn't know the existence of the astral heart, he could only find a way to find a Bingxin glass jade to shape the body for his wife. Oh, I can tell you that when your wife's soul has been damaged a little, you can use Bingxin glaze jade to restore your deity, then in the end, though the will recover, your wife's soul will be mostly missing at that time. Your wife may not be your wife. Master Wu laughed. Is there such a thing? In fact, this can't blame you. After all, you don't know much about it. And even if your wife has suffered some damage to the soul, it can be attached to the Agarwood of Xingyue, and you can't detect it. So naturally, you don't take some other measures. I thought that using Bingxin glazed jade could restore the body of your wife. Master Wu continued to laugh. But you have good luck. You can come here and pass the test of the second sky of the Red Cloud Realm, and the host just left a heart of the astral realm here. Master Fog, do you mean that the God-shaped body formed by the heart of the astral world will not make my wife's soul lack? Jian Wushuanglian asked. Of course. Master Wu laughed. How precious is the heart of the astral world? Even if it is the ultimate master of all the net worth, it may not be worth a heart of the astral world. Even the supreme power of the astral heart will be extremely important. How could it be possible to have a defect in the soul with such a restored body? I tell you, you use this astral heart to restore your wife's divine body. Your wife's spiritual body will not only fully recover, but also nourish the astral heart. It will become much stronger than before. In the future, her potential will also be immense, and becoming a master is easy. Even if she becomes a master, there is a great possibility. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang relaxed. Following Jian Wushuang, he looked up, Master Wu, what should I do now? Simple. The core of this astral heart is not matter, but some extraordinary special energies. Now you only need to direct those special energies in the astral heart into Xingyue Agarwood, and that is attached to the Xingyue Agarwood. Your wife's soul will naturally be absorbed. After absorption, her soul will undergo metamorphosis, and then she will shape the body by herself. This process may take some time, but it will not take too long. It is estimated to be 3,000 or 4,000 years. Mist is humane. So long? Jian Wushuang frowned. He couldn't wait to meet his wife. It's mainly because your wife's soul absorbs the astral plane and changes. It takes a long time, but it doesn't take long to shape the body. Wu to humanity. It's nothing. I've waited for so many years, and it's okay for another 3,000 or 4,000 years. Jian Wushuang kept his heart anxious. Then Jian Wushuang began to guide the special energies in the heart of the astral world under the guidance of Lord Wu. The special energy in the heart of the astral world is the essence of the heavens and earth that astral world has accumulated during the entire chaotic period, and has the effect of capturing the heavens and the earth. If it is in the hands of the top powerful men, this energy has a greater effect. Jian Wushuang is now used to absorb his wife's soul body, but it is actually a big deal. But for Jian Wushuang, no precious treasure can be compared. He was reunited with his wife. Soon, those special energies in the heart of the astral realm were guided by Jian Wushuang into the Agarwood of Xingyue. Jian Wushuang can also sense that those special energies have been absorbed by his wife's soul body, and then his wife's soul body begins to slowly transform. However, even in the process of soul transformation, his wife's consciousness still fell into a deep sleep, and he was still not awakened. In this regard, the sword was unparalleled and helpless, and could only wait patiently. End of this chapter. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 38:38. Fifth more. In the third heaven of the Red Cloud realm, on the ancient altar, the billion-year-old Xingyue Agarwood is suspended there, and its body surface has a layer of milky light looming. Xingyue Agarwood, the cold body of the soul, is undergoing unprecedented transformation. This transformation process takes a long time, and Jian Wushuang did not wait beside him all the time, but went to the second day. On the second day, there are various opportunities on that island. At the time, Jian Wushuang Island spent thousands of years, and its kendo, swordsmanship, and other aspects have been greatly improved, but Jian Wushuang is very clear. Most of the opportunities on the island, he can only see, but cannot touch. But now it's different. After learning a bit of the law of the universe, many opportunities on the island really began to have a great effect on him. Like many people on the island who have deepened their understanding of the laws of the universe, he has not realized it before, so how can they deepen it? But now it works. In addition, after understanding a bit of the law of the universe, Jian Wushuang was also able to delve deeper into the sword technique that envelopes the law of the universe. In this way, Jian Wushuang improved his strength on the second heaven by means of opportunity to understand, while waiting for his cold, chilling soul to complete transformation. Time passes slowly. In a flash, 3,300 years passed. On one of the islands, there are 11 huge sword stones suspended there, and Jian Wushuang is standing under one of them. He closed his eyes slightly, and in his mind was constantly feeling the artistic conception of the sword art in the sword stone, and the Huangquan Excalibur in his hand also moved naturally. Wow! The void in front of him seemed to be plunged into a continuous sea, and countless waves of layers spread endlessly. These waves are sometimes violent, rolling up huge waves, sometimes soft, as if the spring breeze hit the face. From time to time, it was like a mighty army. The simple sword has no double-sided front, and there is no enemy in the void, otherwise it will be caught in this endless wave sweeping. I am afraid that I will show my best. I am afraid that it will be difficult to get out. Finally, Jian Wushuang stopped the action in his hand. The endless waves finally stopped, and the void in front of them was restored to calmness. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes with a smile in his eyes. Under this sword stone, I learned about the sword technique in it for 800 years, and finally realized the trick of wave light. This trick, combining several kinds of artistic conceptions, was brought into it by the laws of the universe. Endless, although the power is not strong, cannot be compared with my perfect hazy swordsmanship, but if it is used to trap the enemy, or entangled with people, it is better. Jian Wushuang chuckled. Road. The swordplay wave is different from the haze he created before. Misty swordsmanship is killing enemies, and mighty power is extremely powerful. After the sword has learned a little of the cosmic rules, he has studied for another 3,300 years in this second day. Misty swordsmanship has been further improved. Mighty swordsmanship is stronger than before. Much more. The swordplay wave is a kind of entangled enemy swordsmanship. Once the swordplay comes out, the sword will be endless and there is no end. Those who fight against him will be able to break the sword force by force unless they are far stronger than him. Even if the other party's understanding of the Tao is stronger than himself, he will be involved in this endless wave and cannot escape. This move is bound to become one of Jian Wushuang's strongest sword moves. From now on, I have created 3 of the strongest sword tricks. My swordplay system is barely a bit of a way. Jian Wushuang smiled. The 3 strongest sword moves he created: attack and kill, hazy, guardian swordsmanship, guarding the earth, and the sword light that has just been created. The 3 major sword moves, the obscure main attack and kill, the earth guard is the main protective body, the wave light master entangles the trapped enemy. The 3 major sword techniques complement each other, and when combined, they can barely be regarded as a swordsmanship system. Of course, this swordsmanship system is not complete, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Sword unparalleled. Lord Wu's voice suddenly sounded in Jian Wushuang's heart. Jian Wushuang stayed in the Red Cloud realm for so long. The adult Mr. already knew his real name, But the adult mister did not call him by name, but called him little guy. Indeed, Jian Wushuang can only be regarded as a little guy in front of this misty man who has not lived for many years. Master Fog. Jian Wushuang raised his head. Your wife's soul body will soon be transformed. Master Wu continued. To be completed? Jian Wushuang rejoiced. For 3,300 years, he has waited here for 3,300 years. Although most of the time he is trying to improve his strength, but his heart has been lingering cold and looking forward to it. Meet with Frost. And now, it's finally time. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang immediately set off for the third day. On the ancient altar, Xingyue Agarwood, which had existed, has long disappeared. During the transformation of the cold and frosty soul, Xingyue Agarwood has been constantly consuming, and now it has been completely consumed. There is still only a cloud of milky light, and this milky light is extremely dazzling. I can feel that my wife's soul is now extremely arrogant and pure. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and was very excited. He could see that the frosty soul had been transformed. The next step is the shaping of the divine body. Master, the soul has been transformed. Is my wife's soul awake? Jian Wushuang could not help but ask, but he was obstructed by himself, but could not detect it at all. It should be awake, but if you are aware of outside events, then you don't know. Master Wu lifted his beard and said indifferently. Jian Wushuang, helpless, can only continue to wait. Buzzing. The milky light suddenly began to surge, and a large amount of light began to condense in that void. Its cohesion is an entirely new body. Jian Wushuang stared at this body without blinking, and gradually this body was fully formed, and its appearance also appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Beauty, the beauty is suffocating. This is a prosperous face, and it is exactly the appearance of his wife, as cold as frost. It is exactly the same, and even adds a few points to her temperament. Her body can only be described as perfect. Finally, this brand new body is completely condensed, followed by a pair of extremely touching eyes. The dark eyes directly looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang also looked at her. The two eyes were narrow. Suddenly, the air was completely condensed. End of this chapter. Chapter 38-39. Sixth more. On the ancient altar of the third heaven of the Red Cloud Realm, a husband and wife finally met each other after many years. You are. Long Rushuang watched Jian Wushuang tightly, his body trembled, and countless memories immediately appeared in his mind. These memories are unique to the sword. Jian Wu's eyes were somewhat moist. He has been for many years and does not know what tears are. His current mood is even more complicated, and his hard work finally restored his wife's body, waited for countless years, and finally met his wife. Before meeting, he had thought about what to say to his wife many times, but now he really met, but he didn't know what to say for a while. Shuanger, are you okay? Jian Wushuang finally spoke. His voice was a little hoarse. Fu Jun. Lung Rushuang finally shouted. Her figure fluttered directly towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang opened his arms and rushed into his arms as cold as frost. Two people hugging together. No sound, no words, the two just felt each other's heartbeat together. The mister, standing aside, saw this scene, shook his head, but left with interest. The whole altar was left with only two men, Jian Wushuang and Long Rushuang, hugging each other for a long time. After a while, Jian Wushuang sat down on the altar, and Frost was nestling in his arms. Fu Jun, what the is going on? Didn't I leave Vanguard with her? And where are we now? Lung Rushuang had a lot of questions at the moment. No way, her current memory still stays in the original Qinghua world, the original Tang dynasty, and the wedding night with sword unparalleled. That day, he became married to Jian Wushuang. After that, his soul fell asleep, and his body was controlled by the coldness of snow for so many years until now. Eternal world? Jian Wushuang touched his nose. The elder world is a distant thing for him. However, his wife wanted to know that Jian Wushuang also began to talk slowly. He recounted that in order to be able to pursue the coldness of the snow, he went to the ancient chaos world alone to adventure, and step by step reached the pinnacle of the ancient chaos world. Later, when he met Long Rushue, he tried his best to make Long Shueshue escape, but in the end he failed. Immediately following him, he will come to the chaotic world of eternity and suffer from upheaval, fall into crisis, and finally at the end of his master, he will use the shocking method to reverse time and space, and send him into the reincarnation with the cold, frosty soul, and enter the pre-God world. Then Jian Wushuang talked about his second life. Many things happened. Time is too long. The process is quite rich. Jian Wushuang did not elaborate on it all, and even did not mention some of his own adventures. Lung Rushuang had been listening quietly, and from time to time he pulled the clothes of Jian Wushuang. Obviously, he heard some dangerous things about Jian Wushuang and worried about Jian Wushuang. It took a long time to tell the story of all these years. In this way, I passed the test of the second heaven of the Red Cloud realm and got the heart of the astral world, so that your soul can fully wake up and shape a brand new body, so we really met. Jian Wushuang smiled. 20,000 years. I didn't expect us to be apart. It's been nearly 200,000 years. After listening to the cold as frost, my heart was not calm for a long time. Counting the time, it is true that nearly 200,000 years have passed since he left Wangiji, and even all of them may be more than 200,000 years. Jian Wushuang cannot remember it. In the 200,000 years, so many things have happened, from the ancient world, to the ancient chaotic world, to the early world of the gods, and the current universe battlefield. Lung Rushuang said, but suddenly stopped, her eyes full of affectionate look at Xiang Jianwushuang. Softly, "You are stupid." "I'm stupid, but everything is worth it. At least we meet now, and starting today, no one can take you away from me." Jian Wu's parents took a frosty forehead and laughed road. "I will never leave you again in my life," said Long Rushuang. "Of course, the two of us in this life and this world will never be separated. Not only the two of us, but also our future children." Jian Wushuang smiled. Cold as frost could not help but shy. This couple, who has been separated for nearly 200,000 years, sees each other as if they have finished speaking, and the two snuggle together, speaking for a whole day and night, but it is not over. It wasn't until Master Wu couldn't stand it that he appeared to interrupt the two. Jian Wushuang. Master Wu glanced at Jian Wushuang and Frosty coldly, and said lowly, "Your wife's body has recovered and you two have reunited. What are your plans next?" "She has left her hometown for too long, and she hasn't seen her father for a long time, so I plan to take her away and go home," Jian Wushuangdo said. "Wanna leave?" Master Wu frowned. "Why? Is there a problem?" Jian Wushuang asked. "It's nothing, but if it is possible, I suggest that the two of you stay in this Red Cloud world for a longer period of time." Wu Da humane. "Why?" Jian Wushuang wondered. "Yes, your wife has absorbed the heart of the astral world, her soul has transformed, and she is already qualified to become a top powerhouse, but your starfield resources are too scarce, and your vision is generally very low. There, you can't really polish it. If your wife now goes back to you now, relying on her innate advantages, she can easily become the master in the future, but it's difficult to have greater achievements." Mist humane. "Oh." Jian Wushuang frowned. "So I have an idea that you two will stay in the Red Cloud realm for a while. During this time, I will give your wife some guidelines. In addition, I personally have a few unique secrets that are very suitable for her. Cultivation, with my guidance, plus these mysteries, your wife will definitely have more room for growth in the future." Wu to humanity. Hearing Master Wu's words, Jian Wushuang's complexion became strange. "Master Wu, do you have any intention of letting my wife inherit your mantle?" Jian Wushuang said strangely. "Yes, I have this intention." Lord Wu nodded, admitting generously. This makes Jian Wushuang even more wrong. "Why? Do you think I don't have the ability to guide your wife?" Master Wu smiled. "Little guy, you don't really think that I'm just a steward of this Red Cloud world?" Jian Wushuang could not help but stun. Chapter 3840. The first is more correct. Although he knew from the beginning that the Lord Wu controlled everything in the Red Cloud realm, and could be said to be the steward of the Red Cloud Realm. The Lord Wu was obviously not the spirit of the Red Cloud Realm, but the actual life. It is both the life and the control of the Red Cloud Realm for the ancestors of Red Cloud. My name is called Fog, Lord Wu said indifferently. If many years ago, in the depths of the universe, my name was the most famous of Fog, some people still knew it. Miss Supreme? Jin Wushuang was startled. This Mister turned out to be a supreme superpower? Now, do you think I have the ability to guide your wife? Master Wu looked over. Of course, Jin Wushuang said. Just kidding, the divine supreme level super strong. Even the ultimate level of masters can give pointers. Although her wife naturally understands a rule as the rule's master as soon as the body recovers because of the relationship between the heart of the astral world, but also realize only through a rule. How good is it that a supreme strong person can direct her personally and even intend to have his wife inherit his mantle? Master Wu, I don't know how long it will take for my wife to fully inherit your mantle? Jin Wushuang asked. Look at the perception, for a few hundred years, and about 2,000 or 3,000 years long. Jin Wushuang looked at it as cold as frost. Shuanger, what do you think? I'm willing to worship Lord Wu as a teacher, Lung Rushuang said. She didn't hesitate at all. The reason why she was so decisive was because she knew her husband's current strength and how great the burden was on him. As a wife, she naturally wants to help Jin Wushuang as much as possible and share her worries for Jin Wushuang. Now that she has such a good opportunity, she will cherish it. Well, let's stay here for a while. Jin Wushuang smiled, and then looked at Lord Wu. Master Wu, there is work. I do it for myself. There was a smile on Master Wu's face. Next, cold as frost performed a simple worship ceremony in this red cloud world. After the worship was completed, the mister began to point out that the road was cold and frosty. And Jin Wushuang also stayed in the red cloud realm and continued to use the many opportunities on the island to improve his strength as much as possible in the second day. A flash, 400 years passed. Although the red cloud realm has never been opened, the opportunities contained in Red Stone Mountain are not limited to the red cloud realm. Therefore, the number of strong men who roam in Red Stone Mountain all year round is still very large. The depths of Red Rock Mountain are even unexplored here. Bloodstone boulders are piled together. At the very center of this bloodstone pile, a tall old man with a purple unicorn on his forehead sits there, and in front of him, he has a lot of secrets lines exist. Any one of these secret lines is unpredictable, and when combined together, it is a huge law formation. Haha, it's done. The tall elder man with a purple one corner suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, and with the movement of his palm, the secret lines in the heavy circle in front of him began to flow. An ancient but dark breath slowly rose up. 16,000 years. After I discovered that this heavy law formation existed 160,000 years ago, except for the 10,000 years before the red cloud and fog tide appeared, I spent time studying and enlightening before this law formation. I can see that this behind the legal array, it should be an independent world, or an independent heaven and earth secret place. The independent space, or the heaven and earth secret place, hidden in the deepest part of Red Rock Mountain, must be a great opportunity. Therefore, I have spent a full 150,000 years devoting all my energy to studying this law formation. Until now, I have finally found a flaw in this law formation, leaving a gap in this law formation and following it. In the gap, I can enter this hidden world, and all opportunities in this world will be to me. The purple one-horned tall old man horned owl dominates and laughs wildly, and his eyes are filled with unprecedented surprises. What is the most important thing to do in the 3 battlefields? That is the chance. But now, it took the Horned Lord to spend a full 150,000 years before he could barely open the gap of this heavy law formation. In his opinion, he must take a chance and get a chance. He is dominated by a horn, just a higher master, and his strength is more general. He has not reached the point where he can run wild in this star field, because he has not had any great opportunities before, but now he sees it. Of course, he is certainly pleasantly surprised and happy. Suddenly, a ghostly black light flashed away. The smile on the face of the horn dominates suddenly and freezes, Instead, it is a look of horror and horror. He stared at him in front of him, where the terrible black evil spirit condensed. The evil spirit was thicker than the evil spirit of any person he had seen before. Horrified, the horror suffocated the captor. Immediately after, a black figure slowly appeared in front of the Horned Lord. A dark armor, dark skin, and a faint gloom on the body surface. The eyes were cold like a blade. The sight of the sky, the rules of heaven and earth seemed to collapse. The whole person felt as if from Joyo Devil. The cold eyes, like blades, locked on the body of the Horned Lord, instantly making the Horned Lord dominate the whole person as if he were near an ice cellar. His body trembled, and his skin was twitching. He also found in horror that he was in front of his eyes. Under the gaze of this black figure, he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. With one look, he made his Grand Master domineering and lost his resistance. Huh. The black demon figure flashed suddenly, then appeared in front of the Horned Lord, and kept pressing his big hand directly on the head of the Horned Lord. The Horned Owl dominates his eyes wide and has no ability to resist at all. Immediately after that, he discovered that an incredible force came directly to his soul. The Horned Lord's consciousness disappeared instantly, and his soul was completely peeped under the control of the other side. After that, the Black Devil's cube dropped his palm, and the Horned Lord's body was unable to chase down. Starfield? Universe Battlefield? Redstone Mountain? The Black Devil murmured, but an unprecedented ecstasy gradually appeared on his face. It's the universe, it's the universe. Haha, come out, my ancient night devil, finally came out alive from that place. Haha. The insane and wanton laughter echoed in the heavens and the earth for a long time. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 3841. Second more. The Red Cloud World, the 18th year of cold recovery. Father, look at the whip. As cold as frost stood high, the jade hand waved a dark green whip, meandering like a dragon. Suddenly a rage of mighty power flooded. Jin Wushuang stood below, only feeling that he was caught in a sea of oceans, just like one of the strongest sword arts he created. The difference is that the lightsaber is mainly used to trap the enemy or entangle. The whip cast is extremely violent. I saw the waves rolling wildly, forming a heavy tsunami, endless, madly coming towards the sword unparalleled. This whip method is powerful. Jin Wushuang couldn't help but admire, but followed with one hand into a sword. Broken. A soft word was spit out, and the heavy tsunami that swept over him immediately broke off from it, and the whole ocean was cut off without any mood. The frosty figure fell from the void. Schwanger, your whip method is getting worse and worse. Jin Wushuang smiled. What awesome! Haven't you just broken it with a sword? Cold and frosty, Sword Wushuang glanced. You don't know to let me. Jin Wushuang touched his nose and looked strange. However, the master taught me this whip method. It is true. There are enough 16 types of whip method. Now I only barely master the first type, and the power of this type is probably not enough. If I can show the power of 20% to 30% of this whip method, you will definitely not defeat my whip method so easily. Cold as frost. That is, the whip method created by the dignified Supreme is naturally not simple. Jin Wushuang smiled. In these 800 years, the cold as frost has been cultivated under the guidance of Lord Wu, and Jin Wushuang is watching. He witnessed the strength of Long Rushuang step by step with his own eyes, and the whip method just cast by Long Rushuang was also taught by Master Wu, and it was a complete whip magic created by Master Wu himself. Well, even if it is so cold, even if it can only use the first type to barely display less than 10% of its power, it is already very good. Schwanger, I just saw that your whip method contains not only 3 completely fused rules, but also a 4th rule? Jin Wushuang asked suddenly. Long Rushuang nodded. Under Master's instructions, I have now fully understood and integrated the 4 rules. As for the 4th rule, I have already comprehended most of them, and it will take a long time to fully understand. After the full understanding, the integration should be relatively easy. According to Master, at most 2,000 years, I should be able to break through and become the Master. If it was so cold, Jin Wushuang could not help twitching. Although he learned from the foggy population before that the coldness after absorbing the heart of the astral world is astonishing, it is easy to become the Master, but Jin Wushuang did not expect it would be such an easy method. In just 800 years, the frosty cold jumped from the ruler who just started, reached the top of the ruler, and immediately understood the fourth rule. At most 2,000 years, he could become the Master. You know, he spent so many years at the Master level of rules, but there is still a long way to go before the Master level. After all, the integration of the four rules is very difficult. Unsurprisingly, Schwanger, you are afraid that you will become the Master before me. Jin Wushuang sighed softly. What about being the Master first? Master said, even if I break through and become the Master, you should be far less than you in terms of combat power, and you will understand a bit of the law of the universe. Long Rushuang said. Jin Wushuang could not help but smile. Of course, I am not weak now. According to Master, although I am only the Master of rules now, with the mystic methods taught by Master, my combat power is not weaker than the first-level primary Master. If, desperately, I can even compete with the first-level higher Master. Cold as frost again. The sword did not hear, but was not surprised. The difference between the ruler and the Master is huge, but it is not absolutely impossible to make up. Not to mention Jin Wushuang himself, the blood slaughter emperor he encountered before was called the first of the masters of this star domain rule before he had risen. His combat power was indeed very strong and he broke out with all his strength. Rising up, it can also rival the primary dominator. The emperor of blood slaughter did not get much opportunity or inheritance, and he could have such combat power, and as cold as frost, first of all absorb the treasures of the heart of the astral world, and secondly, the supreme personal passage, the Lord Wu after carefully teaching for 800 years and teaching various mysterious magical powers, how can their combat power not be strong? It's a pity that the time for the cold to restore the body is too short, and the understanding of Tao and the experience and skills of killing are still lacking. Otherwise her combat power can be even stronger. Tour, sword unparalleled, you two come over. Lord Wu's voice suddenly sounded. Holding hands with Long Rushuang, Jin Wushuang arrived on the altar of the third heaven, and Lord Wu was already waiting there. It's been 800 years. In these 800 years, I've taught me everything I can teach, and then I can only look at you. Master Wu looked cold and frosty. His eyes were extremely soft. After all, he is his own disciple, and as far as he can tell the truth, Master Wu has a much better attitude towards cold as frost than sword unparalleled. Master, Long Rushuang looked up, glancing at Master Wu. Mr. Wu ignored it. Little guy, you can take your wife away now. Thanks to the seniors for their careful teaching over the years. Jin Wushuang was grateful. You're welcome. I just want to leave a mantle to myself. Master Wu waved. Seniors, juniors are actually curious. Why didn't the seniors leave? If the strengths of the seniors, if this is to leave, this red cloud world should not stop you? Jin Wushuang frowned. Leave. Master Wu misted up, then shook his head. Do you think I don't want to leave? Just can't do it. Why? Jin Wushuang wondered. You guys, you still don't know how terrible the battle was at the beginning. Even the Master's mighty strength was dead, and I was the warlord of the Master. I was also involved in that war. Adult voices are low. The original owner died, and I was attacked by the aftermath of the demon ancestral fighter. Although I was not dead, I was hit by an unprecedented hit. In the end, I only managed to escape to the Red Cloud Realm, and barely survived with the power of the Red Cloud Realm. Can't be miserable anymore. All these years, my body has been relying on the Red Cloud Realm to barely maintain it without crashing on the spot, and once I leave the Red Cloud Realm, the god body immediately collapses, and I will die immediately. Chapter 3842. Third more. Is that so? Jin Wushuang stunned. He has always wondered why this mister has been staying in the Red Cloud realm for a long time. It turned out to be this reason. Little guy, there is one more thing before you leave, Master Wu suddenly said. Jin Wushuang and cold as frost could not help looking at this mister. The Lord was strong before his life, and he opened up a great kingdom of God, occupying an extremely vast territory, and his majesty has countless people. If there is a huge kingdom of God, there will be some venomous minds, evil generations, and the Master God kingdom. There have been a lot of evil people of all kinds. For their own benefit, they have used whatever means to make waves in God. Once these wicked people are found, many of them are beheaded and killed directly, but there are also a lot of them that are detained. The places where these wicked people are held are called eternal dark prisons. The eternal dark prison has existed for many years. Not long after the Master opened up the kingdom of God, the eternal dark prison has always existed. When the kingdom of God is still there, people will often be detained in the eternal dark prison. There are incredible performances that can attract the attention of Hongyun's leaders. Otherwise, these prisoners are destined to be detained in their entire lives. Over the years, the number of prisoners held in the eternal dark prison has long been unknown. Jin Wushuang listened very puzzled. He didn't understand. Master Wu suddenly told him what to do. The eternal dark prison is divided into 6 layers. The prisoners are detained at different levels according to the strength of the highlands. Everything was originally organized step by step. After the war, the Master fell, the Red Cloud fell, and the kingdom of God directly collapsed. Although this eternal dark prison was not directly destroyed, it also hurt the foundation and great power in the original battle. The most important thing is that the eternal dark prison's law formation also has a flaw. Of course, this flaw exists only on the first floor and is extremely hidden. Under normal circumstances, those prisoners who are held on the first floor of the eternal dark prison cannot find this flaw, and they cannot pass through it. The silk flaw escaped from the eternal hell. However, just 500 years ago, I sensed through the Red Cloud realm that someone used the flaw in the eternal dark prison to make a gap in the first floor of the eternal dark prison. Although the eternal dark prison matrix soon this gap was repaired, but during this time, prisoners escaped from the eternal dark prison. What? Jin Wushuang was startled. Someone escaped? 500 years ago? He just didn't understand why Lord Wu suddenly said this to him, but now he understands it. All the prisoners held in the eternal dark prison have committed heinous sins. They dare not say that every nature is evil. At least they are not good people. They can be held in the eternal dark prison by Hongyun. Their strength must also be very strong. Such a prisoner ran out? How many did you run out? Jin Wushuanglian asked. There is a great correlation between the Red Cloud realm and the eternal dark prison. I now control the Red Cloud realm, but I barely sensed that there were only one prisoner who ran out of the eternal dark prison 500 years ago. Mist is humane. Just one? That's better. Jin Wushuang relaxed. If dozens or hundreds of prisoners ran out of the eternal dark prison in one breath, then this star field would suffer. Although only one prisoner ran out, don't be underestimated, Master Wu said positively. The meaning of the existence of the eternal dark prison is not just to detain the prisoners, but to choose some of the top prisoners as much as possible. He then worked for Hongyun, so he could be detained in the eternal dark prison, the weakest being the Master, and the strongest, but even the Supreme. What? In the eternal dark prison, the Supreme is being held? Jin Wushuang was stunned. Yes. The 6th floor of Eternal Dark Prison is holding the Supreme, and there is more than one. Master Wu smiled. Of course, although Eternal Dark Prison hurt the Foundation in the original battle, the power is still there. Unless the Supreme gets a great breakthrough in strength, he can reach the level before the Lord's life, and may come out of the Eternal Dark Prison. But the Eternal Dark Prison environment is very harsh. In these harsh environments, I want to reach close that step of the Master's peak strength is almost impossible. And this time out of the eternal dark prison, the prisoners held on the first floor. Among the 6 floors of the eternal dark prison, the prisoners on the first floor are the weakest, and the first prisoners are generally the first level, or the Master of the second level. But the eternal dark prison has not been joined by new prisoners for many years, and the killing inside is crazy and fierce. In such a long time of killing, it can still survive, and the strength is bound to be. I estimate that the prisoner who escaped this time is at least a master who reached the top of the second level, and may even have broken through to the third level. Woo to humanity. At the very least, they are at the top of the second series. Is it even possible to reach the third series? Since he realized a bit of the law of the universe, his strength has skyrocketed. Generally, the second series is dominated by him. He doesn't need to take his mind at all, but the top of the second series, or even the third series, dominates him. But there is no pressure. Fujun, you don't have to worry too much. After all, the prisoners held in the eternal dark prison are not all lunatics. Maybe the prisoners who came out this time belong to the kind of indiscriminate killing? Not to mention this star field is at the extreme edge of the universe. Generally, the master who reaches the second level will choose to leave here and enter the rest of the universe. If the prisoner is so powerful, he will definitely not be in this star field. I stayed too long, said Lung Rushuang. Well, too. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. I'll tell you this, just to remind you. In addition, Jian Wushuang, haven't you always wanted to improve your strength? But is it already difficult to meet decent opponents in this star field? Now there are opponents. Master Wu smiled. Opposite? Just the prisoner? Jian Wushuang squinted. Of course, not only one of him, but countless prisoners in the eternal dark prison. Wu big humanity. Jian Wushuang stunned, but then looked at Master Wu in shock. Master Fog, are you telling me to go to the eternal dark prison? Why are you afraid? Master Wu looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 3843. Fourth More. Jian Wushuang was not afraid. He was just scared. Just knowing the origin of this eternal dark prison from the foggy population, Jian Wushuang knew what kind of place this eternal dark prison is. Imagine that innumerable prisoners were detained inside, and they have not seen the sun all day long, and so many years have passed. Even if the prisoners there are not lunatics themselves, they are estimated to have become lunatics, and those prisoners are still powerful, even if the weakest layer is the strongest at the top of the second series. Taking one out casually is enough to make him treat seriously. However, what Master Wu said is also very reasonable. He does not find an opponent in this star field, but he cannot leave the star field for the time being. So if he wants to continue to improve his strength and continue to challenge the new strong, then Eternal Dark Prison is indeed a good choice. Eternal Dark Prison. Although they are detaining some lunatics who have committed heinous crimes, and now they are estimated to be almost crazy, but there is no doubt that these lunatics are all strong. Jian Wu's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness, faint with a touch of excitement. Yes, he was excited. He was eager to fight with the strong, and in the eternal dark prison, he could fully meet his requirements. My dear, I'm not mistaken. You are warlike by nature and have a strong heart. Even if you know that the eternal dark prison is extremely dangerous, you still want to go inside. Master Wu smiled. Jian Wushuang also smiled. Fu Jun, the frosty cold frost next to her, frowned. She also understood what the eternal dark prison is. Naturally, she did not want Jian Wushuang to go there and take risks. Haha, sir, you don't need to worry. Anyone in this star field, including you going to the eternal dark prison, even if it is only the first floor, it is estimated that all are dead, but for this little guy, it is not. There is a danger of death. Master Wu laughed. Why? Jian Wushuang understood. Master Wu explained immediately. Eternal Dark Prison was originally created by Hongyun Imai. Hongyun Imai has absolute power in the Eternal Dark Prison. As long as it is a strong man or a disciple under Hongyun Imai, enter the Eternal Dark Prison. Afterwards, they will be sheltered by the Eternal Dark Prison Circle. Little guy, didn't I give you a token of a disciple from the heart of Hongyun before? With this token, you can mobilize a part of the power of the magic circle in the Eternal Whisper. Let alone the first level are at most only the second level. Counting the top or third level masters, You can easily suppress even the ultimate masters held in the fifth layer. Is there such a thing? Jian Wushuang worried, and the cold frost beside him also showed surprise. Lung Rushuang was still worried that Jian Wushuang would endanger his life after entering the eternal dark prison, but I did not expect that Jian Wushuang, a red-clouded inner disciple, would have such privileges in the eternal dark prison. The power of the array, by virtue of this heavy means, he can walk sideways in the eternal dark prison. Of course, the reason you go to eternal dark prison is mainly to experience and improve your strength. If it is not a crisis of life and death, then the power of the magic circle, you better not to easily move. Of course, if I casually meet a prisoner, I will use the powerful power of the falcon to suppress who, then there is no other training effect. Jian Wushuang smiled, only at the last moment. I will use this trick. In addition, I can use this not only to save my life, but also to find ways to bring some other gains. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. He had some other thoughts in his heart. For example, go to the eternal dark prison to subdue a few prisoners as servants. The weakest of the prisoners in the eternal dark prison are the combat power of the second level to dominate the hierarchy. In terms of high-level combat power, it is definitely a huge increase. Of course, it is not so easy to want those prisoners to submit to him. Okay, that's all I have to say. You can leave. Master Wu waved his hand. The junior is leaving. The disciples are leaving. Jian Wushuang salutes with Long Rushuang together, even if Xian leaves the Red Cloud Realm together. Red Stone Mountain, Jian Wushuang and Frost side by side. Is this the battlefield of the universe? It feels really unusual, and it feels extremely dangerous in many places. I couldn't help sighing along the way. The Red Cloud Realm she was in was actually in the universe battlefield, but after all, it was an independent space, and it was completely different from actually walking in the universe battlefield. Schwanger, after we left Hongshishan, we went back to Xingong first, and then we went home together. Jian Wushuangdo. Lung Rushuang smiled and nodded. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang looked suddenly. What's wrong? Lung Rushuang looked over in confusion. Schwanger, come with me first. Jian Wushuang changed direction and swept away to the void. Cold as frost, although in doubt, immediately followed. On a blood stone, a man in black with a faint gloom around him was sitting quietly, closed his eyes, not knowing what he was doing. And Sword Wushuang and Cold as Frost have already appeared in the void around this man in black. The latter has no gap. On the strength, Sword Wushuang and Cold as Frost are extremely strong. Jian Wushuang learned from the magic flame of the method of hiding breath. The general master cannot sense the breath, and the cold secret hiding technique is from the supreme of the mist. The hand is even better. The man in black, who is the ruler of the peak of the 6 realms, certainly cannot find his existence. Fujun, do you know this person? Lung Rushuang asked. Of course I know. Once upon a time, he took the Lord of many rules of the 3 sacred realms, but he almost forced me into despair. Jian Wushuang smiled. You man in black on the bloodstone below, of course he knows. The Lord of the Galaxy, the Lord of the rules from the 3 holy realms. At the beginning of Palau Island, he was under the siege of the 3 holy realms and besieged. When the Lord of the 3 holy realms never appeared, the strongest of the 3 holy realms was the galaxy of stars. The Lord, at that time, was already the combat power of the 6 realms of void, and even the main white star of the Temple of Time and Space was reluctantly suppressed by it. But now, the 3 sacred realms have long been destroyed by him, and the Lord of the 3 sacred realms has also been beheaded by him, but the Lord of Xinghe is still alive. It seems that the annihilation of the 3 sacred realms was not thorough enough, and there are still many missing fish that escaped. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but the smile was abnormally cold, and it was also killing. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang and Long Rushuang appeared directly. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 38-44. Fifth More. The Lord of the Galaxy has been miserable these years. It is normal that all 3 sacred realms have been destroyed. Although he left the early divine realm in advance and fled to the universe battlefield, he has since become a bereavement dog. Now, Jin Wushuang is too angry in this star domain name, and his power has been continuously improved. Even the strength of the Star Palace has been improved a lot. The Star Palace has never forgotten to chase them through these three holy realms. Fish, which led him to the peak of the battlefield of the six realms, but almost no party in this area would accept him. After all, no one wants to provoke Jin Wushuang and provoke the current Star Palace. There is no way. The Lord of the Galaxy can only continue to roam in the universe battlefield to improve his strength as much as possible, and still have to be careful about the feasible things. Once the whereabouts are exposed and known to the people in the Shingon Palace, the Shingon Palace is likely to send strong troops directly. Come to kill him. Call. Exhaling lightly, the main star of Xinghe opened his eyes. Although this Red Rock Mountain contains a lot of opportunities and you want to get it, it requires a lot of luck and strength. I have spent many years in the depths of this Red Rock Mountain, and I have barely got some benefits, which has made me better. It is far from the extreme of the six realms, but it is still far away, let alone the master. The Lord of the Galaxy shook his head secretly. Red Rock Mountain is indeed a treasure land, which contains many great opportunities, but these great opportunities are not available to everyone. At least the Lord of the Galaxy has no luck. Zijin and Longyang, both of them intend to leave this star field and go to other places to break out. It seems that I also consider leaving. The Lord of the Galaxy murmured. The ruler will travel to other star fields. There are few examples of this. After all, the universe is too long and extremely dangerous. The ruler wanders in the universe and is easily lost and easily falls. But the Lord of the Stars has no way, because it is very difficult for them to stay in this star field. Even if I barely stay here, I've always been nervous. Before they learned that Jin Wushuang entered the darkened demon realm, they were very happy and felt that Jin Wushuang would die in it, so they didn't have to leave. But in the end, Jin Wushuang survived the dim magic domain. Even the dim demonic domain failed to make Jin Wushuang fall. The Lord of the Stars understood that the sword was unsustainable. Therefore, those fish in the three holy realms, including the Lord of the Stars, were preparing to leave the star domain. Suddenly, the two statues showed no signs and appeared directly in front of the Lord of the Galaxy. The Lord of the Xinghe looked up subconsciously. When he saw the sword unparalleled with the Excalibur among the two figures, the expression of the Lord of the Xinghe suddenly turned white. Xinghe Lord, I haven't seen you for many years. Don't come to me. Jin Wushuang's voice was cold, with a touch of teasing. The Lord of the Blood Sword? No, the Sword. The Lord of the Galaxy is full of horrified Jin Wushuang. How could it be? How did you know I was here? How did you find me? Of course I don't know you're here, but you're out of luck. I've been wandering in the Red Rock Mountain these years, and just passing by nearby, I noticed your soul breath. Jin Wushuang smiled. Luck? Bad luck? The Lord of the Stars widened his eyes, and the whole man collapsed, his eyes stared, his face despairing. He knew that since Jin Wushuang had already appeared in front of him, no matter what means he used, he could not escape. Xinghe Lord, on Powa Island, you led the Lord of the three sacred realms and ruled me together. I can always remember this feud, but nowadays I don't bother to bully you. So, my side is my wife. She just broke the rule of the ruler shortly after, and I let her go. If you can survive in her hands, I will let you go. Jin Wushuangdo. Hearing this, the already desperate Lord of the Galaxy, he suddenly looked up, and burst of light in those eyes. Jin Tianho, do you speak seriously? As the Lord of Stars said this, he couldn't help but look at the cold frost next to him. But the frosty coldness completely converged, and he could not see the truth, but from his vision, it could be seen that the coldness of frost should be soon after entering the world. I speak naturally. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly, looking at the cold frost beside him. Frost, it's up to you. The reason why Long Rushuang made his shot was because Master Wu had explained in the Red Cloud realm before, and there was a chance to let Long Rushuang practice more in the future. After all, the road to the strong is destined to be bloody. Cold as frost, absorbed the heart of the astral world, has the capital and potential to become a strong, but it also needs to be tempered. But Jian Wushuang took into account that Long Rushuang had just grasped his strength shortly, and his soul has been sleeping for nearly 200,000 years. It can be said that there is no experience of fighting with the strong. It is impossible for Jian Wushuang to challenge her too strong opponent at the beginning. The master of Xinghe, with only the peak of 6 realms, can just be the first experienced opponent for Long Rushuang. Long Rushuang also knew the intention of Jian Wushuang, and he did not refuse, but went straight forward, and the dark green whip appeared in his hand. I only give a whip. If you don't die after a whip, you can leave. Frostface was cold. Her temperament was cold like a glacier. In the whole world, only Jian Wushuang can fuse it, and when facing other people, it is almost as cold as frost. A whip? The Lord of the Galaxy laughed, and there was a surprise hidden under that laughter. In front of his eyes, this woman was too arrogant. It should be noted that although he only has the highest combat power of the 6 realms, his life-saving ability is pretty good. Among the rule masters are the existence of several anti-skies, such as Jian Wushuang and Blood Tuti. The master of other rules, even some extremely terrible 6-realm extremes, it is impossible to kill him with one stroke. Cold and frosty, but a little lazy, the dark green whip in her hand was already waving. A special mood came out. Suddenly, the Lord of the Galaxy only felt that he had fallen into the ocean, and the surrounding area was a tsunami formed by a huge wave of madness rolling up, and the momentum was shocking, one after another. How can it be? The Master of the Galaxy changed greatly. The tsunami came, and he exerted his desire to resist. But in the end, the first shock caused him to be traumatized, the second shock caused his body to be broken, and the third shock, his body was completely collapsed, and all his power was annihilated. Do not. Jian Tunho, you lie to me. She will never break the rule of the ruler, not long. It's impossible. After the hysterical death, the Lord of the Galaxy died directly. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 38:45. Sixth More. Hearing the last roar of the Lord of the Stars, Jian Wushuang shook his head lightly. I didn't lie to him. It is really only 800 years that Shuang'er has been the ruler of the rule, but there has been a supreme teaching her for 800 years. That's it. After slashing the Lord of the Star River with one whip, coldly taking away the ring of the Lord of the Stars, he returned to Jian Wushuang and said, if you want me to practice next time, find me a stronger opponent. Jian Wushuang smiled dumbly, but asked, Frost, how heavy is the wave you just formed? He had previously experienced the blast of power that was too cold and frosty, and the impact of the tsunami was violent, one after another, indeed very tyrannical. The new Lord of the Galaxy, who had only suffered the triple tsunami, died directly. If this whip is displayed by Master, the tsunami will never stop. Unless it is broken by force, the tsunami will continue to impact. But I just barely master this trick. Even if I exert it with all my strength, at most I can only carry a 9-fold shock. Cold as frost. 9 heavy shocks are also good. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. Triple shocks easily killed the Lord of the Galaxy, the peak of the 6 realms. 9 shocks can completely rival the General Master. It is only incidental to slay the Lord of the Star River, and practitioners at levels such as the Lord of the Star River, as well as those fish in the 3 sacred realms, are now unable to enter the sword's peerless eyes. After that, Jian Wushuang marched along with Long Rushuang, leaving Hongsher Mountain and returning to the Star Palace. Here is the Star Palace? Cold as frost and sword unparalleled marching side by side. Their eyes are constantly looking around. In the Star Palace, there are many practitioners. The two of them have traveled along the way and also encountered many people. The Lord of the Blood Sword. Meet the Lord of the Blood Sword. The masters of the rules in the Star Palace all saluted to Jian Wushuang, one by one in awe. After all, everyone knows that Jian Wushuang already has the top master's combat power and can still come out alive from the darkened realm. The strength is definitely one of the strongest in this star domain. There is such a super the stronger here, and the Star Palace has benefited a lot. Of course, these Star Palace strong are in awe. With sword like frost, Jin Wushuang went directly to the Shin Shinto people. In the Great Hall, Jin Wushuang met with the lords of the Shin Shinto, the Lord of Time and Space, the Lord of the Cut Heaven Alliance, and the Heavenly Ancestor. Heavenly friend, this one next to you is your wife, right? Shin Shinto asked. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded. You are polite. Lung Rushuang also greeted him, but he was obviously much colder than Jian Shuangshuang. Haha, Tianho Xiaoyu, congratulations to you. The master of space and time laughed. He is very clear. Jin Wushuang has been trying to find ways to awaken him to breathe the soul and restore his wife's body, and now clearly achieved the goal. Jin Wushuang only smiled slightly, and then straightened out, Dear everyone, when I came back this time, I found that the number of rulers in my horoscope was significantly more than before, and the alert seemed to be much stricter than before. That's it. Mysterious Shinto nodded. First of all, because of your friend, my star house's status in this star field has been significantly improved. In recent years, the number of rulers who have come to take the initiative to rely on my star house is in number. Quite a few. Most of my stars have not refused, and the number of masters of the rules of nature has increased. Now, there are thousands of masters of the rules of my star palace. Master of thousands of rules? Jin Wushuang looked. Although the number of rulers of this star field rule is very large, it is extremely scattered, mainly because there are too many strong players alone, and the number of various forces is also quite large. There can be thousands of ruler forces in this star. In the domain, it is already pretty good. Of course, the increase in the number of rulers is only one of the reasons. The most important thing is that there have been some changes in this star field in recent years. It is not too peaceful. For insurance purposes, I will be in the 3 battlefields of my star palace. Many rulers have been called back. Mysterious God said again. A change has taken place? Jin Wushuang's body moved. His heart already had some speculation. That's it. The mysterious Shinto recounted. Just 500 years ago, a strong man suddenly appeared in this star field. He claimed to be the ancient night demon. I went to collect this ancient night devil. The data of the king did not find any matching information of the strong man, so we guessed that the ancient night devil should come from other star domains. Jin Wushuang looked at each other coldly, but they both remained calm. The two of them knew very well that since the sudden emergence of the ancient night devil appeared 500 years ago, those 8 achievements were the prisoner who ran out of the eternal dark prison. The ancient night devil is very powerful, very strong, and extremely domineering. After he appeared, he swept directly into this star field. The first place he went to was Beihai Palace. After that, he was in a strong man's posture directly. He ordered Beihai Palace to submit to him, and Beihai Palace naturally did not agree. Shin Shinto humane. Beihai Palace, there is Tianpong dominate the town, in this star field is definitely ranked among the top 3 forces. Jin Wushuang nodded secretly. What happened? As a result, Beihai Palace was directly erased from this star field by his own strength. Even Tianpong was dominated by this ancient night demon king, and it was killed by one stroke. Humane. Oh! Jin Wushuang frowned. The ancient night devil can destroy Beihai Palace. He was not surprised, but he killed Tianpong as soon as he did it. He has also dealt with Tianpong Dominant. Although the latter is not yet the second-level dominator, it is definitely the top one among the first-level dominators, and it has the strongest armor of the treasure armor in its own body. The ability should not be weak, but he will be killed by one stroke? The combat power of the ancient Night Demon King is likely to reach the third-level Jian Wushuang Secret Road. The Beihai Palace collapsed, and Tianpong was beheaded and killed. The news smashed the entire star field, and then the ancient Night Demon continued to sweep and destroyed all the way, and now the major forces in this star field have chosen to submit to him. As for my star palace, although there is a little friend in the sky, after all, the rise time is too short, and it is not a top power in this star field. The ancient night devil seems to look down on us, so I did not find come home. Now, the ancient night demon lord was in the old nest of the former Beihai Palace, and the ancient night demon palace was created, becoming the first force recognized in this star field. It has no sharp edge, and no force on either side can compete with it. Chapter 3846. The first is more. Ancient Night Magic Palace? Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. In addition, just 100 years ago, the Yu who was hailed as the strongest in this star domain, dominated with the ancient Night Demon King. Xian Shindao said again. Yu dominates? Jian Wushuang looked. GS dominance can pass the test at the foot of Mount Tianfeng. Its combat power is extremely strong among the second-level primary masters. Before he did not shoot, GS was indeed qualified to be called the strongest in this star field. What happened? Jian Wushuang asked. Yu's dominator was defeated, and it is still a fiasco. The ancient Night Demon Lord also only used one move to directly consume most of the power of the wreckage of Yu's dominance. The frightened GS dominator immediately ran away with his life-saving whole card, and then recovered his life. Xin Shinto humane. This Yu master is a lot luckier than Pong master that day. At least he escaped, but Tian Pong master, but was killed by a stroke. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Fortunately, this ancient night magic king, it doesn't mean we are troublesome. Let us not provoke him. Well, we all think so. Now the ancient night magic palace is powerful. All the big forces in this star domain are all subject to it. But we, the small and powerful forces, the ancient night magic palace did not bother. As long as we do in Tigo proactively provoke them, they should not come against us. Xin Shinto laughed. For the time being, I will return from the Red Cloud Realm and bring some special treasures. Jian Wushuang said suddenly. The eyes of the four gods, the Lord of time and space, the Lord of heaven and earth, and the heavenly ancestor are all bright. Last time, the return of Jian Wushuang from the Red Cloud Realm brought them a huge surprise. There were 100 strongest treasures, plus 100,000 peak treasures. This surprise, they gradually digested after a long time. And now Jian Wushuang brought out a good treasure from the Red Cloud Realm? Please see. Sword Wushuang slaps, and a mini three-color tower appears in his hands. The three-colored tower exudes an incomparably strange atmosphere, attracting the eyes of the four masters. What is this? Is it the strongest? It's a unique breath. It seems to be more transcendent than the average treasure. My dear friend, what exactly is this tower? The four masters all looked at Xiang Jianshuang. For people, this tower is called the Triple Road Realm. It is a rule of treasure. Jian Wushuangdo. The rule is precious? Xian Shinto glared sharply. Legend above the strongest treasure in the legend? The rule is precious. I have heard that it is said that it has its own rules of the universe. The power is far stronger than the ordinary strongest treasure, which is dozens of times and hundreds of times stronger. The town monument that Xuani originally obtained seems to be one. The rule is precious. The Lord of Space and Time was excited. They did not expect that Jian Wushuang brought out a rule from the Red Cloud Realm this time. For people, this three-color tower is indeed a rule of law, but its real purpose is very unique. It has 3 different worlds, each of which has a great use for practitioners. Jian Wushuangdang will soon be on the Triple Road. The use of the world is described in more detail. After listening to Jian Wushuang, the four masters were all stunned. Rather, they were smashed by this sudden surprise. Top sages, who have been practicing in the first order of the Tao for a period of time, is it possible to break through and become the ruler? The ruler of the rule can be gradually practiced to the extreme of the ruler in the second realm, and 2 or 3 of the 100 rulers can eventually become the ruler. How is this possible? The four masters were completely stunned. It is indeed that the role of the triple path is too strange in their eyes. Tianho Xiaoyu, this triple Tao realm really has the kind of effect you said? Xian Shindao looked at Jian Wushuang very nervously. Of course he is nervous, because if this is true, it will definitely be a huge opportunity for Tai Chi. The whole divine realm in the beginning of the early years could pass through the triple path realm and was greatly affected by it. Of course it is true. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. He is not surprised at the reaction of the four masters in front of him. After all, when he saw the triple path realm himself, and listened to Lord Wu's words about the efficacy of the Triple Path Realm. His head was also cyanotic, and the reason why these triple realms were chosen because the triple realms are of great use to the early divine realm. Great, this is great. Great creation. This is definitely an unprecedented great creation for our pre-God world. Countless practitioners in my pre-God world can make a leap in strength through the triple path world. Naturally, my pre-God world's overall strength it will also increase sharply. In the face of the demon star armies killing, our grasp will be much too much. My dear friend, you really brought me a good baby too. The four masters were all amazed there. They have not returned to God yet. You know, Jin Wushuang has brought back treasures from the Red Cloud Realm twice. For the first time, they brought back 100 strongest treasures plus 100,000 peak treasures, which made them ecstatic, and although only one treasure was brought back this time, it was a rule of treasure and its function. It is much bigger than the strongest and highest peak treasures brought back before. After all, the baby thing is just an external enhancement of the practitioner's combat power, but it cannot change the strength of the practitioner himself. But the triple world is different. It can completely allow practitioners to understand and integrate more rules of heaven and earth, so that the practitioner's strength can be greatly improved or even breakthrough. This triple path world is more powerful than thousands of pieces, and more important. After a while, the four masters barely calmed down. Since the triple path world has such incredible effects for practitioners, we must plan well. Shinto Man solemnly said, I suggest that we do NT rush to use the triple path realm for the entire Taichu Divine Realm. Instead, we will first select some elites from the Taichu Divine Realm and send them to practice in this triple Tao realm. Began to arrange a second group of people to enter. Spacetime Palace Main Road. Yes, this one is kept secret in advance. For the time being, some trustworthy people will be selected to enter the triple path. For example, we will select some practitioners from the three major free alliances and the 7-star Xuanzong and Xingong to enter. Road. Well, all four masters nodded. Chapter 38:47. Second more. If you start working hard at the beginning, it will shake the whole world of the gods in the beginning, and they are not sure about the specific effects of the triple path world. Therefore, it is best to step by step and arrange some trusted people to enter it for cultivation. 4. The first two of this triple path are for saints and rule masters, but the third path is also very helpful to the master. If the four have time, they can also go to the third path. Cultivation is practiced in the Tao. Jin Wushuang laughed again. Of course, a few of us can't wait to experience the magic of the triple path. The Celestial Alliance leader's eyes flashed. My dear friend, are you going to stay in the Xingong Palace next time? Shinto asked. My wife's body has just recovered. I plan to take her home to take a look at it, and I should stay in the world for a longer period of time. If something happens in the horoscope, you can message me at any time, and I will use the most quickly arrived. Jin Wushuangdo. Okay. All four mysterious nods nodded. In the current Star Palace, Jin Wushuang is definitely the strongest combat force, but the four of them are not weak. Together with the strongest treasures of Jin Wushuang before, even if they meet the top masters, they are not at all. Fear. In this star field, unless the ancient Night Demon King came to the door in person, the Star House will be fearless. But the ancient Night Demon Prince apparently had no appetite for their little star house. Jin Wushuang quickly set off with the coldness of frost to return to the early world of God. Eternal Holy World. Many of the strong men from the chaotic world of ancient times are mostly concentrated in this ancient holy world, with the foundation of the ancient holy world and the huge resources left by Jin Wushuang as the guarantee. The overall strength of the ancient chaotic world has been rapid in these years. Ascending. However, the most powerful level of the Great Emperor before the chaos world of Wangu is just a chaotic state. In the early days, the gods were weak and poor. Even after tens of thousands of years of growth, now the strongest sword Nantian in the chaos world of ancient times is the sword Wushuang's father can only reach the level of saints. Jin Wushuang returned with cold as frost. And the first time I saw Xiao Di and Tang Huang. Father! Cold as frost looked at Emperor Xiao, His eyes were immediately wet. Schwanger, is it you? Is it really you? Xiao Di also shivered. For many years, nearly 200,000 years have passed since it was cold and frosty. It can be counted as the time in the ancient chaotic world, but nearly 20 million years. In such a long time, although Jin Wushuang always said that he would bring back the cold as frost, but Emperor Xiao had no hope at all, but now his daughter has actually returned. Master! Lung Rushuang saluted the Emperor Tang slightly. Haha, just come back, just come back. Tang Huang smiled. Jin Wushuang, who was watching quietly, relaxed at the bottom of his heart. Not long after, Jin Wushuang came to his parents with cold as frost. Jin Nantian and Ji Wuming of the first generation, Zhui Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin of the second generation all sat there, as well as several relatives and friends of Jin Wushuang. Everyone was sitting there. All eyes were on the frosty body. It was the first time they had seen cold as frost. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. Cold as a frosty gift. This is our daughter-in-law? Luo Xinqin looked up and down cold, frowning with a smile. Sister Xinqin, look, Schwanger's vision is really good. Ji Wuming also laughed. They are the mothers of Jian Wushuang. They have met each other long ago, and there is no estrangement. They are sisters to each other. Soon the frost melted into the family, and the family enjoyed it for a few days. Then Jian Wushuang took the frost to the eternal chaos world. Green fire world. Schwanger, look, there is the imperial city of the Tang dynasty. Jian Wushuang pointed at the huge city below and smiled. The imperial city has changed? Lung Rushuang also smiled slightly. Of course, after all, many years have passed. Jian Wushuang smiled. In the early days of the divine realm for nearly 200,000 years, it was 20 million years in the chaotic world of ancient times. Of course, many changes have taken place in the 20 million years. However, in the Tang dynasty, there was always the shadow of sword, unparalleled sword, so it has been extremely strong for so many years. Schwanger, let's walk around. Jian Wushuang took Frost's hand and walked into the imperial city of the Tang dynasty. In the next time, Jian Wushuang accompanied the cold as frost and lived in the green fire world for a long time. He went to the place where Jian Wushuang once ran, and went to the chaotic world of ancient times. Cross the landscape, walk across the ends of the earth. After so many years, Jian Wushuang finally reunited with himself, and of course he had to accompany his wife. After all, he was too cold, too much. After living in the chaotic world of ancient times for a period of time, they returned to the early world of the gods, and then continued to play. During this period, it took more than 3,000 years. During this time, the four rules were integrated into the cold, frosty, become dominated. Finally, instead of traveling, they found a clean place to live. Wotan's mystery, a heaven and earth mystery that naturally exists in the early world of the gods, because the mystery is relatively large and contains certain resources during the period. So after the discovery of the mystery, it led to a quarrel and finally the mystery in the hands of a ruler. The ruler is Yutan. After that, the secret realm was commanded by the name of Yutan's Lord. Numerous practitioners in the secret area believed in Yutan's Lord and regarded it as a godlike existence. Yutan Palace, also recognized as the first force in Yutan's secret territory, is extremely transcendent. In a remote town in the secret place of Wutan, there is a sword hall called Tianho Sword Hall. The couple created this sword hall. They have been teaching some young people in the sword hall. Swordplay has been around for almost 50 years now. Under the old tree in the sword museum, a middle-aged man in black sat there, holding a yellowed book in his hand, and flipped around there. Teacher, this month, I have started to follow the instructions of the teacher to practice Thunderfire sword art, and practiced it for a whole month. I barely mastered this technique, but when I actually showed it, I didn't feel right. A teenager who looked just 16 or 17 with a touch of immature frowns on his face. The middle-aged man put down his books. You show thunder swordsmanship to see. Yes. The boy immediately began practicing swordsmanship. Chapter 38-48. Third more. With the practice of swordsmanship, the middle-aged man could not help but shake his head just by using two swords. Stop it, said the middle-aged man. The boy immediately stopped the swordplay in his hand. You just told me that you've barely mastered this thunderbolt sword, but now I think you're far from mastering it, and even the most basic entry has not been reached. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, I told you earlier that swordsmanship is not in its line, but what it means. Thunderfire swordsmanship, why should it be named after the fire of thunder? It is the thunder of thunder and the fiery irritability of thunder, but you have just the sword technique used is as gentle as the girl's house. How dare you say that you have mastered it? Ah! The boy's eyes widened. His heart suddenly opened up. No wonder he always felt that his sword skills were wrong. It turned out to be this way. Remember, what kind of swordsmanship is suitable for practicing what kind of swordsmanship? Your dignified man looked at you like a fiery fire before letting you practice this thunderfire swordsmanship. How could you practice this? I will give you another month. Time. This month, if you can't really master this thunderbolt sword, you don't need to come to the sword hall again. Middle-aged man said. Yes, teacher. The boy turned and left immediately. Fujun, are you too strict with this little guy? A beautiful woman in a plain robe walked to the middle-aged man and sat down. Yin has a high apprentice. This little guy is also a bit talented in swordplay. As long as he is slightly tuned up, he will be able to mix the wind and water in this secret realm in the future. The middle-aged man smiled. That's right. This middle-aged man and the beautiful lady in the robes are just as cold as Jian Wushuang and his wife. The two of them traveled for more than 3,000 years in the divine realm before they settled in this mysterious realm of Wutan. As for the sword museum, it was only opened without any problems. Huh. Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly moved, and he smiled. 30 years ago, the little guy who carried the deep hatred of blood came back. Oh. The cold, frosty soul's strength also permeated, but followed with a smile. Fu Jun, didn't you look good on that little guy at first? And also taught him some more advanced sword skills in private? Jian Wushuang opened this sword hall. Almost all the disciples who came to the sword hall were treated equally, and the sword art of Kendo is only some of the most basic. Any disciple in the sword hall can learn, but only 30 years ago, he opened a small stove for that little guy and taught the opponents some more sophisticated swordsmanship. Of course, the so-called higher sword art, in the view of Jian Wushuang himself, is actually garbage, but for the little guys who are only chaos and gods in the sword hall, it is aloof. The little guy also had some talent in swordplay, and his strength improved quickly under my teachings. But when he broke through and reached the deity, he left without leaving, and now returning to see how he looks. It should be already revenge, as for strength, has also reached the level of the great god, which is considered good. Jian Wushuang smiled. While the two were talking, a young man wearing a bucket hat had arrived at the gate of the sword hall. Jian Wushuang made the young man come in. Teacher. The young man's voice was a little hoarse. Hu Yang in your eyes, as well as my teacher? Jian Wushuang looked at the young man indifferently. Hu Yang was the young man's name. The disciple knows the wrong and does not ask the teacher to forgive him. The disciple only hopes to live with the teacher when he is alive. Hu Yang respectfully said, I have a lot of disciples in the sword hall, and there is no shortage of you. But there are too many leaves falling from my yard, but I need to be cleaned and cleaned by myself from time to time. Hu Yang froze, but immediately followed, and even surprised, thank you, teacher. Well, look at you like this. I'm afraid it's been a long time to go. Quickly go to the backyard to clean up the house and rest. Lung Rushuang said, Thank you, master. Hu Yang immediately swept towards the backyard. After Hu Yang left, Jian Wushuang looked at each other coldly, and both laughed. You knife tofu heart. Lung Rushuang cursed with a smile. This little guy left without saying goodbye. The teacher, didn't punish me a little bit. What would I do? Jian Wushuang said. The two were chatting with each other, and the scene was extremely warm. From then on, that populous Euphratica stayed in the courtyard every day, bringing tea and water for the two couples of Jian Wushuang and clearing the dead leaves in the courtyard. After half a month, several streamers came to the front of the sword hall, and without notice, they fell directly on the longer center of the sword hall. Many disciples who were practicing in the sword hall have stopped their movements and looked at these figures. Jin Wushuang also came to the school ground. I don't know if you all come here. What's the matter? Jian Wushuang looked at the people in front of him calmly. Library owner, do you remember me? Among these figures, an evil young man in a golden robe stepped forward and said with a smile, Is you? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Of course I remember that you came to my sword hall to study more than 10 years ago, but just in March, I saw that you were born with poison and expelled you from the sword hall. Since then you no longer have any relationship with the sword museum. Jian Wushuang and his wife have established the Ho Jianguan for more than 50 years. During these 50 years, many young people have come to this sword hall to learn swordsmanship. Among them there are some maggots and scum. Like this evil young man in front of him, he is the kind who is poisonous and evil by nature. After being seen by Jin Wushuang expelled him from the sword museum. Just being expelled, and no other punishment, Jin Wushuang is already very kind. It's me. I came here today to introduce you to my new worship teacher. The young man in Jin Pao looked at a cold old man with narrowed eyes after he said it. You are the owner of this sword museum? There was a flash of sharp light in the cold old man's eyes. I heard that you drove my disciples out of the sword museum more than 10 years ago, and you are still insulting my students. I do and know what I see and do as a teacher. Today as husband wants to get justice for him, you can do it. As soon as the cold old man said, many disciples at the sword hall immediately understood. The feeling is that the young man in the gold robe was humiliated in the sword hall more than 10 years ago. Now he worshipped a new teacher and came back to show off his strength. I want to play against the teacher. Go through my level first. Lung hung rang, and a figure was directly in front of Jian Wushuang. It was just the populous Euphratica that had been sending water to Jian Wushuang tea for half a month. Chapter 38-49. Fourth More. As soon as Hu Yang appeared, the breath of that great deity swept away, causing a sound of exclamation in the sword hall. You know, Yuten's mystery is only one side of the world. The strongest is Yuten's lord, and only one ruler. But aside from Yuten's lord, the strongest in Yuten's secret territory are those undead saints. But the number of undead saints in Yuten's south secret place is not many, and anyone is definitely a big man. In this city, the great deity is already a terrible powerhouse. At least the city owner of this city is far from the great god. Great deity? The young man in the golden robe was also shocked, but at the thought of his teacher's strength, he immediately felt relieved. I didn't expect that there is still a great deity in this small town. The cold old man squinting glanced at Hu Yang, but shook his head and said, A great deity is not qualified to be in front of the husband. Presumptuous. As soon as the words fell, I saw a strong breath of divine power swept up directly, sweeping everything and destroying everything. The breath of populous Euphratica was completely covered or even defeated. Undead saint. Hu Yang was overwhelmed. While many disciples in the sword hall were shocked, they were excited again. Immortal saint. For these young disciples in the sword hall, it is almost a legendary existence, but I did not expect to see one today. Haha, see it. This is my new teacher, Lord of the Eyes. The young man in the gold robe was very proud of seeing his master show great power. Teacher, this man is an undead saint. I am not his opponent. Hu Yang said softly before blocking the sword without double sides. Well, I know. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, but suddenly he frowned. Are you in trouble again? Really? In the void not far away, there were more than 10 streamers rushing straight. At the beginning, it was only black spots, but in the blink of an eye, it already appeared in the sword hall. And these more than 10 figures can be more swaggering than when the cold old man and the young man in the golden robe enter the sword hall. Although the cold old man was an undead sage, he broke into the sword hall without being notified, but it was only after entering the sword hall that he showed his divine power. But the more than 10 people who are here now can detect the scorching weather from them from a distance. The breath of divine power was extremely powerful. For everyone in the sword museum, it was like a god, making them trembled. More than 10 figures appeared in front of everyone in the sword museum. Undead saints are all undead saints. Even the cold old man was shocked. He looked at the sudden appearance of more than 10 people. Not only that, they have a strong breath, much stronger than the strongest undead saint I have ever seen. At least it has reached the level of 6th, even 7th. The 6th and 7th order true sanctuaries are absolutely superlords in Uten's secret territory, and are not comparable to other first order true sanctuaries at all. In the presence of more than a dozen people, the arrogant and cold old man who had just been so arrogant immediately rose up and stood there, showing the color of awe, and dared not say much. Who among you is Hu Yang? The icy voice, like a god, came from the purple-haired woman headed by more than a dozen silhouettes. The purple-haired woman's breath was also the strongest. Jian Wushuang saw at a glance that she had reached the top saint level. Have you come to this little guy? Jian Wushuang glanced at Hu Yang in front of him, already guessing in his heart. This populous Euphratica bears a deep hatred of blood and blood from the beginning. He started practicing sword art in the sword hall and waited until his strength became strong. After more than 30 years, he chose to return, and his expression was not as depressed as before. Although Chiu reported it, he was afraid that it caused a lot of trouble. Sure enough, Hu Yang sighed lightly, with a trace of misery on his face. Hu Yang. The purple-clad woman looked down at Hu Yang. I am the 9th elder of Uten Palace. You killed my core disciple of Uten Palace. The crime is so wicked that I will take you back for punishment. The voice of the woman in purple was trembling, and when she heard her words, there was a commotion. It turned out to be Uten Palace, but also the 9th elder shot at himself? The cold old man's voice was a little trembling. As for the young man in the gold robe next to him, his frightened body shivered. Uten Palace, which is recognized as the strongest force in Uten's secret realm, is the Lord of Uten who controls Uten's secret realm, and the elder is under the Lord. The elders of Uten Palace casually took out one of the highest beings among the undead saints, and their status was even more sublime. Anyone was lame, and the entire Uten's secret place would tremble with a superexistence. This man named Hu Yang dared to kill the core disciples of Uten Palace, but also attracted the elders of Uten Palace to come to him to catch him. The cold old man admired. Hu Yang's face was like standing water. He looked up at the woman in the purple dress without any thoughts of resistance. Sir, I am willing to go back with you, but this matter has nothing to do with my teacher and this sword hall. Be implicated. My Uten Palace has always had clear grudges. It was the one you killed, and naturally you will only find you. The woman in purple clothes said coldly. Thank you. Hu Yang relieved, and was about to leave with this woman in purple. At this time, and many more, a bland voice sounded from behind Hu Yang. Hu Yang turned his head subconsciously, but saw his teacher Jian Wushuang. Teacher. Hu Yang frowned. Jian Wushuang only smiled slightly. People in Uten Palace, this populous Euphratica is my disciple. He made a mistake. I, as a teacher, can't let go of it. So, you, the Uten Palace owner, know that I asked someone to greet him, and that's all for now. Jian Wushuang said the wind is light and light, very casual, but it was heard in the ears of everyone else who was there. Even a few women in the purple clothes from the Uten Palace were frightened. Uten Palace he knows? The trustee said hello. The matter is over? What a joke. Who is the owner of Uten Palace? That is the deity in the hearts of all practitioners in the entire Uten's secret realm. It is the most powerful existence in this world. Even the top undead saints must kneel before the Lord of Uten and tremble. The owner of the Sword Museum, who is he? Can one person ask Uten to come forward in one sentence? Do you dare play with me? The woman in Z's eyes froze, and there was a flash of anger in her eyes. I don't have one. I've been in the news. It's no surprise that your palace master will look for you right away. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. 3 heads M. Chapter 3850. Fifth more. From beginning to end, Jian Wushuang behaved very casually, was very safe, and felt extremely confident. In fact, Jian Wushuang is certainly confident, Lord of Yuten, but a ruler. When Jian Wushuang was weak in the early days, he ran through the realm of the gods, one of the rulers of His Majesty's majesty. He doesn't need to call the Lord of the heavens at all now. He just said hello to the three leaders of the heavenly palace. This is enough. With his current strength and status, a casual word is enough to shake the mountain in the early days. Even if he greets at will, the three palace lords who cut the Tianming didn't dare to neglect. Immediately the Lord of Yuten was reached as quickly as possible. As for the next, the saints from Yuten Palace were scorned by Jian Wushuang. They did not believe what Jian Wushuang said. They thought that Jian Wushuang was playing with them. Not only them, but even Hu Yang thought so. He also worried about his teacher. But when the woman in the purple clothes was about to take down the sword Wushuang, in their hearts, the Lord of Yuten actually passed them on. Palace, has the messenger been heard? The woman in the purple dress froze slightly, but when she saw the content of the message, the woman in the purple dress was pale and frightened, and an unprecedented terror appeared in her eyes. This was the messenger of the Lord of Yuten. Stupid! What are you doing? Immediately, give the one in front of you, and wipe out the anger of the other party at all costs. If the other party is even dissatisfied with you afterwards, a few of you, as well as those close to you, including your teacher or friends, wash your neck and wait to be slaughtered. Yuten's lord was obviously really angry. There was even a deep panic in that anger. This panic was felt by several women in the purple clothes. How can this be? The woman in purple and the undead saints from Yuten Palace are trembling at the moment. From the words of Yuten's lord, they realize that they may be a real super-existence in front of them, even better than their lord. The Lord of Yuten is even stronger. Is it the master of the top rules from the early world of the gods, or even the master? The woman in purple thought in horror. As an elder of Yuten Palace, she knows more about Yuten's secret realm than others. She knows that she is only in the secret territory of one side of the world, and their lord of the palace is only a ruler in the pre-god world. And in that early divine realm, there were many rulers who were stronger than the main rule of his palace. Chances are they've met one now. Taking a deep breath, the figure of the woman in purple immediately fell down. In the sword hall, everyone was waiting for the reaction of the purple women. When they saw the purple women falling down, they thought their women were about to start. But in the end, the woman in purple came to Jian Wushuang, but she knelt down on one knee directly. I'm offended when I don't know the identity of the adult. The adult can dispose and punish me, etc. at will, but I also ask the adult to know for those who are not guilty, they can open up and let me wait for my life. The woman in purple was kneeling there. Her head was very low, and the other undead saints were also kneeling down there. The atmosphere did not dare to come out. Silence. The entire sword hall was dead. The cold old man and the young man in the golden robe felt at this moment an unprecedented chill that filled their whole body and mind. The 9 elders of the magnificent Wutan Palace, one of the highest powers in Wutan's secret realm, are kneeling down at the owner of the Sword Museum, asking for their lives? No. How is this possible? The cold old man's eyes also rounded. Teacher. Hu Yang looked at Jian Wushuang in wonder. The owner. The disciples in the sword hall were equally trembling. Jian Wushuang only smiled slightly. I said, just do it. Yuten Palace should not be held to my disciples. Dare. The woman in purple shook her head again and again. At this juncture, let alone Hu Yang just killed a core disciple of Yuten Palace. Even if Hu Yang killed most of the core disciples of Yuten Palace, she would never dare to say more. Okay, you can go, but when you go, take these guys along for me too. My Jindian temple is too small to tolerate them. Jian Wushuang pointed at the cold old man and Jin. The 2 young men in robes smiled. Yes. The woman in purple clothes nodded respectfully. After getting up, she said nothing to directly use the means to capture the cold old man and the young man in the golden robe, and then took away the undead saints of Yuten Palace. In the early morning, the woman in purple clothes waited for the sword house to calm down again. Okay, they are all separated. Go and practice swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and walked towards the backyard. Teacher. Hu Yang wants to keep up, but pauses on the way. He wanted to know who his teacher was, what his amazing identity was, and why even the elders of Yuten Palace had to kneel before him. But Jin Wushuang obviously did not intend to tell him what he meant. The Sword Museum calmed down again, but what happened before was really seen clearly by many Sword Museum disciples. These disciples were all excited and were guessing the identity and strength of the museum owner. Not only that, the incident also passed through these disciples and soon spread within the city. But it was only in this city, and it could not be transmitted to other places, so it passed, and there was almost nothing to believe. These people who have lived in the secret world of Yuten since their birth have long recognized that Yuten's secret realm is heaven and earth, and the Lord of Yuten is the strongest being. Strong, they dare not think about it. 10 days later, Hu Yang. Jin Wushuang called Hu Yang over. Teacher Hu Yang is very respectful. After a while, someone will come to visit the Sword Museum. You wait at the door, wait for him to come, and take him directly to me. Jin Wushuang instructed. Yes. Hu Yang nodded respectfully, even if he immediately waited for the gate of the Sword Hall. After a while, someone came to the gate of Sword House. This is an old man dressed in black, with a thin body and a goatee's beard. This old man has a unique breath. At least Hu Yang cannot see the truth. Dare you ask your excellency to come to visit the teacher? Hu Yang looked at the person. Yes, you are the little friend of Populus Euphratica, right? The goat-bearded old man smiled. End of this chapter, dear. Click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 3851. Sixth more. Hu Yang's friend. Hu Yang smiled slightly. Sir, come with me. Hu Yang immediately led the goatee-bearded man to the inner courtyard. In the courtyard, still under the old tree, Jin Wushuang and the two sat there with tea in front of them. Teacher, it's here, Hu Yang said. Yuten, meet Lord Jiantian Hu and Madam. The goatee-bearded man immediately saluted. Yuten? Hu Yang stunned. In the secret territory of Wutan, everyone knows that the most powerful is the master of Yuten, so most people will avoid these two words when they are named. And the person in front of him is called Yuten? Don't all of you in Yuten's secret realm regard Yuten's lord as a god? Why is this standing in front of you, and you don't recognize it? Lung Rushuang smiled lightly. Hu Yang fiercely stared. He had understood what Lung Rushuang meant. Yuten, are you lord of Yuten? Hu Yang man looked at the goat-bearded old man inconceivably. Oten Lord, in this Yuten's secret territory, that is the supreme deity, who controls everything. The practitioners in this secret realm start from birth, and they believe in this Yuten Lord. Populus Euphratica is no exception. But now, the supreme deity in his heart even stood in front of him, and in front of his teacher, it was obviously very respectful and restrained. And then thought that the Lord of Uten had just described himself as a friend of Populus Euphratica, Hu Yang just felt his head full of cyanosis. Oh my God, teacher, what is there? Why is Yuten's Lord so respectful to him? Hu Yang growled in his heart. Okay, Poplar, go down first. Jin Wushuang waved. Hu Yangmu nodded his head, then walked out of the courtyard, but apparently he hadn't recovered when he left. Inside the courtyard, Master of Yuten, sit down. Jin Wushuang waved. Don't dare. Lord Yuten stood there, very restrained. He is of course restrained. He is not as ignorant as the cultivation in this secret realm. He is very clear about the existence of the person in front of him. That was one of the strongest gods in the early days. Although it was only the ruler of the rule, it was enough to be tied with the master. Even the masters of the early gods were faintly led by him. He is the lord of the void realm. In the face of such a super existence, it is good to not kneel down directly. How dare he sit down? Lord of Yuten, did you come for that thing 10 days ago? Jin Wushuang asked with a smile. Yes. The Lord of Yuten nodded quickly. 10 days ago, my subordinates didn't know Taishan and offended your lord. I have punished them severely, but today I came to the Lord intentionally. You paid for it. In fact, Jin Wushuang said at the time that things were over, that is to say, they would not be held accountable, but the Lord of Yuten took the initiative to pay for his crimes. Haha, that matter is over. I won't blame you anymore, Jian Wushuang laughed. Listening to Jian Wushuang's own words, the Lord of Yuten was relieved. By the way, Lord of Yuten, you are the ruler of His Majesty's rule, and you are still at the core level. Then you should know about the triple path, right? Jian Wushuang looked over. Of course I know, and I have been practicing in that second Dao realm before, but only after that happened 10 days ago. I immediately rushed over from the Dao realm. Lord Yuten respectfully said, the triple path realm is of great use to the early divine realm. At the beginning, Xian Xin did not use this treasure to all the high-level practitioners in the early divine realm, but only selected some of them who had a good faith and secretly entered the triple path to cultivate. But after thousands of years, most of the undead saints who entered them broke through and became the masters of the rules, and the masters of the rules have also greatly improved their strength, plus a few of the gods themselves. Cultivation in the third Dao realm fully affirmed the efficacy of the triple Dao realm. Therefore, this treasure began to be used by many high-level practitioners in the early gods. In the 2000 years, there have been a large number of undead saints in the early gods, and the masters of many rules have been sent to the triple path. Among them, the Lord of Yuten is himself a ruler of the core layer of the Heavenly Alliance, and of course he is also qualified to enter the triple realm. Have you been cultivating in the triple realm before? Jian Wushuang looked and asked, how effective is the practice? It's amazing. In less than 1,000 years, I have already mastered one more rule. From the void realm to the void realm. This is the reason why my talent is more general. Several of them entered at the same time as me. The ruler of the second Dao realm has been ascending 2 realms in succession. This triple Dao realm is definitely an incredible place. Yuten Lord exclaimed. After that, he did not forget to glance at Jian Wushuang quietly. Because there is a rumor in the triple path realm that said that the triple path real was brought back from the universe battlefield by Jian Wushuang. It seems that the improvement of the strength of the senior Taoist practitioners in the triple realm is really good. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly, and then said, okay, nothing is wrong. You can go back and practice well? Yes. Lord Yuten left immediately. In the courtyard, only Jian Wushuang and his wife remained. Before, we just wanted to find a quiet place to live a quiet life. But after the incident of 10 days ago, we were afraid that it would be difficult to continue a quiet life here. Cold as frost. It doesn't matter. We can just change places. Jian Wushuang smiled. Nodded coldly. In recent years, he and Jian Wushuang have traveled all over the world together and have come to this secret world to live an indisputable life. Really very happy. This happiness, of course, she wants to continue as long as possible. Jian Wushuang also knew this, and he was willing to accompany his wife. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's look suddenly changed. What's wrong? Lung Rushuang looked over. Shuanger, I'm sorry. Jian Wushuang frowned and said apologetically. The frost was immediately clear. Is Xingong? Lung Rushuang asked. Jian Wushuang nodded. Xian Shan just sent me a message saying something happened to Xingong and asked me to go as soon as possible. That being the case, then go. Lung Rushuang smiled slightly without paying any attention. But Jian Wushuang is still a little apologetic, because he just said that he would take the cold place to the next place to continue this quiet life. But in a blink of an eye, he had to go back to the Star Palace. Go. Don't forget, you are the biggest pillar of Taichu God Realm. Taichu God Realm needs you. Lung Rushuang whispered softly. Jian Wushuang nodded. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 3852. The first is more. In the sword hall, Jian Wushuang called Hu Yang. Hu Yang, my master and I will leave here soon, Jian Wushuang said directly. Leave. Hu Yang said for a moment, Teacher, where are you going? Beyond this world, it should be a very remote place for you. And this sword house, I intend to give it to you. Jian Wushuang looked at Hu Yang. With a wave of his hand, a sword intention rushed directly into the body of Hu Yang. I left a kendo in your body. This sword intention barely reached the threshold of the ruler. You can learn by yourself. If, in the future, you can fully understand and grasp the meaning of this sword. You can leave this world and come to me, and I will accept you as a named disciple. Do you understand the sword? Hu Yang clenched his hands. The disciples must work hard. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. After the explanation, he left with cold as frost. As for the sword hall, he opened it casually. Many disciples in the sword hall and Jian Wushuang also admired Hu Yang a little, but he only admired Hu Yang's heart. He left a sword meaning. This sword meaning, it is difficult to fully grasp the talents of Hu Yang. This is also a severe test for Hu Yang. If he could really grasp that sword in the future, Jian Wushuang would not mind accepting him as a named disciple. After leaving Wutan's secret realm, Lung Rushuang chose to return to the ancient holy realm, and Jian Wushuang immediately left and rushed to the Star Palace. Within the horoscope, the alert is obviously much stricter than before. When Jian Wushuang came to Shinggong, the Xian Shinto, the Lord of Time and Space, the Lord of Heaven, and the Heavenly Ancestor were already waiting there. Tianho Xiaoyu, I'm sorry to disturb you and your wife. Xian Shindao apologized. Anyway, let's be serious. Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. This time some of you were so anxious to call me over. What should have happened to Shinggong? Yes, I am in a crisis this time, Xian Shindao said. Crisis? Is it the ancient night magic palace? Jian Wushuang frowned. The overall strength of the Star Palace is now extremely arrogant. Not only does it have its own place, but only a few of the Shinto people. It is the four masters of the fighting force, and the existence of thousands of rules, such strength, in the Star Domain. The only person who can bring a crisis to the Star Palace is the ancient Night Demon Palace created by the ancient Night Demon King. Yes. Xian Shin nodded, and then began to narrate in detail. Things are caused by the Triple Path. This rule is a treasure. The Triple Path realm is counterproductive. At the beginning we did not use this Triple Path realm in the whole Taiji world, but as one practitioner entered the Triple Path realm, his strength was significantly improved. In order to upgrade Taichu as soon as possible, the combat power of the Divine Realm began to impress the delay in the early Divine Realm, and convened a large number of powerful men from all sides to practice in it. Although these were all completed in the Taichu Divine Realm, even in the Taichu Divine Realm, there were eyeliners and spies from other astral realms, as well as those forces in this astral realm. In the world, the powerful parties of this star domain have also received the news, and this news naturally reached the Ancient Night Magic Palace. Ancient Night Magic Palace is now the absolute overlord of this star field, and judging from the style of the Ancient Night Magic Lord, he has always been extremely domineering. Before, it was just because my Star Palace was weak, and the Ancient Night Magic Palace it doesn't look at us, but the magic of this triple world now marches countless powerful people in this star field, and the Ancient Night Magic Palace naturally became interested. Just a few days ago, the monarch and his majesty of the Ancient Night Demon Palace came to my Star Palace. Juanjin dominates? Jian Wushuang looked. He also knows that the ruler of this monarch is a lone master in this star domain. Its combat power is relatively strong among the high masters, and he is deceitful. He must be resentful with many major forces in this star domain. After the rise of the Demon King, the Beihai Palace was destroyed and the Ancient Night Demon King was created. The monarch ruled and then worshipped the Ancient Night Demon Palace and became a master of the Ancient Night Demon King. After the ruler of that monarch arrived, he directly proposed that the Triple Path realm, of course he said it better, saying that the Ancient Night Demon Prince was very interested in this Triple Path realm and wanted to borrow to play and wait for a while time will send me back to the Xing Palace again. Xian Shinto sneered. This kind of deception to a 3-year-old child, we will naturally not believe it. We refused to give him the Triple Path, and the monarch and his lord immediately turned his face with us and even fought. However, although this monarch and his lord's strength is good, he is considered to be very strong among the higher lords. But the 4 of us these years have also been cultivated in the Triple Path, and the strength has greatly improved. Coupled with those strongest treasures you brought back from Xiaoho Xiaoyu before, we easily passed him off. Of course, for the sake of the Ancient Night Demon King, we just defeated him and let him go, but when he went back, he informed the Ancient Night Demon King of it, and also said jealously to me the palace humiliated him violently, angered the ancient night demon prince, and directly rumored that within 10 years, I, the Star Palace Lord, was required to take the triple path to personally go to the ancient night demon palace to pay guilt. Otherwise, he would directly take a shot and completely destroy my star house. After the mysterious Shinto man spoke, his look was obviously with a touch of worry. Not only him, but also the three mysterious gods, the Ancestor and the Ancestor of Heaven. Although in the past few years they have cultivated in the third realm, their strength has been greatly improved, but they can only kill the ancient night demon king dominated by Yu with only one move. They are a little bit faced with no confidence. I understand. After Jian Wushuang heard it, he nodded slightly. He has understood the cause and effect of this matter. It is nothing more than that the triple path world is too magical, which caused the ravages of that ancient night magic palace. But the triple path realm is the rule of treasure he brought out from the red cloud realm. It has unprecedented use for the entire Taichu deity. How would the mysterious gods surrender this triple path realm? Heavenly friend, we are calling you this time, and we want to discuss countermeasures together to see how we can resolve this crisis in the Shingong Palace, said the Master of Space and Time. The triple path can never be surrendered. There is no doubt about it. Yes. The Ancestor and Tianzu both nodded. Xinshen, in my opinion, it is better to just abandon the Shingong Palace. We will go directly to the Taichi God Realm, and we will not come out of the Taichi God Realm in the future. Your ancient Night Demon King is strong, but as long as we stay in the Taichi God Realm, he also has nothing to do with us. The Celestial Alliance Lord said lowly. Chapter 3853. Second more. Abandon the horoscope? Several of the masters present were stunned. If they directly abandoned the Shingong Palace, and they all returned to the early divine realm, then the ancient Night Demon King did not take them at all. After all, in the early days, the realm of God was exclusive from the outside world. The ancient Night Demon King was even stronger. In the early shooting world, he could only maintain the power of the ruler. His combat power was at best enough to reach the master. Long life, otherwise you dare not venture into it. But the key is that the Star Palace has existed in this star field for so many years, more or less, and has more strength. Apart from that, there are thousands of rulers in the Star Palace alone. This is a very powerful combat force. In the future, the battle with Devil Star will be used. It is a pity to abandon it like this, and once they choose this way, then they are destined to hide in the early world of the gods in the future, unable to come to the universe battlefield. When it breaks, it breaks. In my opinion, it is the most unfortunate way to directly abandon the Shingong. Now that we have the triple path, we can easily create a large number of rulers in the early world of God, and even many masters. As for the supreme treasure, one of Tian House friends brought it back from the Red Cloud realm before. We can use it enough. Even if we do in come to the universe battlefield in a short time, it is not a problem. Tianzu also said. I agree. The Lord of Time and Space also nodded. Xinshen, the Lord of the Celestial Sect, the Lord of Space and Time, and the Heavenly Ancestor all looked at the Shinto. The Shingong was created by the Shinshin Taoists. It must be abandoned directly. The most reluctant one is naturally Xinshen. Zuanshin's brow frowned deeply, and his heart was full of hesitation. But before waiting for Xinshen to reply, Jin Wushuang suddenly said, in fact, this matter has not yet reached the point where the Shingong will be abandoned. Huh. Xinshen looked up immediately. The other three masters also immediately looked at Jin Wushuang. Tianho Xiaoyu, do you have another way to get out of this crisis in the Shingong? The Master of Time and Space asked. The solution is there, and it's very simple. I went directly to the ancient Night Demon Palace and talked to the ancient Night Demon King. Jin Wushuang smiled. What kind of method is this? The Lord of Time and Space frowned. The ancient Night Demon Monarch is overbearing, and his strength is overwhelming. If you go to him, he may kill you without saying a word. This is not the solution. Heavenly friend, this method is impossible for you at all. The ancient Night Devil is definitely not that hard to listen to you. Unless your strength is strong enough, you can compete against him or let him do nothing to you. So maybe he still I will listen to you. Tianzu said. I should have such strength. Jian Wushuangdo. What? Xianshan Taoist, Lord of Time and Space, Lord of Heaven and Earth, and Heavenly Ancestor all looked at Jian Wushuang together. Tianho Xiaoyu, you just said, you have the strength to compete with the ancient Night Demon King? Are you sure? The mysterious man with a mysterious face. You know, the ancient Night Demon Prince killed the top master with one stroke. The formerly recognized strongest player in this star domain, Yu, was dominated by this ancient Night Demon Lord. He was scared and furious. How strong Jun is, in the end, is a mystery, but there is no doubt that in this star field, it should be unstoppable. And Jian Wushuang said that he could compete with that ancient Night Devil? Please rest assured. I know the origin of the ancient Night Devil. I know the details and strength of him, and I probably know him. Although I am not sure of winning, he wants to win me, but it is not so easy. And if I simply save my life, even if the ancient Night Demon King is even 2 or 3 times stronger, I do indeed even think about it. Jian Wushuang is very confident. He did have that confidence. When he went to the Darkened Demon Realm, his combat power had reached the second level of dominating level, and he made a huge breakthrough in the Darkened Demon Realm, mastered a trace of the law of the universe, which increased his strength many times, and after returning from the Darkened Realm, he stayed in the Red Cloud Realm for thousands of years. During these thousands of years, he could have been in the Red Cloud Realm twice. With the help of those opportunities, his strength was also greatly improved. He also has a lot of whole cards in his hand. Now he is really strong, very strong. And that ancient night demon is a prisoner who escaped from the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison. Its strength is either the top dominate of the second series or the primary dominated level of the third series. For these 2 levels, if it is the former, he can fight head-to-head, and even the outcome is unpredictable. As for the latter, he can easily entangle him to save his life even if he is not an enemy. Therefore, from the beginning, Jian Wushuang did not have much fear of this ancient night demon, because the other party couldn't help himself. Jin Tianho, you really have the confidence to deal with that ancient Night Demon King? The Lord of the Sky is still unbelievable. That's natural, everyone is at ease in this horoscope, waiting for my good news. Jian Wushuang smiled. Seeing him so confident, the 4 masters glanced at each other and nodded secretly. In their impression, Jian Wushuang has done wonders for them more than once. Like the Darkened Demon Realm, in such extremely dangerous places, they repeatedly discouraged them before they asked Jian Wushuang to break in. But as a result, isn't Jian Wushuang alive and out of the Dark Demon Realm? Like the Red Cloud Realm, for a long time, no one in this star field has been able to pass the test of the first day of the Red Cloud Realm, but Jian Wushuang has broken through and brought a lot of treasures from the Red Cloud Realm and that incredible triple path. All of these add up to their confidence in Jian Wushuang. Now that Jian Wushuang said that they had the confidence to face the ancient night devil, they also chose to believe it. But you should be careful. If you can't defeat that ancient night demon king, you will retreat. After all, it will not work. We abandon the Shinggong Palace and retreat to the original world directly. Rest assured, I'm not going to make a joke about my life. Jian Wushuang was smiling. After saying goodbye to the 4 goddess Xian Shun, Jian Wushuang left directly and went towards the ancient Night Demon Palace. The ancient Night Magic Palace was once the old nest of Beihai Palace. At first, Xian Shan brought Sword Wushuang to get the Huangquan sword. When he saw Beihai Palace's old nest, Jian Wushuang was quite amazed. Dominated by a very powerful Tianpeng, all died. Now, Jian Wushuang is here again. Chapter 3854. Third more. Beihai Palace, no, it is now the ancient Night Magic Palace. Jian Wushuang is in black, with a sword in his back, standing in the void, looking down at the huge magic palace covered by the magic array in front. Compared to Beihai Palace, the ancient Night Magic Palace now has a stronger overall strength, and the palace gate is more magnificent. Jian Wushuang swept directly to the entrance, and as soon as he approached, The two figures blocked directly in front of him. Who? The breath emanating from these two figures is extremely not weak, and they have reached the level of the four realms. Troublesome announcement, said Bloodsword, came to visit the ancient night demon. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Bloodsword, Lord of the Bloodsword? Both rulers were taken aback. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Jian Wushuang is recognized as the strongest and most anti-rule ruler in the history of this star field, and it can compete with the top masters. These strong are certainly awesome. Like the two rulers of the Void Realm who are standing in front of Jian Wu's two sides. If they saw Jian Wushuang before, they must be respectful, but now, thinking of the huge ancient night magic palace behind them, and the one who has the sky, the ancient night demon king of the thorough means, their vigor is also full. Lord of the Blood Sword, wait a moment here, and I'll report it for you. One of the rulers immediately went in to inform. Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry, and stood here quietly. The magnificent palace is magnificent. The ancient night devil wearing a dark ink armor is sitting there, and there is a large number of beautiful girls dancing there. The ancient night devil is holding a fine wine in one hand, holding a beauty in his hand, and looking at the beautiful G below, so leisurely. The ancient night devil has indeed been very leisurely these years. You know, he escaped from that eternal hell. Eternal dark prison is almost a huge battlefield of Shura. The prisoners detained there can only survive as much as possible. To this end, the prisoners must always be careful and not tolerate a slack. How can there be a leisurely and comfortable life? The ancient night devil was imprisoned inside. I do and know how many years. He has been driven crazy. Now he managed to escape. The first thing he did was to occupy a large area and search for beautiful women to enjoy the blessing of all people. Relax your mind and body. At this moment, the ruler of the notice came in. Devil, the Lord of the Blood Sword, went outside the palace and said he was visiting the demon. The ruler said on one knee, respectfully, visit? There are also several masters in the palace under His Majesty the Ancient Night Demon King, all of whom came here at this moment. Are you sure you were talking about visiting, not visiting? Junshi ruled. It's clear, but he's talking about visiting. The ruler of that name. The Lord Junji frowned immediately. Visits and visits seem to be only a word away, but their meanings are quite different. You know, now the Ancient Night Demon King is the absolute overlord in this star field. The power of all the parties in this star field, including the top masters, must come here to see him honestly. But the Lord of the Blood Swords who came here now said it was a visit? Visiting is tantamount to placing yourself on the same level as the Ancient Night Demon King. The Lord of the Blood Sword? The Lord of Hyrule? The Ancient Night Devil's eyes looked down, but his eyes were very flat, without any anger. If the other party is a top master, he may still be annoyed when he comes to visit him, but he is too lazy to care about just being a ruler. After all, the ruler is just an ant, and he doesn't care. Devil, the Lord of the Blood Sword, is indeed the ruler of the rules, but it is the ruler of the most outrageous rule in the history of this astral field. His talents are unparalleled from ancient to modern. When the world was born, he already had the top dominance. Oh! The Ancient Night Demon Kings look moved, apparently interested. The ruler has the combat power of the first-level top master? These talents, even in the vast universe, are not many. Haha, I didn't expect your star field, and such a genius. After knowing Jian Wushuang's combat power, the Ancient Night Devil was surprised. The Lord of the Blood Sword is not bad. If you capture him and let him completely surrender to me, then when he breaks down to become the master, he may become one of my arms. The Ancient Night Demon chuckled. That cold his eyes looked down, empty Lord. Devil. The Emperor salutes respectfully. Do you know the Lord of the Blood Sword? The Ancient Night Demon asked. Of course. The owner of the sky smiled slightly. He is indeed the first demon in our star field and the strongest ruler in history. This is true. His combat power is comparable to the top master. This is also true. And the one who recognizes his top dominance is me. At the time in the Red Cloud Realm, Jian Wushuang challenged the strong players from all sides, and the only top master who took the initiative to challenge was the Empty Master. At that time, Jin Wushuang fought against the Empty Master. Although falling into the downwind, the Empty Master had no way to take him. Afterwards, the Empty Master publicized the sword to have the top dominating power. But now the Empty Owner has already surrendered to the ancient Night Demon. This is also smart enough. After knowing that Beihai Palace was easily overthrown by the ancient Night Demon King, he took the initiative to surrender, and His Majesty also has a large force, who also joined the ancient Night Demon Palace. The position of the ancient Night Demon Palace is second only to the ancient Night Demon King, and the ancient Night Demon King is also generous. He followed the ancient Night Demon King and also gained a lot of benefit-strength ratio before that. It also improved a lot. Since you've dealt with it before, it's even simpler. You go and catch the Lord of the Blood Sword and bring me to see you, the ancient Night Demon commanded. Devil, although I am a lot stronger than the main one of the Blood Sword, but the Blood Sword's life-saving ability is very good. Even if I can't beat me, I can easily leave. With my strength, I see and he took it. The owner frowned. Oh. The ancient Night Devil raised his eyebrows and laughed afterwards. This is even more interesting. Anyway, although you fight with him, I will see how capable this ruler is, but you be careful when shooting, but don't kill him. Yes. The emperor smiled, then turned to go outside the palace. The ancient Night Demon is not interested in these beautiful ladies in front of him, but permeates the power of the soul, paying attention to the sword unparalleled outside the magic palace. Chapter 38:55. Fourth more. Outside the magic palace, Jin Wushuang was waiting there silently. Suddenly a figure looted from the inside of the demon palace and appeared in front of Jin Wushuang. Are you, Empty Master? Jin Wushuang showed surprise. The Lord of the Blood Sword, it's been a long time. The emperor smiled indifferently. Did you even join the ancient night magic palace? Of course, the so-called knowledgeable person is Junjia, and the devil are in the world. No one can resist this star field. What's weird when I worship under the devil? Not to mention the benefits I have gained under the devil in these years. Now I'm His Majesty's first general. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you are extremely talented, but no one can guide you in this star field. So you are still only the Lord of the Rules. Why not worship His Majesty and become His Majesty like me a major battle? As long as the Demon King will give you a few words at random, maybe you will break through directly and become the master. In the future, will I wait for the Demon King to fight the universe together? Wouldn't you be happy? Said the Empty Master. Brief to His Majesty the ancient Night Demon King, and become his next general? The sword has no weird color on both sides. Empty Master, I don't like sending you under the fence like you. If you dominate, I will naturally break through slowly. The Master is troubled. I came to visit the ancient Night Demon King today to discuss something with him. I want to talk about something? It should be your Shinggong thing, right? Emperor looked at Jin Wushuang. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded. Haha, your star palace has been dominated by several masters, and has been indifferent to humiliate the monarch and master of the ancient Night Demon Palace. The demon is already aware of this, and it is quite angry, and it is about to destroy your star palace. At this time you come to ask for mercy again. I'm afraid it's too late. Of course, if you worship His Majesty and become your Majesty's warlord, the Majesty will definitely not be offended when you open your net. Even your star palace will rise in this star field in the future. What? The host continued to invite. I am the owner. I said that I am not interested in what kind of warlords, and I am too lazy to tell you more. You still have to talk to your devil and tell him to come out. Jin Wushuang was carrying his hands coldly. Road. Toasting without eating and drinking. That's the case. Then I can only catch you to see the demon. The voice of the Empty Master was cold, and a mighty divine spirit swept out of him. The next moment, the Empty Master will start directly. I saw the Lord's slap turned, and a red gold sledgehammer appeared in his hand. The sledgehammer was so powerful that it was the strongest treasure in attack. The void shook slightly, and the red gold sledgehammer of the empty owner directly transformed into a red gold lightning, smashing across the void towards the sword unparalleled at a terrifying speed. The red gold lightning is extremely fast, and the mighty power is extremely powerful. This empty master seems to be stronger than he was at the beginning. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows lined up. As soon as he saw the red gold lightning, he could see that the empty master's power was better than the last time he had met him in the red cloud realm in time. We have to be a lot stronger. Of course, he is no longer comparable when Hang Yunji was born. The sword, unparalleled sword, came out directly. Huang Quan's magic sword turned into a dark phantom, and one sword was cut out at will. It is indeed a very random sword, but the origin of the Kendo universe contained in sword art is extremely strong. Huh. A low impact sounded, and the arms of the empty master sank slightly. What? Null Lord frowned. But sword unparalleled, and one after another. Each sword is so casual and plain. But this sword came, but the owner could not resist with all his might. And even if he resisted, it was extremely difficult. How is it possible? How does his swordplay work so well, and the power contained in this swordplay? His divine power is obviously not very strong, but the swordplay shows up and completely covers my strength. Sledgehammer. Emperor's face was incredible. The last time he played in the Red Cloud realm, his strength was not as strong as he is now, but he could still easily suppress Jian Wushuang, but he could not kill the other party. But now fighting again, his strength has obviously become stronger, but can fight. But is he completely suppressed? The demon wants me to pay attention to the size, don't accidentally kill him, but in this situation, how can I still have the opportunity to pay attention to the size? I saw the abrupt scream of the Lord, and at the center of his eyebrow, a cold, cold light suddenly appeared. This ray of light is directly integrated into the surface of the god's body, and the breath on the master suddenly increases suddenly. He wields the power of the red gold sledgehammer and instantly gets a tremendous increase. Boom! The red golden sledgehammer ran down and down, as if the whole world was oppressed. Second-level combat power? There was a flash of surprise in Jian Wu's eyes. The last time the empty master played against him, it was just the normal first-level top-dominated combat power, but now he fights again. Its combat power is obviously among the top masters, which is extremely terrible, and it is still on display. It is comparable to the attack power dominated by the second level. It seems that he did get a lot of benefits under the ancient Night Demon King. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly, followed the figure, a simple rush, and the Huangquan Excalibur was also a simple straight piercing. His divine power has not been improved, but the origin of Kendo universe contained in swordsmanship is suddenly richer than before. Clang! Huangquan's Excalibur struck directly with the red gold sledgehammer. The sledgehammer looked very heavy, and the sword unparalleled Huangquan Excalibur looked very thin compared to the sledgehammer. But in this collision, the swordless Huangquan's Excalibur did not move. Instead, it was the red gold sledgehammer in the empty master's hand. At this moment, it was directly thrown out. In the hands, the magic soldiers were thrown away. The sword Wushuang Huangquan's magic sword power had not been completely exhausted, and it still stabbed directly on the god's body. The master's body was violent, and his breath instantly weakened. How can it be? The empty master stood still again, looking up at Jian Wushuang. His face was incredible. Is it possible? When he met last time, he was able to easily suppress Jian Wushuang, but now in a blink of an eye, with the help of the ancient Night Demon King, his strength improved, but was easily defeated by the opponent. The Lord of the Blood Swords turned out to be so bad, defeated the empty master in front, but Jian Wushuang did not feel the slightest satisfaction. For him, the masters of the level of the empty master are as difficult to attract his attention. Ancient Demon Lord, you should have seen it after seeing it for so long, Jian Wushuang said suddenly. His voice echoed throughout the magic palace. Chapter 3856. Fifth More. Haha. Magnificent laughter rang through the world, and within the rules of the ancient Night Demon Palace, a burly figure of a black warframe slowly stepped out. Behind this burly figure, He also followed several masters who surrendered to the ancient Night Demon Monarch, including the Monarch Master. Is the Lord of the Blood Sword right? Someone under me said that you can compete with the top masters at the level of the Lord of the Rules. I am still not quite convinced, but now you see, you are better than they say. Many more. The owner has followed me all these years, and his strength has improved a lot. I have also taught him a trick. The combat power that broke out in a short time can barely reach the second level, but you are still defeated by your sword. I am afraid that your strength is better than the one I defeated before. There was a trace of heat in the eyes of the ancient Night Demon King. I decided, starting today, you are my first general, and as for the master, let me be the second general. Hearing the words of the ancient Night Demon King, the emptiness of the mouth of the Lord was slightly drawn, and he did not speak. The world has always been respected for its strength. Jian Wushuang defeated him. If he really worshipped His Majesty the ancient Night Demon King, it would naturally be the first general and his position must be higher than him. You are the ancient Night Demon King? Jian Wushuang took a closer look at the ancient Night Demon King. It is worthy to escape from a purgatory-like place in the eternal dark prison. The breath and oppression of the ancient Night Devil are extremely strong. The whole person stands there without having to take a shot, but it feels like a worldwide demon in general. The spirit alone is enough to make ordinary masters afraid. The ancient Night Demon, you want me to be your general, and that's simple, as long as your strength is strong enough to tremble me. But until now, I have not the slightest tremor, or even the idea of fear. Jian Wushuang smiled. Haha, a genius like you is a bit arrogant and normal. You want to see my strength? I fulfill you. You are optimistic. The ancient Night Devil laughed and waved directly. Huh. Convergence of divine power, the ancient Night Demon's right hand became crystal clear and immediately directed towards the location of the sword Wushuang. A direct shot. A simple shot, but instantly there is a towering handprint condensed in the void. This handprint contains 5 different rules at the same time, and they are perfectly integrated with each other, exuding a breathtaking sense of extinction. As soon as it took shape, the huge surrounding space was completely shuttered, as if it could not bear the power of the palm print. Around the Demon Palace, the lords of the ancient Night Demon Palace, including many rulers, saw their palms widened and exclaimed the moment they saw the print. In their eyes, this palm print, he was terrible. Those masters saw it more thoroughly, and they could very clearly sense the power of their body that shivered in the palm print. This power is like being able to kill them at will with one hand. And indeed it is. At one time, this ancient Night Demon Prince killed the top-level Tianping Master with one hand, and then he will dominate the heavy damage of the second level of Yu, scaring him away. Now, this palm, the ancient Night Demon is just to deter Jian Wushuang. He doesn't want to kill Jian Wushuang. So the power of this palm has not reached the level of killing Tian Peng, but it is also amazing. At least the average master can't afford it. Seeing this huge palm print bombarded, Jian Wu's eyes were dim. Before this ancient Night Demon Master did not shoot, Jian Wushuang could not judge his specific strength, but now he really shot. Jian Wushuang knew that the strength of this ancient Night Demon King should not have reached the 3rd level. It is estimated that the peak of the 2nd series, or the most extreme. The strong at this level alone are not yet qualified to make Sword Wushuo fearless. I saw the sword Wushuang still inexorably wielding the Huangquan Divine Sword in his hands. A heavy sword rises, forming a heavy and heavy earth sword area. In a blink of an eye, Jian Wushuo already covered dozens of major sword areas in front of him. He stood there, motionless, and let the huge palm print bombard the earth sword. Huh! The roar of terror was shaking, and the destruction of that huge palm print could erupt completely, sweeping frantically around everything. However, in the very center of the palm printing power, Jian Wushuang still stood there intact. In the dozens of major sword areas on his body, although most of them were defeated, there were still a lot of them left. That is to say, the palm of the ancient Night Devil has not broken his sword art at all. Ancient Night Devil, is this what you mean by absolute strength? Jian Wushuang's mouth slightly tilted. Only with this strength, I am not qualified to subject me. Huh. The ancient Night Demon frowned. Is it bodyguard sword art? But this bodyguard sword art is so good that it can't break my palm directly? But following the ancient knight devil laughed again. Ha ha, it seems that the devil is looking down upon you. When you just played against the master, didn't you give up all your combat power? Ancient knight devil, I don't need to say any more nonsense. I really want to see how strong your combat power is. Jian Wu's eyes flashed hot, followed by his figure, and he took the initiative. Call. With the huge wings spreading out, Jian Wushuang cast the Shuangguang Phantom and appeared directly in front of the ancient knight demon king like a teleportation, and then the Huangquan Excalibur cut out. Wow! With a sword, the space was cut open relentlessly. This sword is not very powerful, but the ancient knight demon stared fiercely. Good rich Kendo universe origin. The richness of this Kendo universe origin. I see you on the first floor of eternal dark prison among the countless second-level masters. Few are comparable. This kid, the ruler of every rule, has such a high sense of the origin of Kendo universe. Wow, 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 wow. I saw one after another, Jingguang. In any one of the sword lights contains the very rich origin of Kendo universe. The blessing of the origin of Kendo universe has greatly enhanced the sword power. The ancient knight demon king waved his fist and blasted forward. The fist and Jian Guang collided again and again. The power was overwhelming. This boy, the perception of the origin of the Kendo universe is too high. I am afraid that among the third-level masters, they are all very powerful. His sword skill is also extremely exquisite, even under my boxing skills. The ancient Imajuan was amazed, but beyond his surprise, there were more surprises. To him, the stronger the sword is, and the more upset he is, the happier he is. Because in his eyes, Jian Wushuang is already his general. 3 heads M. Chapter 3857. Sixth more. Huh. Another collision. Jian Wushuang and the ancient knight demon stature pulled apart. Haha, little guy. You are really surprised me. A ruler is so high at the origin of Kendo universe. Today, you will surely become the first warlord of this devil. Sheng Zhenchen, his body was full of magic, and the power of those 2 fists suddenly increased to a whole new level at this moment. Okay. Jian Wushuang frowned. Although he could just use swordsmanship to fight against the fist of the ancient knight demon, he himself knew that this was the reservation of the ancient knight demon. The most dominant master of the second series is purely powerful in divine power, which is much more powerful than sword warriors. Huh. After 2 fists smashed, Jian Wushuang was already struggling. It seems that I can't hold back anymore. Jian Wu's eyes were cold. Huang Quan's sword in his hand was cut straight out, and a swift sword light came. While cutting to the ancient knight demon, a special force poured in among the lights. With the addition of this special force, the power of Jian Wushuang, a sword, instantly increased several times. Pong! The trembled in emptiness, and the ancient knight demon king stepped back 3 steps in succession. At the same time, his right hand fist was slightly numb, and he still felt a little pain. But the ancient knight devil did not pay any attention to the pain in his arm, but stared at Jian Wushuang. Just that power, that supreme power. Nothing wrong. It is the law of the universe. Absolutely the law of the universe. The Lord of the Blood Sword has even realized a trace of the law of the universe? An ancient horror flashed in the eyes of the ancient knight demon. The law of the universe is supreme. Even the master, it is extremely difficult to understand a trace. Any master, as long as he comprehends a bit of the law of the universe, his strength can undergo qualitative transformation. Like him, although he is the most dominant master of the second series, the law of the universe has always been unattainable to him. As for the ruler, the universe recognizes that the ruler is able to comprehend a rule of the universe that belongs to a super genius rarely seen in billions of stars. This kind of super genius is enough to make those big forces in the vast universe madly compete for it. Countless top extremes are very eager to accept such super genius as disciples and inherit the mantle. Anyway, This ancient night devil is also the second highest standing, and he himself comes from the depths of the universe, and there are many geniuses he has seen. Super genius, but he has never seen it before. Master of the Blood Sword, follow me. I guarantee that you will become the master within 100,000 years, and I am not just a solitary master. I also have a division in the depths of the universe. There are all the strong ones, and you follow me to the depths of the universe, and I let the supreme strong person of my division personally come forward to accept you as an apprentice," said the ancient night demon prince. He now does not want Jian Wushuang to be his sire. This level of super genius is not what he controls at all, but his division can. He couldn't wait to return to the teacher's gate with Sword Wushuang now. Sherman? Jian Wushuang's expression moved without questioning. There may be a division behind this ancient night demon king, but the division door must not be strong. Otherwise, how could this ancient night demon king be held in the eternal dark prison for so many years? Don't care about the division behind this ancient night demon king. Ancient demon lord, am not interested in you or your division. Now you think about how you won't be defeated by me. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold, and Huang Quanxin's sword turned into a bend in his hand. How Yue? When the air strikes came out, there was a trace of the law of the universe in Jianguang, which instantly caused Jianguang's power to skyrocket. At the same time, the mighty realm of magic light and the realm of mysterious light are fused together, directly oppressing the ancient night demon monarch. The combination of the two fields, even the most dominant master of the second level, such as the ancient night devil, has also been greatly affected in this field. The ancient night demon prince immediately fought with Jian Wushuang, but after just a few times of confrontation, the ancient night devil found himself in a slight disadvantage. The Lord of the Blood Sword has a superb understanding of the origin of the Kendo universe. He also has a trace of the laws of the universe. Sword skill is also extremely good. Although his divine power is much weaker than mine, he can rely on the wonders of the laws of the universe. The surrounding area is actually faintly overwhelming me? Guillermo Jun couldn't help but marvel. He has heard rumors long ago that after a practitioner has realized a glimpse of the laws of the universe, his strength will soar many times. Now it seems that this is the case. When Jian Wushuang did not use the laws of the universe, his combat power was barely dominated by the second level, but now using the laws of the universe, that combat power is definitely the peak of the second level. Haha, Lord of the Blood Sword, you are very good. In this case, the demon is no longer hiding it. The laughter of the ancient night demon echoed. Even if he saw him slap, there was a black glove on each of the two palms, and the black glove exuded a very strong sense of destruction. It was an extremely powerful treasure. This ancient night demon king finally came out to attack Arca. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. From the beginning of the battle to the present, he has long noticed that the ancient night demon has always been fighting with himself empty-handed. His two fists were extremely stiff, and they were absolutely comparable to ordinary treasures. He repeatedly collided with his own Huangquan Excalibur without any damage. However, after incorporating the laws of the universe into his swordplay, he couldn't carry it anymore, and now the ancient night demon king finally took out his strongest treasure soldier. The prisoners in the eternal dark prison are indeed so good. They can just come up with one, and they are so arrogant. I used many methods and the laws of the universe to force my attack to Bora. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. The battle with this ancient night demon king made Jian Wushuang more interested in the many prisoners in the eternal dark prison. He has decided that when this time is over, he will set off to practice in the eternal dark prison. Of course, the ancient night demon king in front of him is still unsolved. Master of the Blood Sword, watch the fist. The ancient night devil's eyes flashed a strong light, and the entire person was completely transformed into a wild beast. I saw the overwhelming violent breath coming, and the ancient night demon slain directly before the sword had no double-sidedness, and his strength no longer had any reservation, and at this moment completely poured out. Chapter 38:58. The first is more. So strong. I saw the ancient night demon turned into a fierce beast, and two fists blasted frantically. The boxing method was arrogant and overbearing. Each of the most important fists contained incredible power. Jin Wushuang and the ancient night demon's fist, each the collision only felt a heavy mountain oppressing him. In less than a moment of fighting, Jin Wushuang was completely crushed ruthlessly. He even felt the pain in his palm and couldn't hold the Huangquan Excalibur in his hand. In terms of strength, the gap is too big. Jin Wushuang sighed. After all, it is the most dominant master in the second level. The divine power alone is much stronger than Jin Wushuang. This ancient night demon is not vain, but he directly presses people. Jin Wushuang is difficult to resist. Suddenly, Jin Wushuang pulled away abruptly and pulled away from the ancient night demon king again. The ancient night demon monarch was so powerful that he did not immediately catch up. Why? Know that you can't beat it and want to stop it? Laughed the ancient night demon. The ancient night devil. It really deserves to have escaped from that place, and the strength is really great, Jin Wushuang said. He said very easily, and those who watched the battle next to him, such as the empty master and the monarch ruled them, did not know what Jin Wushuang said. Only the ancient night demon king, in the same words, his eyes and pupils shrank sharply. Escaped from that place? This boy, do you know where I come from, and know that the eternal dark prison can't be achieved? The ancient night demon frowned. Ancient night devil, to be honest, this time I came, I was quite looking forward to your strength, and now it seems that you did not let me down. You are very strong, better than anyone I have ever dealt with. They are much stronger, and you are also qualified to let me use Wu Wei. Jin Wushuangdo. Wu Wei? What is it? The ancient night demon is unknown. Sword Wushuang took the Huangquan Excalibur in his hand and took the scabbard on the back, followed by a slap, and a black Excalibur exudes gloom in his hand. This black Excalibur gradually floated there. At first glance, there was nothing strange, but the ancient night devil came from the depths of the universe and was held in the eternal dark prison for so many years. His vision is naturally not low. At the moment of the black Excalibur, his pupils narrowed sharply. This black Excalibur seems calm, but under the surface calm, there is an unprecedented coldness and darkness. The most important thing is that this black Excalibur has an incredible power. This extremity seems to be able to tear apart everything in the world, not only the ancient night devil, but everyone around it, staring at the black Excalibur. At that moment, the sharpness in the black divine sword seemed to tear their souls in half. Heartbreaking and frightening. What is this treasure? A horror flashed in the eyes of the ancient night demon. Jin Wushuang smiled lightly. He held the Wu Cry Excalibur with one hand and rushed forward with a divine power. Wow! A dim shadow of the sword rushed out, like a cloud of mist, directly covering the void in front of him. In the mist, there was an unprecedented cold light flashing. The strongest sword attack created by Jin Wushuang Misty. Humph! The ancient night demon snorted, and his fist turned into a roaring dragon, which burst out. Everywhere you go, space collapses. In a blink of an eye, the shocking sword light contained in the mist collided with the fist of the ancient night demon. Pong! Only one loud noise was heard, and the huge ancient night demon palace shook violently under this impact. At the very center of the two, the ancient night devil's face changed suddenly, and a horror appeared in his eyes. Following his figure, he stepped back one after another. Each step was heavy and powerful, breaking the void. After standing firmly, the ancient night demon prince immediately looked at his right hand. The black gloves on his right hand originally exuded an extremely thick gloom, but at this moment the gloom was much dimmer than before. My strongest treasure soldier, did I get some damage? How could this be? The magical face of the ancient night devil is incredible. You know, this pair of black gloves was obtained by him when he fought with people in eternal dark prison and spent a lot of money on a second-ranked strongest man. Extremely, the theory level is among the strongest treasures, and it must also belong to the necessary. This glove is his strongest attacking soldier. But is such an attack on the magic soldier, now in the collision with the sword unparalleled swordsmanship, only a single collision, his gloves are slightly damaged? The Excalibur in your hand. The ancient knight demon re-looked at the black divine sword in the swordless hands, and his expression was constantly changing. From the start, he was shocked, and finally turned into ecstasy. The rule is precious. Yes, that Excalibur must be the rule of noble. Otherwise, how could a single collision cause some damage to my strongest Excalibur-esque gloves? And the Blood Sword Lord's sword power can be improved all at once. With so much, this must be the credit of that rule of treasure. The ancient Night Devil is really excited. He never expected that the Lord of the Blood Sword in front of him would not only be a legendary billionaire astral super genius, but the latter also had the rule of treasure in his hands. The rule is precious, let alone the master of a second series. Even if it is the third series, or even most of the fourth series, there is no such treasure. Such a treasure is enough to make any master below the 5th level crazy. He is an ancient Night Devil, and he is naturally crazy. Kill. The eyes of the ancient Night Demon King flashed unprecedented fierceness, and the whole person turned into a fierce beast and flew towards the sword unparalleled again. And this time, the pervasive power on him is obviously stronger than just now. Jin Wushuang is also not afraid. Wu crying Excalibur is in his hand, but he himself has realized a bit of the law of the universe. With this piece of cosmic law, he can barely use a small part of the power of Wu Cry Excalibur, and this small part of power can greatly improve the overall strength of the sword. This is also one of the spirits of Jin Wushuang who dared to face the ancient Night Demon King before. After coming out of the dim demonic realm, he realized a bit of the law of the universe, his strength sword, and then obtained the Wu Weeping Sword, which made his combat power soar to a whole new level. Because of this, he dared to say that it was enough to fight the ancient Night Demon King, and the outcome was unpredictable. Now, the power of this magic sword Wu Wei is gradually revealed in the sword without hands. Chapter 3859. Second more. Outside the ancient Night Magic Palace, a large number of people gathered. These are the strong men under the ancient Night Magic Palace, of which only a few dominate, but the Rule Master has a lot. At this moment, they were staring at the battle in the void ahead. The two sides of that battle were truly the ancient Night Devil that they had determined to be invincible in this star field, and the other was the Lord of the Blood Sword. At the beginning they thought that there was no suspense in this battle. It was considered that the Lord of the Blood Sword was able to make a move in the hands of the ancient Night Demon King. But what happened? The two of them have been fighting fiercely until now, and it has been a while, but they haven't decided the winner yet? What is this concept? Devil and he have all come up with their strongest attacking soldiers, but they still can't win the Lord of the Blood Sword. Not only was he unable to win it, the Demon King was at war with the Lord of the Blood Sword, but he couldn't take the slightest advantage. But he was suffering from the sword art of the Lord of the Blood Sword everywhere. The Lord of the Blood Sword, isn't it just the Lord of the Rules? And he said before that his combat power barely reached the threshold of top masters? Can you see this scene? Where is the threshold of top masters? How much do adults have to be weak? These ancient Night Demon Kings are shocked at this moment. They didn't know Jin Wushuang's strength before, thinking that Jin Wushuang's strength still stayed at the time when the Red Cloud Realm was opened. At that time, Jin Wushuang was at best comparable to the top master. But the average top master, in the ancient Night Demon King said, it is almost the same as the ants. The ancient Night Demon King can kill the so-called top masters with one move. Like the Beihai Palace's Tianpeng master, it is killed by the ancient Night Demon King with one stroke. At that time, the ancient Night Demon King did not even use his strongest treasure soldier. But now, the strongest treasure soldiers are also used. The ancient Night Demon Prince obviously does not retain any strength, but the Master of the Blood Sword can still compete with the ancient Night Demon Lord. Even relying on swordsmanship, he occupies some advantages. This is scary. It's no wonder that the Lord of the Blood Sword can come out alive from the darkened demon realm, so powerful. Even if you enter the deepest part of the darkened demon realm, I am afraid that you may not encounter much danger. Before, I thought Lord Demon King was absolutely invincible in this star field, but now it seems that someone can still compete with it, and the only thing Lord King can counter, it is probably the Lord of the Blood Sword. The Lord of the Blood Sword, the ruler of every rule, can even fight like this with Lord Majuan. Great. Can't help but wonder. There is no way. It is the combat power revealed by Jian Wushuang, which should not be possessed by a ruler at all. It's too much against the sky. In the battlefield, the ancient Night Demon King was shocked by the appointment. He really has now revealed his strongest strength, and the power has burst to the extreme. However, the sword in front of him is based on a part of the power of the magical sword Wu Wu Shanjian. Many mysteries are performed at the same time. The power will not be worse than him, and Jian Wushuang's sword skill is extremely high, and his perception of Kendo is much higher than his perception of boxing. His only advantage should be spent in eternal dark prison for too long, and his experience in killing is extremely rich, but despite this, Jian Wushuang can rely on swordsmanship, but he can still compete with him, even with some advantages. The most important thing is that there is another hidden danger in the ancient Night Demon King, which is the huge gap between the magical soldiers and the treasure. The rule is precious. The power is too strong. Although my gloves are the best of the strongest ones, the ratio is still far from the rule. I fight the Lord of the Blood Sword and my fist is against him. The rule of the Supreme Treasure Sword also expands again and again. Every time I collide, my strongest treasure boxer will be slightly damaged. To this day, my strongest treasure boxer has been damaged a lot. I'm afraid these gloves are broken. Ancient Night Devil frowned, but just then, hum! An incomparable breath came from the void above. The ancient Night Demon King immediately looked up and looked away, but at this look, he found a majestic and monumental stone monument, magnificently enlarged in his pupils. The surface of the steel is also surrounded by countless secret patterns. These secret patterns are extremely complicated, and this towering steel was crushed directly towards him in time. The rule of treasure is another rule of treasure. The ancient Night Demon screamed inside. The rule of treasure, he spent so many years in the first floor of eternal hell, and also met countless prisoners, but from the hands of these prisoners have never seen a rule of treasure, but now, he is from the eternal escaped and came to the star field at the edge of the universe. As a result, in such a remote star field, he not only saw the rule of treasure, but also saw two things at one time, both from the same person. This second rule is a treasure. Of course, it is a town monument. When Jian Wushuang returned to the chaotic world of ancient times, he took the town's steel refinery and collected it. After comprehending a bit of the law of the universe, he has been able to master this town monument. But because of the particularity of the town monument, its true power is worse than the normal repressive class arcana, but it is also powerful enough already. At this moment, the town of Tianbei was oppressed oppressively, and the ancient Night Demon Prince also mentioned the sword thread of sword unparalleled in the front, so he could not resist the oppression of that town of steel. Boom! The huge town monument fell directly on the ancient night monster. The terrible power instantly dropped the ancient night devil into the ground below, and severely fell on the Earth star, so that a deep invisible pit appeared on the Earth's ground. Many powerful men of the ancient night demon looked at this scene in horror. They saw the invincible devil in their hearts, and they were directly manipulated by a stone steel to the ground. Suddenly, a figure has risen to the sky again. It is the ancient night devil, but the ancient night devil at the moment is slightly pale and looks a little bit embarrassed. Awesome! There are two rules to the treasure. The ancient night demon stared at the sword unparalleled. You are also terrific. You were hit by the front of my town's monument, and you didn't receive it much. It seems that you not only have your own deity, but even the top armor of the body, it is also very good. Jian Wushuang also said, The ancient night demon snorted, but his heart began to figure out. The Lord of the Blood Sword has great strength, and there are two rules of treasure in hand. I am not a rival, I am now his opponent. Now I think it's almost impossible to capture him. In this case, he can only use the last trick to kill him directly. 3 heads M. Chapter 3860. Third More. Ancient Knight Demon King wanted to have a sword capture. After all, Jin Wushuang is a real super genius, and there is not necessarily a single one in the billions of stars. Such a super genius is of immense value. If he can receive His Majesty, he can get incredible benefits. But with the strength that Jin Wushuang is showing now, he wants to capture it, which is simply a lunatic dream. In this case, he can only step back and kill Jin Wushuang. He knew that in such a remote star field, the Lord of Swords and One Rule could have such combat power. It must have been an incredible opportunity, like the two rules of his treasure, which fully explained this point. So even if Jin Wushuang could not be earned, as long as he killed Jin Wushuang and got his two rules, he was searching for Jin Wushuang's Qinkuan ring, and he believed that his gain would not be low. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you can drive me to this step, you are really good, but it's also over. The ancient knight demon stared coldly. Next I will show my strongest hole card. This move, even though I have been in that place for a long time, I have only performed it 10 times. You can be proud of this trick. As soon as the ancient knight devil's voice fell, a lot of black gloom began to condense on his body. Are there any hole cards? Jin Wu's eyes and pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but admire him. This ancient night devil can always survive an eternal dark prison, and the method is really extraordinary. Until now, there are still no cards. And the ancient night demon king has been fighting with him for so long, and he also knows his strength, but still dare to say that this trick has the opportunity to kill himself, then obviously your power is extraordinary. Drink. The ancient night demon lord drank violently, and the breath on his body was suddenly abruptly weakened at this moment, and a hot spit of blood was also sprayed from his mouth. It's a special mystery, and the cost of his mystery is definitely not small. The sword has no two-sided dignity. When he noticed that the breath of the ancient night devil was weakened a lot, he realized that this trick is not trivial. Boom! The ancient night demon king shot. I saw a lot of dark light condensing at a horrible speed, and in the blink of an eye formed an ancient black giant finger. This black giant finger, carrying the earth-shaking power of extinction, came directly to the sword without fingers. This trick. Jin Wu's eyes narrowed, and he could feel the terrifying power of this trick. If it is said that the ancient night demon under full force broke out, its combat power is already the most extreme of the second level, then this finger that he cost at a great cost now has absolutely exceeded the second level and reached the level of the third series, and the higher level dominates the level. Oh, this trick, but the secret technique from my own division, was created by the Supreme Hand. The power is extremely powerful. I spent 40% of my divine power and some blood at one time before I could barely show this trick. I don't believe he can resist it. The ancient night demon king's eyes were cold. However, under his gaze, Jin Wushuang's body suddenly erupted into a towering divine power. Boom! The divine power is frantically crisscrossing, and the next moment is directly burning at a horrible speed. Dragon extermination. Magic power burns. As soon as this divine power was burned, the sword's divine power increased by 100-fold in an instant, and under the amplitude of various mystic skills, his power at this moment has completely reached a completely new level. Guardian of the Earth. Sword Wushan swiftly exhaled the Excalibur in his hand. Driven by the laws of the universe, Wu Chang's Excalibur also exhibited decent power. In a moment, a major area of sword condensed in front of Sword Wushuang. It took 40 hours to form a full 40. 3 major ground sword areas. Yes, 43. This is after Jin Wushuang came out of the dim demon realm and spent thousands of years in the Red Cloud realm. In those thousands of years, he used the opportunity in the Red Cloud realm to improve his strength again, not only on the laws of the universe, but also on Kendo. In swordplay, he now has a higher sense of the origin of the Kendo universe. Among the third-level masters, he has reached the extreme. With such a sense of the origin of the Kendo universe, fully exerting the trick of guarding the earth can instantly condense the 43 major sword areas. These 43 major sword areas are stronger than stronger. Boom! The old black giant finger slowly extended and finally bombarded the land of the sword on the surface of the swordless body. The instant power broke out. 43 major sword domains, and its 30 heavy sword domains, were like transparent window paper. They were directly broken by the black giant finger, followed by the black giant finger. 11. 32. The first 39 was defeated in the blink of an eye. But by the time of the 40th épée, the speed of the black giant finger was obviously slower. In the 41st épée domain, the black giant finger paused for a long time before barely breaking. As for the 42nd weight, the black giant finger failed to defeat the 42nd sword area and dissipate. The black giant finger most stopped at the 42nd level. I used the technique of dragon extermination and the strongest defense sword and earth guard under the premise of a surge in divine power, but I was also defeated by the 41 heavy sword domain. The power of this finger is really real. Sword Wushuang could not help but admire. Jian Wushuang was just admiration, but the ancient night devil was horrified, even terrified. How can it be? I spent great divine power and even sacrificed some of the strongest means of casting blood, even if it is the general third-level elementary master in the eternal dark prison. It is estimated that it will be badly hit by this move. Every ruler of the rule, not only I completely blocked this move, and still rely on the perfect protection of body swords, I didn't even break his body swords with this trick? How could he be so strong? The ancient night demon trembled physically and mentally. But Jian Wushuang's cold eyes had already looked at the ancient night demon king. Ancient night demon king, your strongest means have already been performed, so you can borrow me another sword. Jian Wushuang slowly raised the Wu crying Excalibur in a frantic flame, and waved wildly. The next moment, a horrible, hazy sword shadow was cut out directly. The strongest swordplay, hazy. The same sword can be used to perform the sword unparalleled operation after the dragon annihilation. The power of this sword is much more powerful than before. Not good. The ancient night demon king's face changed greatly, and he could see at a glance that the sword might be extremely powerful. At least it had reached the threshold of the third level. Even if he did not dare to pick it easily in his heyday, let alone his at present, the divine power and blood are greatly damaged, and the combat power is at most only 60% of the heyday. 60% strength, how dare to take this sword? Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 38-61. Fourth is here. Escape. The ancient night devil does not hesitate. I saw that his body shape suddenly changed from 1 to hundreds, and this figure fled from all directions. Although the mist formed by Jian Wushuang's hazy sword technique enveloped the past for the first time, it only covered part of the body. The covered figures were all annihilated by Jian Guang, but it is clear that the deity of the ancient night demon is not among these figures. Wow! The shape of the sky suddenly dissipated, and the figure of the ancient night demon monarch had appeared in the void far away from the sword, unparalleled. Obviously the strength is damaged, but there is still such a powerful life-saving technique that can be cast from the eternal dark prison. Even if it is seriously injured, I can't kill him. Sword Wushuang retracted the two-handle rule arcane. Also stopped the burning of divine power in the body. The ancient night demon king, at this moment, stared at Jian Wushuang with a solemn look. As for those strong men who watched the ancient night magic palace, they were silent. The battle in front of them was in their eyes from start to finish, and of course they saw it at the end. Ancient Night Demon King showed his strongest whole card, but he failed to break even the sword unparalleled body sword skill. The last sword of Jian Wushuang, but the scared Ancient Night Demon Monarch fled, and did not dare to compete with it. Obviously, in this battle, the sword is unparalleled. On strength, Jian Wushuang is still above this Ancient Night Demon King. From today on, the strongest in this star field is estimated to be replaced by the Lord of the Blood Sword. The Emptor sighed inwardly. Me, I even ran to the Star Palace to let go of the word, and even the Lord of the Blood Sword was actually attracted by me. The ruler of that monarch was terrified. Previously, the Ancient Night Demon King supported him. He didn't care about Xingong at all. Even if he knew that Jian Wushuang was stronger than him, he didn't care. But now he knew that the strength of the Lord of the Blood Swords was even more terrible than the demon behind him, which made him truly frightened. He can imagine that if Jian Wushuang is going to kill him, the ancient night devil may not stop it, and even if it is to stop it, it is probably impossible to stop it. Master of the Blood Sword, you won this battle. The ancient night demon king finally spoke. He didn't say much, nor did he justify himself. Losing is losing. He spent so many years in the eternal dark prison. I do and know how much there is. If he didn't even have the courage to admit defeat, he would have been killed for a long time. Ancient Night Demon King, you are really strong, especially the last finger. Almost defeated my strongest body protection means I can beat you, but also fortunate, plus the assistance of the treasure. Jian Wushuangdo. Treasure is also a kind of strength. The ancient night demon Jun smiled. The Lord of the Blood Sword. Here is at the gate of my ancient night demon palace. Why not go with me to the demon palace? Let me talk about it in detail. How about it? Let's talk about it in detail? Jian Wushuang looked, and then nodded with a smile. Since the ancient night demon king invited me, then I'm welcome. Please ask the demon to lead the way. Haha, come with me. The laughter of the ancient night devil is extremely happy. Just now, Gu Yejuan is still thinking about playing his strongest hole card to kill sword warriors. But now he blinks and invites sword warriors to enter the magic palace to discuss in detail, and sword warriors also directly agreed. This is also normal. After all, Jian Wushuang had no major resentment against this ancient night demon prince, and before the rule of the king and the prince went to the Star Palace, there was some friction. But this friction is not really hatred. The ancient night demon king wanted to kill Jian Wushuang because Jian Wushuang was pregnant with treasure. He longed for it, but since he couldn't kill him, he naturally didn't want to be at odds with Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang's strength now eclipsed him. The most terrible thing about Wushuang is his potential. The master level of the rule is so strong. Who knows how strong he will be when he breaks through and become the master? As for Jian Wushuang, he can't kill the ancient night demon, but he also needs to know some things in the eternal dark prison from the ancient night demon. And of course he won't choose to be evil with the ancient night demon. Both knew that the other was strong and could not be the enemy. In the magnificent magic palace, the ancient night devil did not choose to sit on the towering throne above, but sat in front of the case with the sword without a double face, which is also a respect for the strength of the sword without a sword, and put the sword without a sword completely on an equal footing with yourself. On the case there is fine wine. The Lord of the Blood Sword. This is the wine I collected from the treasure house of the Beihai Palace after I overthrew the Beihai Palace. This wine is of great help to the practitioners who dominate the following. The most important thing is that it tastes good. Do you want to taste it? Taste? Said the ancient night demon king. Jian Wushuang glanced at the fine wine, but shook his head. No, I don't want to hide it. I came here this time to find you the ancient night demon king. Oh, the ancient night devil frowned. You came for the Star Palace thing? This is one of them. Jian Wushuang nodded. This is something I have done too much in, and I will give you the Lord of the Blood Sword. The ancient night demon voiced solemnly, followed his eyes and glanced to the side. Magic Monarch. The monarch dominated and immediately fell to his knees. The Lord of the Blood Sword. This matter arises because of this monarch. He saw the special treasure of the Star Palace, the Triple Path, so he asked for it in the name of my ancient night magic palace. After the Lord of the Star Palace defeated, I told the treasure to me when I came back, and told me that I was bitter. I am the Lord of the ancient night magic palace. In order to maintain the face, I was told that the Lord of the Palace would send the treasure to him. Come up. Ancient Night Demon King said. I can understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. He could see that the ancient night devil did not lie, and there was no need to lie. In this case of the ancient night demon palace and the Xing Palace, the monarch and the king dominated a large part. Now Junyi is here. What do you do with the Lord of the Blood Sword www. Novel. It doesn't matter if you kill him directly. The ancient night demon took a drink from the case. Feel free to say, he said easily, but the monarch who was kneeling beside him was terrified. Devil, forgive me, forgive me. The ruler of the monarch kept asking for mercy, But the ancient night demon prince did not look at him. To the ancient night demon monarch, this monarch is the master of the First Order. As far as the master of the First Order is concerned, such a master is a lot in the universe, he doesn't care. However, Jian Wushuang is different. This is an incredible super genius with unlimited potential in the future. What he has to do now is to pull as much as possible with Jian Wushuang, but he will not fight against Jian Wushuang for the sake of a prince. M. Chapter 3862. Fifth More. Kill it. Jian Wushuangro watched with interest, kneeling beside him, the monarch who was begging for mercy. This monarch dominates the mighty masters, and he is definitely a top-level existence in this star field. Once there was no sword double-sided to such an existence, he had to look up, but now he is kneeling in front of himself. Can decide its life and death. It's nothing. I'm too lazy to kill you, but you have to go to my star house. As for what to do, you should consider it yourself. Jian Wushuang wrote. He said to Terra now that killing a high master has no sense of accomplishment. Thank you very much for the Lord of the Blood Sword. Spare your life. The ancient night demon lord said coldly. Thank you for the Lord of the Blood Sword. Thank you for the Lord of the Blood Sword. The monarch ruler was relieved. I immediately set off and went to the Star Palace to pay for my sins. Jian Wushuang just waved his hands arbitrarily, followed by looking at the ancient night demon, solemnly. Ancient night demon, when I come this time, there is actually another more important thing. Jian Wushuang lowered his voice, and the ancient night demon became aware, and immediately commanded, You all go down. Yes. The empty host and others who escorted aside immediately bowed and left. In the entire Great Hall, there are only Jian Wushuang and the ancient night demon king. The latter also directly imposed a heavy prohibition to prevent someone from hearing the dialogue between the two. Master of the Blood Sword, you can speak now. The ancient night demon lord looked over. The ancient night devil, I didn't meander. I just said, I'm very interested in that eternal dark prison. Jian Wushuangdo, you really know the eternal dark prison. The ancient night demon looked solemnly at Jian Wushuang. In the previous battle with Jian Wushuang praised him for being out of that place. At that time, the ancient night magic king guessed whether Jian Wushuang knew his origin. Now it seems that Jian Wushuang did know. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I can ask, how do you know the eternal dark prison? And how do you know that I escaped from the eternal dark prison? The ancient night demon asked. This is very simple. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, and then turned over and took out something. Guiyamo Jun. You should know this thing in my hand? What Jian Wushuang took out was a token. This is a disciple's token of Hongyun's veins, and it is also a token of the disciples of the inner door. Guiyamo Jun was completely shocked. He was in the vein of Hongyun when he broke through the kingdom of God and committed a great crime, and was detained by Hongyun in an eternal dark prison. After that, he stayed in the vein of Hongyun. He didn't know how many years. He knew the vein of Hongyun naturally, and knew the power of the vein of Hongyun. Like the division behind him, in fact, it was not a weak side. There are several supreme people sitting in the town, but his teacher did not dare to offend Hongyun, knowing that he was being held in the eternal dark prison, and pretended not to see it. I can imagine that the Red Cloud is strong. However, the people of the Red Cloud have not appeared in the eternal dark prison for a long time. For these dozens or even hundreds of chaotic times, no new prisoners have been held in the eternal dark prison. Therefore, the eternal dark prison has been circulating. It is said that the pulse of Hongyun has been completely destroyed, and after escaping from the eternal dark prison, this ancient night demon is affirming the fact that the vein of Hongyun has been destroyed, for which he is extremely happy. But whoever thought of this blink of an eye, he met the disciple of Hongyun. No, you are just the master of the rules, and it looks like you haven't cultivated for a long time, and Hongyun's pulse has long been destroyed. I don't know how many years, you must not be a disciple of Hongyun's pulse in the peak period. If I guess you should have been in the Hongyun Imai Divine Kingdom site for a while, and you got the opportunity left by Hongyun Imai before you became a disciple of Hongyun Imai? asked the ancient night demon. Yes, I haven't been a disciple of Hongyun Imai for a long time, so you do have to worry. I would hate you because of Hongyun Imai, and I will detain you again in the eternal dark prison, not to mention this. No idea, no ability. Jian Wushuang smiled. Well, since you have just become a disciple of Hongyun, that is not my enemy. The ancient night demon nodded secretly. He was imprisoned in the eternal dark prison for so long tortured by Yun Yun, and after suffering torture, he managed to escape by now. If he does not resent Hongyun's pulse in his heart, it must be impossible, but Hongyun's pulse it is overthrown. The Red Cloud strong man who had detained him in the eternal dark prison originally is estimated to have died long ago, and naturally he will not be implicated in Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang only got a chance in the near future, and then he worshipped under the gate of Hongyun. I am a disciple in the heart of Hongyun. Naturally, I know the existence of Eternal Dark Prison, and I also know that you escaped from the first floor of Eternal Dark Prison not long ago. As for my coming to you this time, mainly I want to ask you something about the Eternal Dark Prison. Jian Wushuangdo. You ask about things in Eternal Dark Prison? Do you want to go in? The ancient night devil frowned. I have this idea. Jian Wushuang smiled. There are countless strong men in the Eternal Dark Prison. Even the first level, there are countless tops of the second series, and even the strongest of the third series. So of course I want to go in and go through it. You have the tokens of the disciples in the heart of Hongyun. You can mobilize the power of the magic circle in the Eternal Dark Prison. It is an invincible existence at all. This experience, you will not be in danger. That's it. But I still want to get some information about you from the Eternal Dark Prison. In addition, although I know that the Eternal Dark Prison is hidden in the depths of Red Rock Mountain, I don't know the exact location of the entrance. You have to guide me for the ancient night devil. Jian Wushuangdo intelligence is simple. I can tell you everything I know. As for the way, it is not impossible. But I have one condition. The ancient night devil is right. Conditions? Jian Wushuang's expression moved. Tell me. I have an enemy in the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison. It is an outrageous lunatic. I fell into his hands and was tortured by him for billions of years. It is better to die than to live. This hatred, I have never forgotten, but his strength is far superior to me. Before in the Eternal Dark Prison, I had no way to take him at all. Even if he came out of the Eternal Dark Prison one day, I am not his opponent. So, I want you to take a shot and help me revenge. The ancient night demon gnashed his teeth and said lowly. End of this chapter. Chapter 3863. 6 more arrived today. Revenge? Jian Wushuang glanced at Guyi Emojun in shock. He could see that the ancient night demon monk absolutely hated the enemy. Or when he said this, he wouldn't grit his teeth like this. And he could also hear that the reason why the ancient night demon hated each other was not because the other party had killed some of his close relatives, but because the ancient night demon had been captured by the other party in the Eternal Dark Prison, passed, and fell into the hands of the other for 1,000,000,000 years. In those 1,000,000,000 years, the ancient night devil must have suffered the inhuman torture of the other party. However, since the opponent is powerful enough to capture this ancient night devil, how did the ancient night devil escape from the other hand? Jian Wushuang wondered, but didn't ask much. Ancient Demon Lord, who is your enemy? Jian Wushuang asked. Star Demon Ancestor, among the many masters on the first floor of Eternal Dark Prison, stands at the top and is one of the most terrible masters, said the ancient night demon king. On the realm, this star demon ancestor is also just the third level is the primary dominating level, but his combat power is extremely terrible, and there are many means to emerge. I am also the highest in the second level, and the life-saving means is also good. It can be met by the general third level. Escape. But in the face of this ancestor of the demon, he easily captured me. I had no resistance at all, and he was tortured for billions of years. He finally got bored and let me go. Jian Wushuang frowned. He was still wondering how this ancient night devil ran away from the ancestors of the star demon. The feelings were not escaped but released by the other party. After tormenting for 1 billion years, knowing that the ancient night demon lord hated it, the star demon ancestor still dared to let go of the night demon lord. But how confident the star demon ancestor is in his own strength. In terms of strength, the ancestor of the star devil should also be far better than the lord of the blood sword. But the lord of the blood sword is a disciple of Hongya. You can use the power of the eternal dark prison as long as he is standing by you. In front of you, you can easily use the power of the French array to suppress it and kill him. No matter how strong he is, there is no room for resistance in front of you. Ancient Night Demon King said. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and then said directly, Ancient Demon Lord, I promise you, after I go to the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison, I will find a way to find the ancestor of the Star Demon and take revenge for you. Thank you. The Ancient Night Demon's eyes lit up suddenly. Well, now you first tell me some information in the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison. Jian Wushuang smiled. Immediately, the Ancient Night Demon King began to narrate carefully. It was said for 3 days and nights, and at the same time, the Ancient Night Demon King also gave Jian Wushuang a very detailed information of the strong. On the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison, there are countless powerful men, and after a long period of time, most of them are known and have extremely detailed information. After that, Jian Wushuang went to Hongshe Mountain under the personal guidance of the Ancient Night Demon. Before heading to Hongshishan, Jian Wushuang also greeted the mysterious gods first, telling them that the crisis in the Xingong had been lifted off, and that the ruler of the monarch would immediately go to the Xingtuan to pay the crime. As for the Ancient Night Magic Palace, and they will never be hostile to the Star Palace again, so they don't have to worry about it. In fact, even if Jian Wushuang didn't say it, it wouldn't take long for the Shinto people to know a few of them. After all, outside the Ancient Night Demon Palace, the scene where Jian Wushuang and the Ancient Night Demon battled head to face, but many people saw it, and the news of this battle is bound to spread in this star field. Jian Wushuang and the Ancient Night Demon are fighting head-on. Under the premise that all combat power has erupted, the Ancient Night Demon is still defeated. This news can cause a huge sensation in this star field, and Jian Wushuang is bound to will replace the Ancient Night Demon King to become the strongest recognized in this star field. With this battle as the background, the Ancient Night Magic Palace will naturally not be the enemy of the Star Palace in the future. When Jian Wushuang and Xin Shen talked with them, they also told them to go to Hongshishan for a while, so that they didn't have to worry because they would not be in danger. Shinto people are also more at ease. Jian Wushuang also rumored to speak to his wife Lung Rushuang, and with the latter's consent, he really set foot in the Red Rock Mountains. Red Rock Mountain, extremely deep. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I ran out of here from the beginning. The Ancient Night Demon Monarch led Sword Wushuang, and came to the place where the bloodstone was piled up. In the center of this bloodstone pile, there was a heavy magic circle. This method is extremely esoteric. Jian Wushuang only looked at it, but couldn't understand it at all. This legal array should lead to the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison. The reason why I was able to escape from the Eternal Dark Prison was because I just noticed a space crack nearby, and I immediately seized the opportunity to escape. When I stepped out of this circle, I met a master of your star field, the Horned Owl. I searched the memory of this Horned Lord. He discovered this law formation 160,000 years ago, and has been studying under this law formation. Finally, it was difficult to find a flaw in this law formation, and then he barely opened a connection the gap on the first floor of Eternal Hell, but it didn't take long for it to repair itself, so I say'n't even go back to Eternal Hell now. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you are a disciple of the inner gate of the Red Cloud. There are tokens of the disciples of the inner gate. I do not know that I can rely on the tokens to open into the Eternal Dark Prison, said the Ancient Night Demon. I don't know, but you can try it. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, even when he took out the token of the disciple inside the Red Cloud. As soon as the token appeared, Jian Wushuang immediately discovered that the token had a certain connection with the heavy law formation in front of him. With the movement of Jian Wushuang's thoughts, the magic formation was slowly operating. After a short time, a complete space channel slowly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Haha, It seems that the token of this inner disciple can indeed open the space channel into the eternal dark prison. Jian Wushuang smiled. The Lord of the Blood Sword, there are many strong men in the eternal dark prison. Especially the means of many strong men are very terrible. Although you have the disciples' tokens, you must not be careless, or some sudden attacks can be done without you. With the slightest awareness, you will be killed, so that you will not even have the opportunity to take out the tokens to mobilize the power of the magic circle. Gu Yi and Mo Jun said, I know, thank you for reminding me. Jian Wushuang nodded. In addition, the ancestor of the Star Devil, the ancient night demon, continued, Rest assured, the things I promised will be done for you. Jian Wushuang smiled, even if the spin directly into the space channel. Chapter 38-64. The first is more. Eternal dark prison, gray and gray, seeing no light at all. The fate of those prisoners held in the eternal dark prison has been almost destined since they were held in the eternal dark prison. Perhaps when the vein of red cloud still exists and is in its heyday, there will be 1 or 2 lucky prisoners who can be released, but since the vein of red cloud collapsed, this eternal dark prison was abandoned in the red stone mountain. In the eternal dark prison, these prisoners will never see the sun again. Somewhere in the void, a space passage suddenly appeared, and the shape of Jian Wushuang stepped out of this space passage. After he walked out of the space channel, that space channel also converged and dissipated. However, the token of the inner door disciple is in Jian Wu's hands. With this token, Wu Jian can still open a space passage at will and leave here. Here is the first floor of the eternal dark prison. Jian Wushuang looked up, looking around. In the eyes, there is endless void and earth. The whole earth is black and blue, dead and dead, without any vitality. Standing in the void of the eternal dark prison, Jian Wushuang only felt that there were some meager rules of heaven and earth, and even the aura of heaven and earth was much thinner than the outside world. Master Wu is right. The eternal dark prison does not have a cultivation environment at all. Generally, the first level or the second level dominates. If it is held in this first level space, it will barely reach the third level. The series dominates the elementary level, fearing that they can no longer be promoted. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. The vast universe, the closer to the center, the better the cultivation conditions. This star field, like Jian Wushuang, is located at the most marginal place of the universe. Compared with other parts of the universe, the cultivation environment should be extremely bad, but the cultivation environment of the Eternal is even more than his star field. Dozens of times, or even more than 100 times worse. In such an environment, even those who have some talent to dominate, the rules of strength cannot be improved much. According to the ancient Night Demon King, he has been staying in the 9th dark area of the first level of the Dragon domain before, and the Horned Lord reluctantly opened a gap in the first layer of Eternal Dark Prison. He seized the opportunity and escaped immediately. That is to say, the place where the heavy circle is linked in the Red Stone Mountain should be the 9th dark zone of the Dragon domain, which is where I am now. Jian Wushuang secretly said. From the ancient Night Demon King, he has learned some basic conditions in the first floor of this Eternal Dark Prison. The first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison is huge and immense. Its area is vast and even exceeds one side of the astral realm. There are 8 domains in this first floor. These 8 domains refer to 8 huge territories in the first layer. These 8 territories occupy 90 nineth of the entire first layer of space, and they also have the most powerful people. As for the remaining territories and the environment, even worse, few prisoners are willing to go there. And the number of prisoners held in the Eternal Dark Prison is more than hundreds of millions. Among these billions of prisoners, after countless fighting battles, gradually they have created some top performers. On the first floor of the entire Eternal Dark Prison, there are 10 superpowers recognized at the top. These 10 people are called the 10 Kings. Among the 10 Kings, 8 each occupy a large domain and become the lords of this large domain. Even the name of this domain is named by this king. The magic dragon realm where Jian Wushuang is now is the territory occupied by that dragon lord. Although the Lord of Dragons is only worthy of merging the 6 rules to reach the threshold of 3rd level domination, the secret techniques and methods he possesses are extremely good. The understanding of the Tao, including his unique skills, is extremely terrifying. Although the realm is only the 3rd level primary master, but in terms of combat power, it is even stronger than the ordinary 3rd level higher master. Jin Wushuang's mind recalled the words of the ancient night demon. The Lord of the Dragons, and the other 9 kings with the same name, are extremely scary. On the 1st floor of this eternal dark prison, there is absolutely invincible existence. Except for the competition between the 10 kings, countless others the prisoners on the 1st floor, including a large number of masters who have reached the 3rd level of combat power, must be more than weak in front of the 10 kings. In the domain of the demon dragon, there are 108 dark areas. Each dark area has a lot of strong people. Like the 9th dark prison where I am now, according to the information obtained by the ancient Night Demon King, there are more than 10 thousands of prisoners. Although most of them are only the highest level of the 2nd level, there are still thousands of people who reach the 3rd level, and the strongest of them are 5, namely the 1,000 Blades Lord, the 9 Penal Monarch, and Bao King, Sword Dome, Blood Rain Lord. The ancient Night Demon King has been in this 9th dark zone, and has been running for more than 10 times. He knew all the powerhouses in the 9th dark zone. Among the 5 strongest people, although there are still many gaps compared to the super strong who is ranked as the king like the Dragon Lord, compared to other prisoners, they are still a lot stronger. According to the ancient demon monarch himself, with his life-saving ability, in the 9th dark zone, he encountered any one of the thousands of 3rd level masters, and he was not afraid and could escape. But the 5 Blade Demon Lords, the 9 Penal Monarchs, the Blood Bao King, the Sword Dome, and the Blood Rain Demon, all took out one, but all of them were likely to kill him. The 9th Dark Zone, the 5 strongest beings, I am afraid that even if the combat power has not reached the 3rd level of the higher dominating level, I am afraid that it is infinitely close. Jin Wushuang sighed. In terms of combat power, he can only be regarded as the equivalent of the ancient Night Demon, and it should be the highest level of the 2nd series. This is still on the premise of his use of rules and treasures. As for the master of the 3rd series, the strength is definitely stronger past his so. In the first space of the eternal dark prison, the strength is stronger than him, too much, just the 9th dark area of this dragon domain. Stronger than him there are many. Of course, even if he is stronger than him, he is a disciple of Hongyun Imai who can mobilize the law of eternal dark prison, so he has stood invincible from the beginning. I came to this eternal largely for the sake of experience, and there are so many strong men in this eternal hell, and the branch has such cheats. I do indeed know the first thing I encountered in this eternal hell. Who is the strong one? Jin Wushuang had a glimmer of expectation in his heart, and immediately he wandered in the gray void. At the same time, the power of his soul, which was not retained at this moment, spread directly. Chapter 3865. Second more. Although the cultivation environment in the eternal dark prison is extremely harsh, the limitation of the soul power of the practitioner is not too great. It is similar to the Red Cloud realm. The soul power of the sword Wushuang is fully released, which can diffuse a range of 100,000 miles. There is no one within 100,000 miles. Jin Wushuang shook his head and didn't care, but continued to move forward. Just half a day later, finally someone. Jin Wushuang's expression moved, and within his soul's power range, he had sensed the presence of a forceful atmosphere. This breath is not much worse than the ancient night devil. And on the ground not far from Jin Wushuang, a figure also rose, and his eyes looked at where Jin Wushuang was. Dare you dare to use the power of your soul to investigate so brazenly? Is it the 9th dark area? The 5 strongest? Or is it one of the top 3 of the thousands who dominate the 3rd series? But judging by the power of the soul, the other party doesn't seem to be too strong. The 2-meter-tall man wearing a blue battle armor and frowning his wings frowned, his heart hesitating. In the eternal dark prison, The killing is too crazy. Countless prisoners must desperately kill others to take possession of each other's treasures, so as to enhance their strength and make it easier for them to survive. Because of this, among these prisoners, except for those extremely powerful outside of the strong, confident group, most people are careful. Like this, it directly releases the power of the soul and unbridled to investigate the surrounding scenes, and few people dare to do so. So when he realized that the power of Jian Wushuang's soul was swept away, the cold man with the twin wings was thinking of escaping for the first time. But he suddenly appeared the power of Jian Wushuang's soul, which was not strong. It could even be said that relatively weak. If it is indeed the top of those prisoners, the power of the soul should not be so weak. Anyway, as long as I don't meet the 5 strongest, even if there is a top of the thousands of third-level masters, I can easily save my life by my means and go and see. The cold-winged man made up his mind and approached the other side slowly. Soon Jian Wushuang's figure appeared in the sight of this cold man. Bearing the Excalibur, so young, this appearance, I have never seen it. Among the many strong men in the 9th Dark Zone, it seems that he does not exist. The cold man frowned, staring closely at the sword Wushuang, and the breath of power in him. The Lord of the Rules? Is it just the breath of the Lord of the Rules? The cold man was taken aback. The first floor of the current eternal dark prison, hundreds of millions of prisoners, can survive the crazy killing of hundreds of chaos ages, and any one of them is extremely powerful and arrogant. Generally, the lowest level is the second highest level. Dominated by the first and second series, they will die in this eternal dark prison. It won't be long before they die. This is the case for the first level and even the general second level. And the master of a rule even came to the eternal dark prison? What secret technique did he use to hide the breath of my divine power so that I couldn't cut it? Or was he the ruler himself? The cold man couldn't be sure, but soon his eyes were cold. Whether he is the ruler or not, anyway, he can be sure that he is not one of the 5 strongest in the 9th Dark Zone. In this case, I have nothing to fear. The cold man stretched his wings behind him and turned into a black streamer, appearing in front of Jian Wushuang like lightning. Is this my first opponent when I come to Eternal Hell? Jian Wushuang smiled and stared at the cold man in front of him. The wings are born with a back, and the air is extremely cold. With this look, he should be the master of the wing family. In the swordless hands, there is an extremely detailed information of the strongman given by the ancient night demon. More than 90% of the prisoners in the 9th Dark Area are recorded in it. The wing leader in front of him is naturally also on the strong information. According to the information given by the ancient Night Demon King, this wing dominates the many prisoners in the 9th Dark Zone. The strength should be the lowest. When it comes to melee killing, he has just reached the peak of the 2nd level. No, but his life-saving means is very good, slightly stronger than the ancient Night Devil. Because of this, he can always survive in this eternal dark prison. Who are you? I've been in this 9th Dark Zone for so long. Most of the strongest in this 9th Dark Zone I have seen or known, but I have never heard of you. Staring at Jian Wushuang. My name is the Blood Sword, and I just came to this demon dragon realm not long ago. You naturally don't know me. Sword Wushuangdo. It turned out to be a strong one from other domains. The dominating master nodded secretly. The first floor of the eternal dark prison is too large, and the number of prisoners who are still alive is endless. Some of them like to roam around, such as from one large area to another large area. This wing master has been running in the 9th Dark Area of the Dragon Domain. He knows some of the strong in the 9th Dark Zone and even other dark areas in the Dragon Domain, but if he is a strong person in other large regions except the Dragon Domain, he knows not much. Blood Sword, are you the master, or the master of the rules? Sea Master asked. Did you know this battle against me? Jian Wushuang smiled. Then you will die. The Prince of Ce is no longer nonsense, and he saw a dark flash of light suddenly on his body, and the wings of his back shrank fiercely. It was originally a human practitioner, but it turned into a huge monster with wings in a blink of an eye. Oh, A sizzling hissing sounded. This hissing sound was accompanied by a sonic attack and rushed into the soul of Jian Wushuang's soul for the first time. This should be the body that is dominated by the wing. Jian Wu's eyes fixed. The body was exposed at the beginning, and the strongest killing trick was displayed. It seems that all the practitioners in the eternal dark prison are not soft-hearted. Seniors. Jian Wushuang rolled his divine power. Facing this wing master, he wouldn't try it slowly as he did in the ancient Night Demon Palace against the ancient Night Demon King. As soon as this wing master dominated, he went all out, and Sword Wushuang naturally burst out his strongest combat power instantly, even the blades used. At this moment, he also directly used the magic weapon Wu Crying Sword. The trace of the universe's laws that Wushuang understands also instantly merges into swordsmanship at this moment. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 3866. Third more. Wow. Wow. The monster that the wing dominated was extremely fast, and just a flicker appeared before the sword without two sides. Jian Wushuang directly stabbed a stab, and the surging divine power came out along the arm, so that there was a shock in the space. The wing master turned around swiftly, avoiding the sword with great flexibility, and the moment he turned around, the pair of wings behind him suddenly turned into a terrible blade, hissing. The air was cut relentlessly, to the layers of Daoguang, which are layered on each other, cut directly towards the swordless double head. Winged sword? And fast. Jian Wushuang was startled. It was a surprise that CE's move was unexpected, but his response was not slow. Get away. The sword Wushuang held the Wu Crying Excalibur, which triggered the cosmic laws that came with the Wu Crying Excalibur, and the immense and swift sword swept straight down. Clang! The sword light containing terror force hits the wings of that wing dominator at the same time, making a sound of metal impact. The wing dominator only felt a sting from his wings, but his body quickly retreated. Retreating to the surrounding void the wing leader could not help looking at the wings behind him, and saw a gap faintly appeared at the point where he had just fought with Jian Wushuang Jianfeng. Vaguely blood flowed out from that gap. How can it be? A glimmer of horror flashed in the eyes of the master of the wing. My wing tribe, the hardest part of the whole body is the pair of wings, which have been tried and tested by me. After so many years in prison, I have killed countless times with people, and I do know how many times I use this wing to fight against the enemy, whether it is to resist the opponent's attack damage, or to collide directly with the opponent's magic soldier. My pair of wings have never been hurt, but now. Just one swell. Did my wings hurt? CE dominated in horror, and could not help looking at the sword with no sword in his hands. What level is the Excalibur in your hand? CE dominated. You try a few more times with your wings, and you don't know. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, followed by a sharp rush. Huh. 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 I saw a row of mighty jiangwangs displayed from the swordless hands one after another, directly covering the front wings of the wings. The main body of the wing swayed, relying on his own body to shuttle from this sword light. After breaking through the sword light blockade, his shape turned into a black lightning, and he slammed into the sword unparalleled. C dominated the unbelief, and this time he still used his pair of wings to attack. Only this time, he only used one wing, but it was the strongest sword he created in the eternal dark prison for so many years. Buried. There was also a low howl in the mouth of the master of the wing. This low howl accompanied the sonic attack, and madly hit Jian Wushuang's soul to understand the sea. But Jian Shuangshuang is a perfect creature. On the soul, unless it is an attack that ignores the soul and directly targets the consciousness, it is invalid. This sonic attack can't affect Jian Wushuang at all. Jian Wushuang still wields the sword in his hand, but this time he casts a hazy look. Wow! The hazy sword shadow invaded, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a full mist. But in that mist, there was a heartbreaking cold light. Clang! It was another fierce collision. This time, the wing master found that the pain from his wings was more severe, and the gap that appeared at the collision with the sword front was also larger. His body exploded again, but this time he felt it from a close distance, feeling the true power of the sword with no sword in his hands. The rule of treasure is what you have in your hand. It turns out to be the rule of magic sword. The voices dominated by CE are a bit harsh, and they are even more shocked than ever. The rule of treasure is the treasure on the first floor of the eternal hell, which is definitely a legendary treasure. Not to mention the average prisoner dominates, even if it is the 10 strongest kings recognized in the first floor of the eternal hell, in their hands, not necessarily possess the rule of treasure. But now, this person who doesn't know where to come from, and who just emits the rule's breath, has the rule of law? No wonder his feathers collided with his sword, and there was damage. No matter how hard his wings are, he is only comparable to the strongest treasure. How can he compare with the rule of treasure? Not only has the rule of treasure, but his swordsmanship also contains a supreme cosmic law. His swordsmanship is also extremely powerful, and his combat power is definitely stronger than mine. The master of CE knew it. He can't even care about Jian Wushuang even realizing a trace of the law of the universe now. He wandered for so long in the eternal dark prison, knowing that the eternal dark prison is dangerous. The moment he knew that the man in front of him was overwhelming and knew that he was still above him, he had already made a decision. Escape. There was almost no hesitation in the of CE. Seeing that the situation is not good, fleeing directly. This is the life-saving way in eternal dark prison. I saw that C dominated the huge monster that was originally transformed, but at this moment the volume was abruptly reduced, but the speed of bursting out instantly was extremely amazing. This speed is much faster than the average second-level master, and even faster than the average third-level master. The wing master was still fighting with Jian Wushuang the previous moment, and the next moment has escaped thousands of miles, leaving Jian Wushuang no space to chase in an instant. It's so fast. It's no wonder that the speed of this wings can survive in the eternal dark prison. This speed alone, I am afraid, will make most of the third level helpless. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferent. Seeing CE dominate the escape, he did not chase. Because even if he wanted to chase, he couldn't catch up. However, in this eternal dark prison, he wants to kill this wing master. Even if the speed of this wing master is 10 times 100 times faster, he can't escape. The wing is dominated by C. You still stay. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth with a smile, and when he turned the palm of his hand, a special token had already appeared in his hand. The wing master, although fleeing, has been paying attention to the movement of the swords in the rear. When Jian Wushuang was found standing there and had no intention of chasing him, he breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly he heard the laughter issued by Jian Wushuang, and at the same time he saw that Jian Wushuang took out something. What did this blood sword come up with? Ce dominated the sword and stared at what was taken out of his hands. He had seen that it was a token, but this token, it instantly shocked him. Chapter 38-67. Fourth more. Hongyun Yime's token? No, that's impossible. Ce dominated the anger. At first, he committed a heinous sin in Hongyun Yimei. After that, a disciple of Hongyun Yimei himself took him into this eternal dark prison. The disciples of Hongyun Yimei did not know him. But there are hundreds of people in Hongyun's veins who have not come to eternal dark prison. Hundreds of chaos ages haven't detained newcomers in this eternal dark prison. This led to a rumor circulating in the eternal dark prison, saying that the vein of Hongyun had been completely destroyed, and their eternal dark prison had also been abandoned. After so many years, many prisoners in the eternal dark prison have long believed this rumor. But C's dominion never imagined that the person in front of him would be carrying a disciple of Hongyun's disciple, and he was a disciple of Hongyun's disciple? What is even more frustrating is that he knows the privileges of Hongyun Yimei's disciples in the eternal dark prison. With his life-saving means, As long as he does not meet the 5 strongest in the 9th dark zone, he will be killed by reason. However, no matter how strong his life-saving ability is, in the hands of a disciple of Hongyun, he has no effect at all. Sure enough, Jin Wushuang directly started. Relying on the tokens of the inner disciples in his hands, the sword unparalleled guided a trace of power in this eternal dark prison circle. Suddenly I saw the surrounding world shaking, and then a horrible power came and acted directly on the body of CE. CE dominated the madly fleeing figure and stopped on the spot. Then the whole person fell as if the power of the French array rolled down directly to the ground, and finally fell heavily on the ground below, lying there, unable to move in the slightest. Master wings dominate. Jin Wushuang's figure flew over at this moment. You are not a prisoner from other large realms, you are from the outside world. You are a talented disciple of the Red Cloud. CE dominated his head reluctantly, his face full of anger, resentment, and despair. Detained in eternal dark prison for hundreds of chaotic periods, this wing lord dominates the natural resentment against Hongyun. I thought the Red Cloud was gone, but now it seems that this is obviously not the case. But now, he was repressed by the other party by relying on a disciple of Hongyun's disciples to mobilize the Falun Gong to suppress his death. In such scenes, how can he not despair? Sword Wing Master, I will give you 2 ways to let you choose. Jin Wu's eyes calmed, overlooking the winged sword lord on the ground. The first way is to submit to me for 100,000 years. Not only can I spare your life, but I can also take you out of eternal dark prison and get rid of you as a prisoner. After 100,000 years, you return to freedom. The universe is big. You can go anywhere. Jin Wushuangdo. The reason why it is only 100,000 years, not millions of years, is that Jin Wushuang can relax the conditions. After all, in his view, the demon star threatened the gods in the early days immensely. Within 100,000 years, the army of the demon stars must have killed, and his deities and the demon stars will surely separate the victory and defeat. The world is defeated, then I am afraid I must die. In the beginning, if the kingdom of God prevailed, he would be able to travel to the deeper part of the universe with peace of mind. It doesn't matter if the prisoners are not with him, so there is no difference between the period of 100,000 years and millions of years. Submit to you? CE dominated and stared at Jin Wushuang. Of course, your strength is not much weaker than me. In the eternal dark prison, as a disciple of the Red Cloud, I can suppress you with the help of the eternal dark prison law, but once you leave the eternal dark prison, with your ability, you can leave at any time, and I can't stop you. So make sure in case, I will leave a trace of imprint in the source of your soul. Jin Wushuang said. If you leave the imprint of the soul in the origin of the soul of the other party, you can easily grasp the life and death of the other party. Unless the perfect level of life is like Jin Wushuang himself, the annihilation of the soul can be immediately restored. Otherwise, he can easily kill the other soul in a single thought. Where is the second way? C asked. The second way, no matter how you choose, is a dead end. Jin Wushuang said directly. Haha. The Prince of C laughed, and his laughter was crazy, even with endless iciness. Bloodsword, you might as well look down on me. My wing is from the E-Wing family. The people of the E-Wing family have never feared death. You want me to surrender to you, and even let you leave a mark on the origin of my soul. From then on, you are in charge of your life and death. That is simply a dream. Don't say that you are a disciple of Hongyun and have a hatred against me. Even if you are not a person of Hongyun and have no grudges with me, I will never give my life and death to you for my living. Grasp. Master C, you have to think clearly after all, only 100,000 years. Jin Wushuang frowned, trying to persuade. Haha, let alone 100,000 years, even if it is only 1 year, 1 day, I will not allow it. My wing has been wandering in the eternal dark prison for so long, I haven't seen anything. I don't care about my life and death. Now, you are a mess of red clouds and veins, and you want me to surrender? Go for your spring and autumn dreams. Haha. CE dominated the laughter, and his eyes suddenly became scarlet. and Jian Wushuang immediately found that this wing dominated the madness of the divine power in the body. Soul burns? The sword has no double-sided color and quickly controls the eternal dark prison array power to suppress it. But Jian Wushuang could only suppress the actions of CE's domination, but he could not stop the riots of divine power and soul in his domination. Ah! The wing master dominated the painful absorption. His soul was burning madly at a speed of 100 times, in only a moment. His soul was completely burned out, and the vitality of the wing master was completely cut off, died. I would rather burn my soul to commit suicide than to submit to me. Jian Wushuang frowned. He thought he had relaxed his requirements. As long as the other party surrendered to him for 100,000 years, he could take him out of this eternal dark prison without having to live the life of a lawless prisoner. The wing leader should agree to come down. But as a result, this wing dominated, but died. It is better to commit suicide than to surrender. It seems that the prisoners in the eternal dark prison are not as easy to conquer as I imagined. The sword has no double-sided dignity. He came to eternal underworld for two purposes. The first is to practice yourself and improve your strength. The second is to try to conquer some of the strongest in the eternal dark prison. These conquered strong men, he can take them out of eternal dark prison and then fight for the early gods. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 3868. Fifth More. Jian Wushuang's idea is very good, and the 100,000-year deadline is not high. In fact, for most powerful people in the universe, they cannot accept the imprint of the other person at the origin of their soul, because that's all about giving your life and death to the other party's control. Naturally, you don't dare to violate the orders of the other party. Although Jian Wushuang's promise is only 100,000 years, what if he kept it? The imprint of the soul has been left. Even if Jian Wushuang has been trending in the endless years in the future, they also dare not resist. These prisoners prefer to stay in the eternal dark prison compared to this kind of day that is completely controlled by the other party. Even if there is no day and no madness here, even they would rather die than want to be like this puppet. Moreover, there is another most important reason, which is the identity and strength of Jian Wushuang. If Jian Wushuang is a real strong man, don't be strong. As long as there are 10 kings in the first space, they have absolute strength to crush all prisoners and then persecute the other to surrender. These prisoners are also willing. After all, they was convinced by the opponent's strength. However, sword warriors are different. Sword warriors' own strength is not much stronger than that of the wing master. They only rely on the tokens of the disciples of Hongyun to suppress the other party. This will not convince the other party, and the prisoners in this eternal dark prison are all it was from Hongyun that he was detained. These prisoners have spent hundreds of chaos in the eternal dark prison. One by one, they have a deep hatred for the Jade, and Jian Wushuang, as a disciple of Hongyun, wants to subdue them. Of course, it is even more difficult. Although knowing that it is very difficult to conquer, Jian Wushuang is not in a hurry. After all, this is just the first prisoner he meets. There are countless prisoners in this eternal dark prison, and not everyone will die like this wing master. I came to this eternal dark prison mainly to experience and improve my strength. As for the strong, it is not anxious to conquer the strong, and you can take it slowly. Next, if I meet those prisoners again, unless the opponent is too strong, I can only use the power of the array to save my life, otherwise I will try not to mobilize the power of the array. After all, move the array frequently. If it is powerful, the movement will be a little bigger. I am afraid that someone like me who is a red cloud and a disciple will roam in the dark prison and it will spread. In the future, I will roam in this eternal dark prison. It will not be so easy. Jian Wushuang secretly said. He has made up his mind to experience and conquer the strong. He focuses on the experience first. As for conquering the strong, when he is almost done, he is going to conquer. As soon as CE's master died, his body and Qian Kunji were left behind. Jian Wushuang took away the Qian Kuan ring dominated by CE first, and his consciousness was immediately investigated. With this investigation, Jian Wushuang's eyes lightened. This wing dominates, and he is trapped in eternal dark prison for a long time. There are hundreds of times of chaos. In such a long time, there may be a lot of masters who died in his hands. Otherwise, he is the most precious treasure in the world. There will never be so many. Jian Wushuang sighed softly. At a glance of his consciousness, he found that the Qinghuan ring dominated by this wing was the strongest treasure, and there were more than 20 pieces, and there were treasure armors, domains, repressions, etc. Although there was no such high level the strongest treasure, but still very amazing. This is only just the strongest treasure. As for the top and peak treasures, it is even more numerous. This prisoner in the eternal dark prison is so rich? Jian Wushuang also exclaimed. It is indeed too rich. This wing is dominated by the prisoners who are living in the first space. He can always survive, mainly because of his life-saving ability, but I am afraid that there are not many prisoners he killed himself. But he still has more than 20 of the most powerful treasures. If you kill the more powerful prisoners, Jian Wushuang's gains will certainly be greater. Yes, the wings dominated by this wing are also a good treasure. Jian Wushuang glanced at the corpse dominated by Ce, and waved his hand directly to cut off the whole pair of wings dominated by Ce. Then he continued to wander in the surrounding void. In the 9th dark area, the prisoners exceeded 100,000, and the branches were extremely dense. Jian Wushuang so unscrupulously released the power of the soul to roam in the 9th dark zone. It is easy to meet other prisoners. Only 2 hours after Ce's death, Jian Wushuang met another prisoner. This prisoner is superior to Ce's master in terms of strength, which is comparable to the ancient Night Demon King. After the encounter, the two met directly without a word. Jian Wushuang also took out his own peak fighting power and fought fiercely. You must know that Jian Wushuang broke out with all his strength and relied on the rule of arcana and his sword skills. This prisoner has the same combat power as the ancient Night Demon King, but is slightly weaker than the ancient Night Demon King in the method of close killing. To fight against Jian Wushuang, at the beginning, he was still fighting, but gradually he was suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Knowing that he was not an opponent of Jian Wushuang, the prisoner left with a look of astonishment. Jian Wushuang did not use the array power to keep it this time, but continued to rush. In a flash, Jian Wushuang has been in the eternal dark prison for 13 days. In the 13 days, he encountered 18 people in total, but only 12 of them actually fought against him. The other 6 found that Jian Wushuang dared to release the power of the soul so unscrupulously. Seeing that Jian Wushuang's soul power is not too strong, but still far away, he did not meet Jian Wushuang. And the 12 people who fought against the sword unparalleled are also only the highest level of the second level. The weakest is also about the same as the wing master, and the strong one is even better than the ancient night demon. All have to be a little stronger, but the 12 people who fought against Jian Wushuang, except for Ce, who died at the beginning, the other 11 people found that they couldn't help Jian Wushuang and chose to leave. But today, Jian Wushuang encountered the 19th person, who is a master who reached the 3rd rank, named Deer Worm Demon. The Deer Worm ancestor, among the thousands of 3rd-level masters in this 9th dark area, is a relatively ordinary one. He has a strong ability to protect the body, but his ability to attack close is more general. The strong realm is the most precious one, and the realm of suppressing the realm is very strong. The 9 penal monarch who once faced one of the 5 strongest people in this 9th dark area can calmly retreat. Jian Wushuang looked at the blood-covered man who appeared in front of him, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. End of this chapter. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.